Hello, everybody, and welcome to today's TCG Online Regional. This is the second one for the season. We're here with Serene Balance Productions, very popular, very consistent caster ClemHopkins over here. My name's Herman. I'll be one of your casters as well today. We're going to get a third one coming out soon. But hey, we're just going to do another fun little regionals for you today. How are you, Clem?
Doing good. How are you, Herman? It's
Uh, Yeah. It's a nice Saturday morning. We've got to sleep in a little bit for us on the East Coast. You look like you're well awake too, for ready for this.
yeah, I'm very wide awake. Definitely didn't stay up late last night and kind of griefed myself, but okay. I'm still
Hey,
up. I'm still excited, and we'll
yeah,
see what
yeah.
happens.
It's because is it because new stuff got announced for Grand Archive, that sandbox, and maybe you might have opened it the whole time?
May or
Because
may not have
yo,
been jamming some games.
I am so excited for Sandbox coming out and everything. Like we have our what our webcam regionals right now. I'm excited to see if that ever evolves and we're just going into like, official Sandbox instead. But
Yeah,
yeah.
that would be really cool. And but my main excitement about the sandbox is that I have no locals.
Mm,
So being able to play the game with people without needing a webcam is really fun. Because my desk is tiny. I do not have space here to play on webcam events. So sandbox is definitely the best way for me to
yeah.
play
Mine
with
is just
people.
really messy. Let me if I turn properly. You can just see like right, yeah, on my desk over there is just nothing but cards and everything. A lot of GA cards just sitting there, and I'm like, I don't really want to move my webcam and my setup over there to just go play, So I'm excited. It was so cool just to be able to just take my silly like, ideas and throw them into Sandbox and just like watch it load and be like, I don't have to find all of these cards right now. I can do whatever I want. I think it'll promote a lot of new decks coming out.
Oh,
There's
for
just a lot.
sure.
Yeah, we're good to test some crazy stuff like what we're going to test later on today. I think we're trying to find the most unique decks we can for now because to no one's surprise, I think everyone's getting ready for Ascent Los Angeles. Like this is more like one
Yeah.
of the last big events before then.
I think this is like at least in North America, this is the last big event for a period. Not even one of them, because there are some store championships, but most regionals have already happened. Because LA is happening a week before RDO release, so by then it's genuinely the last event of the season. It's like really on the tail end of it.
Yeah, so I guess like what we're going to see today is going to be pretty indicative of what we're going to see for Ascent Los Angeles. It's going to be kind of interesting there. Um, Unfortunately, not a lot of diversity in my opinion right now because everyone's just trying to. We see some big boogeymen
Yeah,
right now. Yeah.
but speaking of, but you're talking about not a lot of diversity, but we still have a very interesting matchup here for round one with Winchess Alice and Ari. Now, I know your answer to this question, but I'm still gonna ask because I gotta be courteous. Who do you think is going to win this matchup?
Win to Arasana 90% of the time as long as they know what they're doing. Um, it's yeah, so I'm really happy that we're seeing like really interesting decks come out, really fancy and cool things that we don't normally see because we were expecting to see Ranger Strides nonstop, and this is two decks that don't play that card. But now we're playing a deck that kind of like Wind Arasana, like historically, always just cleans up what do you call it? Wind allies, and it's not even close. Like as long as you're not too trigger happy with your Polaris, it's just so one sided.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate part in this matchup, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that all your allies have to work off of each other. So it's not even just like normal wind allies because like when you think about summon pawn, you need because you have a lot of chessmen cards, but a lot of them are just allies. So you can't even play all of them to get if you want to get maximum value out of everything. So it's a very delicate balance for the deck.
Well, like I think the hard part about this is that how chessmen really wants to go is they really want their pawn to be able to hit hard. Because if it can hit seven, like that pawn piece that gets summoned by like 5 or 6 different cards in that deck, if that pawn piece can hit seven in various ways, either through the fields of ranks and files that you're seeing on the screen right now, if you're through command cards, through buff counters, if it can hit seven, it's going to create that queen piece. And as long as that queen piece is out, you kind of have a very easy time against Arizona because it takes 0 damage whenever there's a chessman on board. And the what do you call it? The Alice champion can just make chessmen like pretty much on command. It can make a pawn piece on command and just protect themselves. So that
Yeah.
queen, once it hits board, is pretty sticky. Except for the fact that Arizona is able to like first off Polaris to clear the board, and then can just play on the stack over and over again. Right? You can make Comet Falls come out. You can make Cosmic Bolts come out, and you kind of just like rinse this just get rid of this win con if as when you even get it out because it's so hard to get it out in front of a deck that just constantly just says, "Hey, you're buffing one big guy to swing hard. What if I just kill it?"
Yeah, it's hard. I think in general in Grand Archive, it's hard to go tall.
Mhm.
It's a lot easier to go wide, and yeah, with you needing your ally to go tall, it's really tough.
Yeah. Or
I'm just looking at it, and there are so many like 0 or 1 power allies in here that it's so hard to even deal that chip damage early on.
yeah, but it's against an Arisana, so the chip damage isn't as necessary, in my opinion, except for like if okay, so the big card that matters, like the big weak quote unquote ally that matters is the Golden Bishop. Because that Golden Bishop you want as early as possible, you want to hit your you want to hit the Arisana because that's going to be another. So how the Golden Bishop works is as long as it's hitting a odd, I believe, yeah, odd
Yeah.
health um odd health unit, it's going to get a charge counter, and that charge counter prevents 2 damage to one target chessman. So that's another way for you to buff up a big guy to go tall to make sure it doesn't die to a Polaris to force Arizona to stay back longer and longer to collect more like get more herbs and put more counters on Polaris to just blow up the one guy. Because otherwise, the Golden Bishop and the Alice lineage release actually is going to be able to protect one. Wait,
Yeah.
actually, you can't even lineage. Oh yeah, it's level one lineage release. Yes, so you can.
Yeah, you could. You're absolutely right. But I feel like you still want the chip damage
Mhm.
because your big tall ally is so volatile. So it
Yeah.
might be in Arizona, but like if your one ally gets removed, or if you need to put in everything to protect your one
Mhm.
queen piece, it's really tough if you haven't dealt 0 damage
Yeah.
up until
So
that point.
the fun thing about this, though, at least for the okay, that's a really big start for Arizona because now you just have the consistent like being able to draw 2 cards later every single turn, be able to have guaranteed Polaris counters that are going to go up and like duplicate for you. This makes this once this comes down, it's really hard. So Alice, like
Yep.
Tony, like the Alice player right now, really needs to see 2 allies we're not going to get interacted with by the Arizona at all. I would want to see a term Schwartz Rook and a Golden Bishop. I think that's probably your ideal two. I believe that's a and
Yes, that is a term.
okay, yeah, that works
Oh,
too. I was
oh
going to say
yeah.
term and command attack card. This is really big because yeah, first off, Arizona is not removing that, and if you can buff up this term, so every time you attack with a command card, which you just hit with a March On, I believe, yeah, every time you attack with a command card, it's going to get a buff counter, and this thing's going to quickly spiral out of control by starting it on turn one. As long as you hit a buff counter every single turn over and over again, you're not killing this thing, even as or like it's going to be really really hard.
It yeah, it's gonna be hard. And the good thing about term is that it's basically a green slime. It puts the counters onto the next pawn that it sees as it dies. So well on leave, so technically
So
you
a
could
fun
defer it and transfer them.
Yes. Well, another fun thing about Term is that it does not say. So if you guys are looking to play, I think this deck is really fun, like Win Chess. It just has very clear weaknesses with very clear strengths, but there are little lines you can do. But for example, like Term on leave does not call for a target. So you can actually let the on leave trigger, and then in response create a pawn ally, and then put the buff counters onto that that brand new pawn ally.
True.
Yeah. So if you're playing like if you get to level 2 on Alice where you can just rest it every single turn, if you don't have a pawn ally, create a pawn ally. Um you just like once your opponent finally decides to deal with the term, you just say, "Oh, okay, in response, I'll make a pawn ally and move everything over there." Ooh, we're seeing
Now,
Arisanda though. Yeah.
it's just doing Arisana thing. Polaris already out, knowing that there's no threat of it getting removed.
Mhm. It's like
Unless, but yeah, no, it's open deck list, so they know. They know what
yeah.
they're playing into. They know that they can just bring out the Polaris rested here and just start gathering herbs to threaten board.
Mhm,
But now, now that if it's finally happened that we have a Wind Chessman deck on stream, I want to ask you
mhm.
what why Briar? What does Briar do? And what there's because Briar is a 2 cost 0/1 that has hindered. It has spell shroud and stealth, sure, but it cannot wake up, and it's a 0/1. So what does it do in this deck?
Not gonna lie, I did not know they were playing Briar. Briar
They're
Schwartz
playing
King.
3 Briars.
Um, it exists as a chessman. It has chessmen in its subtypes. That's kind of all you care about. Like, Briar's fun in that you can like golden gambit it. You can draw two. Um, that's kind of it. It just has chessmen in its subtypes. It's a chessman king. Yeah, that's about it. It exists. It exists just to exist. That's one of those cards that you're really hoping new support comes out. Like you play it just because you have to, just because you need your chessman like numbers to go up. It's like when you played suited when it came out, and you kind of just had to play bad ones just because they didn't all exist.
Yeah, tough times, but
Ooh, okay.
gotta deal with it. Besiege and Tenderland gone for J Kern for that level 2. He's getting one of every herb. If he didn't have that fertile grounds, it would just be 1 1 1 1 of the
Yeah,
herbs. Pretty
yeah.
unlucky rolls.
But the fertile grounds is really what makes it, right? You go to this
Yep.
point, you're just like, who cares? I just want anything. I have flexibility here. I believe you just fertile grounds one of those level herbs, yeah, just so you can sacrifice the end phase to draw a card.
Yeah.
And then Arisana right now, very stable, very relaxed. Ooh, sacrificing
Yeah.
those ones instead. Interesting.
The threat is not that great to it. So she's having a good time. Meanwhile, Tony, we were talking before the stream started about Chamber of Reflections, and you were like, "Yeah, that is a must-have card in
Well,
the deck."
I don't know about
Well,
must have, but it is very good
it's
because against
important.
yeah, against these like long grindy matchups. Like when when you have a very safe way to your opponent can't interact with with your allies, you can chamber into the field of ranks and files, and then you get extra damage that you can hopefully hit for 7 with a pawn and just like get your queen fast. In this kind of matchup where your pawn's definitely going to die if you try to go for that line, he has Gloamspire in his deck. So Gloamspire very helpful for allies because you're always going to be going like you're going to play a card every single turn. So you never actually plus in your hand size. You're going minus if anything if you play an ally and you play an interaction. Versus like all these like decks in the meta recently have always just been like draw cards, draw more cards, influence max. Arisana is going to get to that point where Gloamspire is not going to affect her either. So then you're just like I'm one sided. I get to draw a card every additional card every single turn. Ooh,
Yeah.
unless she plays more cards like this.
It's also really smart to have Gloamspire in because you can't play it any other way, and then at least your Chamber of Reflections has an alternative use.
Mhm. Well, just to highlight one of the cards I'm sure people don't normally see, because we know, yeah, Calming Breeze blocked all the damage for this turn, but the card that
Gustmark Gauge is pretty
Gustmark
good.
Gauge, yeah, the one
Yeah.
that got materialized here, I really like Gustmark Gauge because that's another way to try to avoid your allies getting blown up by a Polaris or like a Comet Fall. As long as it's awake, all chessmen allies you control get 1 health. As long as it's rested, all your chessmen get 1 attack as long as you are level 2 or higher, which I don't think he's level 2 yet. But you can always rest it to glimpse every turn. It just costs 2, but you just do it in pre-recollection, and you're like, well, sculpt your draws.
Yep.
Yeah, Arasan is just gassing. There's just what are you gonna do about this? As like,
Yeah, but
oh,
Tony's not doing too bad as well
mhm,
because I know you disagreed with me, but
mhm.
he has been dealing pretty solid chip damage, being at 5 already with the Gusmart gauge and the buff counter. So it's pretty good. However, it is also the only ally they have on board, so
Well,
it's
yeah,
tough.
you have to play like that, unfortunately, because you're in front of a player. So that's why
Yeah,
like Wind
absolutely.
Allies is like like it's so lopsided as a matchup for Wind Allies versus Arizona because you really can't do much until that
And
Polaris decides to blow. Like I'm not gonna commit a wide board when a Polaris can just clear it at any time. Like right now, we can see
yes,
Polaris threaten up to 8 at the same time. So even that term with that buff counter, even if you give it another buff counter, it's not safe.
yeah, but when you at the same time you also get to
Summon Pawn.
yep, summon pawn, revealing 2 veiled gambits. Um,
And with a third card Briar, and that's just kind
um,
of a yeah.
that's
This is
what
one of
Briar
those.
does.
That's
That's
what
what Briar
Briar's for.
does.
It just to be revealed to things, and showing to two veiled gambits. That's another reason you have Briar, just to sacrifice it, so you're allowed to play some of these cards. Like veiled
Yeah,
gambit just says you have to sacrifice a chessman ally. So at
true.
least
But
showing the veiled gambit means that Polaris cannot clear term this turn as long as
yeah,
the Gust Guard stays awake.
yes. But you
Because
also know.
yeah,
So sorry, I
mhm.
was going on in my train of thought.
No, you're good.
So you also know that as long as that Polaris is not banished and your ally is alive, which it is, you get the guaranteed damage from it, and that's minus 4, 5, 6 cosmic bolts in your opponent's deck. So you don't mind that Polaris sticking around as long as you have a way of consistently deal damage. If the Arson is not doing much,
Like yes and no, because we already saw the Arasana what do you call it? Banish at 3 visits to level up. So you know there's 2 additional health right there. And the interesting thing about Arasana is yes, it's the if you're not forced to banish the Polaris early, you actually have a, in my opinion, a better time in your deck because you don't want to draw into those cosmic bolts. And every single turn where you can just say, I'm gonna sculpt my deck, I'm gonna get my +1s, I'm gonna draw these good cards instead, right? You have higher chance of drawing your negates, your barriers, your anythings before those cosmic bolts go into your deck. And once you clear out your deck a little bit more, like you can like find your like comet falls or even anything like that, and then you
true.
find your cosmic bolts. But we immediately switch into the field of rank and files because it looks like Tony's saying like, "Yo, it's time. We're a little bit too late. Arizona is going to already level 3, has all of their like or is starting to get all their influence back. It's time to start doing as much damage as possible."
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Can't recognize
En
the
passant,
yeah.
I
It is en passant.
believe that is en passant.
I believe that should be en passant too.
Oh, no,
I
it
believe
could be.
it's
It
windfall.
is windfall trick. Yeah, that
Oh, okay. Okay, Windfall's even better
that's
because there is a calming breeze because you know that calming breeze is trying to be used to pay for a what do you call it? Pay for the astroscope right here. So Windfall check, just trying to yep. If it hits, we'll attempt to banish that Windfall. Arizona really can't do much about that because there's only 2 cards in hand. They're just trying to see if they want to 3 visits now, hope for a lucky like Comet Fall or something. Because if they hit the Comet Fall, or
yeah.
oh, are they thinking about?
Polaris.
Well, they're using the herb to cycle a card
Oh yeah,
first.
yeah, yeah.
Maybe head into like a Wisdom's Reprise and also gives you another glimpse. Did they get a
Could
Polaris counter
also
for that?
use.
There should be another Polaris counter there. I think he's trying to really not blow the Polaris here and seeing if it's worth it to give up a card. In my opinion, it is. Oh, yeah. In my opinion, it is worth it to just give up the Calming Breeze here and keep your Polaris. He also has access to
Well,
a
it
Mirror
seems they
Shard.
don't have think so. They are going to blow up the board. So term's gone. Is term gone?
Yes, 6 damage. Term only
Yeah,
has
I'm
one buff
just
counter.
looking at
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you
having.
can. There is a response because there's enough cards in hand. So Term currently is a 2/4. The Gust Guard is rested, so it stays as a 2/4. So he could have technically said Veiling Gambit and protected the Term. Just said no, it's not worth a card. I don't know if it's not worth that card. I would probably try to keep Term here, but we'll see.
But they did just get Field of Ranks and Files this turn, so they could have planned on. The plan could be to play something else after here.
Yeah. I think what you could have done instead of attacking with the what do you call it, with the pawn with the what's it called, windfall check, you could have used it on the Term instead. Try to see if they'll let you get an extra buff counter.
Mm,
Because yeah, then it would be very very helpful to maintain it on board.
yeah,
I don't know what they're calculating. I think they're calculating to see if it would die.
but
Pretty sure Term dies.
it's pretty obvious that the term is dead. There is nothing you can do about it because you already attacked with the command. Even if Tony attacked with the term, it would not have been enough because the gauge was rested,
Yeah,
and
like
that
you could.
means -1 health life for the term.
Oh, he's using. Okay, okay, so he's
Okay,
doing
lineage releasing.
you. Yeah, so he's saying he's going to lineage release to prevent um what got 3 damage to Term or 3 damage to the pawn because Term was awake. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Oh, oh, okay, never mind. Okay,
Yeah,
now okay,
because
so
Alice, because he's playing Whim's Monarch, which so
yeah,
because before
yeah,
the pawn dies,
mhm,
because Alice's ability says that you can only activate it. Well, if you don't control a pawn ally, you can make it.
okay,
You create a pawn. So in the on leave, in response to the on leave trigger, he's making a pawn token, and then it gets the buff counter
yes.
from.
So just to clear up, so yeah, it was a quick judge call just to ask, can I do this? And the answer is yes. So we did the line that I was saying earlier. It was just yeah, you let Term and the pawn die in response. Your level 2 just creates a token because it's a non-targeted ability from Term, and it'll just put the buff counter onto the pawn. So you get to keep a 1/2 pawn sitting there.
Yep. And there is the first Cosmic Bolt of the game coming out from J Kern. And then, like you said, getting the Astroscope and being pretty happy. And they did not forget their Lost Providence, which is something I think we're all guilty of forgetting at
And
least
I could
once.
see, oh wow, that's an Astrocyte, Stellaria Shower, and a Spell Shield in those top three. I think you're really deciding if you want to Astrocyte here. Okay, yeah, I was like, probably did not want to Astro. There we go. Yeah, you're gonna draw one of those. You're gonna Astrocyte one of the others. Oh, he drew into Astro. Okay, yeah, that works too because you can just Star Call whatever's on top. Star Call the Stellaria Shower, which is also still a +1.
Yeah. And then you have to.
Yeah.
He
So good
doesn't
thing
even
about
have to pay for it, right? I mean,
he wants to.
yeah, he wants to
Yes,
for more. It's more value because
it
you
only
can
costs one.
afford to pay. Yeah, you can
Yeah.
afford to pay for the one.
Yeah, and then there's Stelia Shower because it was Star Called. There's actually 3 Fantasias on board right now because there's a Spirit Shard, there's the Fertile Grounds, and Stellaria itself. So when you're playing an area against allies decks like this, I'm pretty like when you play Stellaria Shower, it's actually just to like clear out the board. Usually, you don't really need the ping onto face, except for like very certain matchups. And here, that's 3 damage that you can just say 3 to that pawn, unless he just wants to go for it and just rip it. Because I think two more bolts would also just kill. But no, here you go.
Yeah, there's the pawn. I completely forgot that that is a spirit shard because it has no indication of it. It's just a card back.
Yeah, but it's a token, so do whatever you want. Honestly, as long
Yeah,
as the
yeah.
player
Of
doesn't
course,
forget.
just
Oh,
yeah.
well, there's 2 bolts in their hand right now, so that's not the ideal kind of hand for an
Yeah,
Arizona player.
That's not where you want the bolts to be. This is the opposite of what you were talking about of having all the defensive cards in hand and then glimpsing into the closer bolt.
Yeah, this is why ideally you don't want to blow that Polaris early if you really don't have to. If you're not in any pressure, just wait. But I guess it was like, yeah, it's
Lagomorph
not worth.
piece? Sorry. It's
Say,
also not something you see very often. Seeing the Lagomorph piece come out. It's a 0 cost in Alice, but I you probably would not play Chessman in any champion that's not Alice. So
yeah,
in this deck, it's a 0 cost
it's like a backup
Regalia that
charger,
brings back a Chessman. So
adjustment command specifically, so you can
Chessman
only
command,
hit.
you're right.
Yeah, but the commands are important because you are now that you have the fields of ranks and files. Every single one of those attacks comes into the intent with an extra +2 on it. So you're trying to yeah. So you're trying to make sure this pawn can hit for. Yeah, there's a problem. So you're trying to yeah, okay, this is scoop. Yeah, you're trying to make
Yeah,
sure
this
this
Battlefield
thing
Astra
it's just
hurts.
over. It's just over. There's
Yeah,
nothing you can do.
you need that to hit through because it's 4 from the field of ranks and files because you activate it and then it enters the field. Wait, no, it does.
So
Yeah,
the pawn entered that field that turn. So fields of ranks and files gives a +2 for its attack this turn. So
yeah.
it's
Is
currently
it?
a 2
Wait, did
1.
it enter that
Yes,
turn?
because this the previous one died to the still area, and then Alice decided to
Oh
make a new one.
yeah,
So Alice made a new one. It's 2 attack.
two.
The attack card does I believe 3, so you're at 5. The fields of
It's
ranks and files gives
ooh.
2 more, so you're at 7, and then the commanded will does 1. Oh, sorry, actually you're at 2. So commanded will does 1, and Alice level 1 effect would do 1 as well. So
Oh yeah.
it's a lot of numbers being put together, but it's pretty much all of that added together to be attempt to be 8s to face, and if 8 manages to connect, you create the queen piece, and then Wind Alice starts playing the game. If that doesn't connect, Wind Alice does not play the game. So it did not connect, and then the Alice player correctly said, "I am not winning this game. This is just going to take another 10 minutes, maybe, um, of just losing before you finally lose. So let's just go to game two and just like try to speed them down faster, or go into some sort of sideboard answers. Do you see any sideboard answers to go into here?
I don't think so. Verdigris Decree is probably the best, and no spell and Verdigris Decree are what you can bring out here, but I think that's really it. Sensor is good, but it doesn't hit enough cards where I would want to bring it in. Though
Well,
Terraforming is kind
yeah,
of
you take out the
useless in
terraforming.
yeah, it's
Yeah.
useless in this matchup. So you would just bring it in to make sure. But what about Windari? Would you even change anything in this matchup?
You could probably bring in the unyielding wraith guards that he's holding on to because that really matters when you're trying to say hit for 8 and you just say, what if I just have a double taunt on board? Everything like he's playing ensnaring. I don't think it's necessary, but it's really cheeky and it's pretty good because how normally when you play ensnaring against allies decks, you give them back that influence and you're like, okay, I'm just gonna play it down. You're just resetting the game, right? Playing ensnaring fumes against an Alice who's using tokens just means the tokens go away and then you actually just
Yep.
scoop once if a queen piece is made and then ensnaring resolves, I think as Alice you just scoop. There's I don't know what you do there.
Yeah, I don't think you can do much of anything in that situation. You just kind of have to be like, oh well, GG's. This is an awful matchup, so scoop
Yeah.
time. I mean, sometimes I think that is something that everybody struggles with a bit. Realizing that there are genuinely matchups that you cannot win. Like sometimes, sure, you can win. There's like a 5% chance, but there's just matchups that you basically automatically lose. And that's okay because there are matchups that you automatically win. So it balances itself out.
Yeah, like Wind Alice, for example, is really, really good against fractals. Just because these allies do not get removed very easily. If missiles, like if refracting missile or like shimmering refraction has to be targeting your like tokens that are constantly remake like reusable or protectable and all these things, and it doesn't like go through, then these wind allies that or these are chess allies that just say hit you for 8, create create a queen that you can't remove, hit you again, it's actually really, really threatening. And they have a lot of defense for their own champion too. If you don't clear the tokens, you can't clear the champion either. So it's a good meta call here for if you're expecting to see fractals, and then you just happen to hit one of the decks, like one of the only decks that it doesn't do anything against.
Yeah. Oh, that
Oh,
makes sense.
yeah.
It's very unfortunate that their game one and their first round was into the worst possible matchup they can have because there's not a lot of Wind Ari running around.
But
Oh,
we go into the band so that we can show three, create a drop band. You show three chessmen, you create a pawn piece token. The field of ranks of files was pulled from the chamber of
Chamber of
reflections. So this
Reflections. Yep.
yeah, so we're trying to turbo this hard. So this pawn piece just came in with commanded will with a yeah with 2/2. I believe this is hitting for 8. Problem is he's not level 1. He has no on hit.
Yep. No. No golden queen. No golden
Um
queen here. Yeah, they just
um
for. Okay, the thing is, it's very easy to forget Herman. I think
yeah
if you play the deck
yeah.
and you're always like, yeah, I'm just Alice permanently. It's hard. It's easy to forget that. Sometimes you're not. This the combo came out too early.
The fun thing is, I think the combo would have been very successful next turn. I don't think Arisana ever has like an answer here. Oh yeah, there's no commanded will either. So because there was no Alice bonus, so it only did 7 instead of 8. Still a lot,
Yep.
but like you're gonna have to do it again, which is not
And
that
just play
hard.
another command and hope that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you're right. Next turn, the Polaris is out, sure, but it's rested, so
Mhm.
it cannot remove anything yet.
Yeah, like all an Arisana has right now that could possibly stop that line of coming in again is a nascent barrier because he has 3 cards. You nascent barrier for 2 and pray.
Yeah, but even then, there are ways to get around the nascent barrier.
Unfortunately, not in this deck.
There are ways to deal 7 damage
If
through the
there's a
nascent barrier.
if there's a nascent barrier, you want to deal 9. So,
Yeah.
because that's pretty much all Aerosonic can do. Otherwise, you can force 2 nascent. Honestly, if you can attempt to do 9 and then you force 2 nascent barriers to prevent the queen from coming out, I think you're very happy with that because then the Aerosana's influence is like completely gone. You know, on this turn, they really, really need to pull out the Polaris. So they're trying to find some card they can play. And then if there's a neutral in like last game where they could just say, what do you call it, gentle respite into get the floating memory into Polaris. Oh, I think I see the gentle respite. So I think he might be
Yeah,
trying for that.
and one of the cards put down into memory was no, one of the cards reserved was Cosmic Bolt as well. So
Yeah, I
if
think it was
that goes
Cosmic
into
Ball, right?
banishment, no, it was a Cosmic Bolt.
I know, I think I saw a comment fall in their hand too. Okay, so they're
Oh,
not trying to go. Okay, this is wise from them. So they're not trying to go to gentle respite right now, even though they have it. Just because okay, they are. I think they were just considering because you really don't want to only show 2 cards in hand right now. Because now you absolutely can't do anything about this. You if they have another command, they go to level 1, do another command, like do the same line all over again. You just there's a queen piece on board. Nothing you can do. Because you can't
I
show
mean,
a nascent
they
barrier.
have to create another pawn for it, and they cannot
Mhm.
make it with Alice's ability because they already have a pawn. So they still it's not guaranteed. It's a lot harder to do once you have the pawn on board to
Oh,
make another one.
you level to 1, you
Yep.
summon pawn in prereq because there's 4 cards in Tony's hand. You just summon pawn and use an attack card. That's my line. That's what I'm seeing.
Oh yeah, there
Prereq.
are enough cards.
Yeah, you say prereq summon pawn, summon pawn, summon
He's
pawn.
thinking really hard. We'll see. He's trying to do the math to get that queen
uh,
piece out.
yeah, he
Unfortunately, no
doesn't
summon
have it.
pawn, so
Yeah,
it's a lot harder to do now that we're post reg.
there's 6 cards in hand, so you just have to play 2 cost chessman and 2
What
attack.
Briar into a command?
Yeah, that's a wait until you have 7 cards kind of line. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's pretty tough, and but now there is the Polaris on board, and that's going to be enough counters on it for J-Current to safely banish it and get a happy amount of Cosmic Bolts.
But
Oh,
this could
Spell Shield and
mhm.
Cosmic Bolt going into banishment.
This could be a very, very good like bait in this situation because if there's a Veiled Gambit blocks for a lot, and a lot of people don't remember that card exists or even know that that card exists. Like blocking 4 off of a Polaris it keeps anything alive at this moment when you only have what I think 6 total
True.
um what do you call it? 6 total counters or possible counters, and that's if Arizona decides to use all of them. Okay, that
Mm.
also just ruins the game for Alice. Yeah, you have to
All
get through that
right,
sector.
it's GG go round two because how are you gonna hit through that? All your allies either wanna hit for 8, which was great, and
So
then sure you can get a queen piece, but
no, no, no. This is fine because what you need now is all you need is Roland. So Roland Schwartz Knight actually hard counters this. Alice bonus on ally kill. If it had taunt or intercept, wake up Roland. So
yeah, it has command will, so you can get through. The question is, oh,
yeah, okay, there we go. We have the
they
summon.
drew into it. I bet. There it is. They're leveling up to 2.
Yep. He does not get his field of ranks and files right now until the unless a pawn decides to die somehow because it was used in an end phase of the previous turn. So this
Oh
pawn is
yeah,
currently 0. Is that a roll in it? Oh no, he
he
scooped.
scooped.
Yeah, he's
Yeah,
scooped. Yeah.
he conceded. They saw the wraith guard, and honestly, I think that's a very fair reaction
Yeah.
because you
Mhm.
need a lot of moving pieces to work together to get to the point where you can Roland because that wraith guard is not going down to the Roland on its own.
It is, right? Does the Roland swings for 2. Roland swings 2/3. It
Is it?
kills the yeah, Roland
Oh
swings
yeah, it is.
2/3.
It
It
is.
kills the
It,
Wraithguard and it wakes back up. So in
and then it
response
kills
like
the
so
other wraith guard as well.
yeah, but well, what Arizona has to do is just say Polaris in response to the Roland at first
Yeah.
attack. So it kills the Roland. You lose 1 instance of the Wraithguard, but it comes back ephemeral, and you can't
Yeah.
clear it the second time. But it really, honestly, that game came down to pulling the trigger 1 turn too quickly. Because if that Queen piece came on board, I think Arizona just loses that game too, right there. Because there's nothing you can do 1 turn later about this play. Like you can just set everything up. You can set up the drop band and just say pass. You can set up a like I don't know even a Gus Marks gauge or anything, or like a Briar Spindle. I believe they had a Briar Spindle.
Oh yeah.
Um,
Wait, I was looking at the cards to get back to my earlier point.
mhm.
Fire Spindle needs a king, so that's why. That's what Briar is good for, to
Oh,
being a
yeah,
king
you're
for
right. It
his
does
own
say it's
spindle.
Chessman King. Yeah, I
Yeah.
forgot about that. Still not worth it because you're paying too much. Your Briar Spindle is an interesting card. The problem is like yeah, you're paying 2 less for the next card you activate, but you also had to pay for Briar.
I
So
mean, yeah,
you're
but if it sticks around for just one more. It's like thinking about those monthly movie passes. You buy them and then you have to go to an X amount of movies for it to be worth it. And that's
it's
Briar Spindle.
yeah.
You have to play 2 chessmen for it to be worth it.
Well, you're like yeah, you're investing 1 turn. So like you're investing, let's say your turn 0 turn. If you have no like good plays, you're investing your turn 0 turn into playing a Briar, and then your next turn you're gonna have something super cheap, so you get to combo off. This is a
Yeah.
combo deck, so it is nice to be able to combo off like that. It's just that you're playing Briar and it doesn't do anything. So like your Briar is really just there. Like the ideal line is to say Briar, bring out the spindle, use the spindle, and then Golden Gambit the Briar and draw your cards back because you really don't want that to stick around. But that's
Be
unfortunate. That's a really rough matchup. You really can't do anything about that.
yeah, as a constant Wind Allies player, it hurts my little soul seeing the abuse, the bullying, the pain that comes from that. Yeah, obviously, what can you do? There's like I said earlier, there are just matchups that you can't win. But Man, it's still sad to see.
Yeah, so all Tony has to do is hit like 4 fractals in a row and completely cooking. Honestly, even like Water Diana is not terrible for the deck either because you're just saying to the Water Diana, do you have a tactical retreat? If you do not, you're going to lose the game because you always give up a free turn trying to wait to go distant. So it's like right now, Win Chessman Alice is actually pretty solid. Like you have a Purifying Thurible to remove Weaving Mana Stream. You have, I believe it's not Ampassan. Which one's the one that banishes again? Windfall Check is the one that also banishes. That just says, yeah, just banish all this floating memory that you're trying to get. Also, I'm going to hit you really, really hard, and you have to show me back to back like tactical retreats, or else here's my queen piece that you also can't remove. And now we're just playing like now we're playing a race where you're trying to hit me. Just you can't clear my board. You're just going to try to hit me in the face and try to kill me, and I'm just trying to remove all of your resources. So you have like 4 cards as Diana, and you have to say pass every turn.
Yeah, it's it's really good into the right decks. It's just really awful into the anti-ally decks. And I think it's also a thing of there's a lot of allies running around, so a lot of decks that aren't the ally decks will just have hate for it, and that unfortunately hits chessmen as well, even though they're definitely not preparing for it specifically.
Hey, but RDO's releasing more stuff. Hopefully more chessman support, more protection, neutral protection. That's really the big thing. You have so many cards you have to play in a chessman deck that you're constantly losing cards, or you're constantly like taking bad, unfavorable trades just to protect like these terrible weak allies that just need a commanded will to do something. Commanded will makes you lose an additional card pretty much every time. Like it's worse than regular allies in that you take 2 cards to do the equivalent of maybe 1 card turning sideways 2 times. So you're just constantly losing influence. And if they get like more neutral plays, if they get like I don't know, just better value plays, I can see this deck being really, really consistent for the rest of the meta. But until then, it's really just like a specific niche pick that a niche counter pick, I would say, is what this deck is right now.
Yeah, true. It's a fun pick for sure though. It's a lot of thinking in a fun way. It's not like when you're trying to think really hard about the combo turn you have in like fractals,
Mhm.
and you're just taking 10 hours to figure out what order to play and then banish your fractals in. It's more like ooga booga chessmen go boom kind of
Hey, hey, hey!
kind
Fractals
of
kind of does
thing.
the same thing. I just look at my hand and say, "There's a Burst Asunder here. There's a Glimmering Refraction here. There's an Enfeebling Orb in my mat deck. No need to think. Just done." That's really easy. I don't know. I to play the bare minimum fractals, it's really easy. Um, play bare minimum chessmen, I think is much harder because it is a harder deck, and you also have to read more cards. But that does catch other people off guard because all of a sudden they're like, "I don't know what any of these cards do."
What do I do? Help,
Yeah,
please.
you're sitting across. If it was not open deck list, do you know how terrifying playing against chessmen is if you don't know what any of the cards do?
It
Because that's
always
what I did.
is.
I played fractals into chessmen at like the True Champs in person regionals in like my round one. All I remember is when I made my fractals list, I looked at all my matchup spread and said, "Oh, what are my bad matchups?" And I scrolled down, I saw that fractals was 1 and 8 against Win Chessmen, and I'm like, I didn't bother to read all these cards before this event. I am super cooked.
Yeah,
Then I just found Burst Asunder, Glimmering Refraction, and Enfeebling Orb, so it didn't matter. But I made sure I read all the cards after the event.
yeah, it's a best way to prepare, but at the same time, do you even really want to prepare? It's a really fun deck to just know,
Mhm.
but are you sure you want to kill the deck before it even has a chance to live? At least give it a tiny bit of advantage by not knowing the chess card.
Listen. You can. I mean, that's a nice thing about this game being a best of 3 and with sideboards is like you can pull a cheeky win off on me like probably once. If I've never read any of your cards before, I don't know what your deck does. You'll probably pull a cheeky win off once. But as long as your deck is one dimensional and that's your only win condition, it's very unlikely against a good player that you're going to do it twice because I will adjust. and I will say like, "You hit me for 7.
Yeah.
Let's put 3 Undying Wraith guards into my deck, and let's see you do it again."
Let's put a crystallized destiny so you're actually kind of cooked if you hit me for 7. I'm like, oh, okay. I guess it's game over because that hurts. Taxing your allies by 2 when you're trying to make a queen piece and not even getting the queen piece is painful. I would cry honestly.
You kinda just scoop there. It's another, instance of, that deck also not having fast speed damage or fast speed way to deal with, spell shields, or how I call them. Just because those are really, really relevant in the meta right now. Everyone has to place, like, your Crystallize, your even Calming Breeze kind of, like, hurts the deck because you want a little bit of chip into the one big hit. But all of these things you kind of can't really do anything about it. Like Wind Wake Up, for example, is currently one of the best Wind allies decks kind of thing right now, and they have to play Charge of Soul just to break
Yeah.
the shields. Like I played Diana, Umbra Diana, and in front of shields, I had to play Juggle Knives just to break the shield. Wind Alice doesn't have anything. Wind kind of just doesn't have anything in general. You have to play it from norm.
Yeah, it's tough. Okay, but since we talked a lot about wind, what do you think about water chessmen?
There's no win condition. Your win condition
So it's
is
just Alice. It's just a normal Alice deck then.
Yeah, your win condition is also queen piece, pawn, and everything. Just in my opinion, worse. It's much harder. You just spawn a lot more. Like you spawn a lot more bodies on board, and you have a really wide board that doesn't do anything. You just get like snow whited a couple times, and you're just like, okay, but I've only taken like 4 damage, so I don't mind waiting to level up next turn, and they just level up next turn. And I'm like, can I kill you now? And they say no, you still can't kill me because I'm Water Chessman Alice. And I'm like, okay, I'll just wait until next turn. Can I kill you now? And they're like, okay, yeah, you win.
Yeah, that's a good
It
point.
doesn't it doesn't do anything yet. It doesn't do anything yet.
Yeah,
I have
next
faith.
RDO, but then again, in RDO, the cool like tribal water deck is gonna be suited, so no one's gonna be playing chessmen still. It's
No,
sad
but
but
yeah,
true.
there's a level 3, there's an ultimate, it looks really cool. My friends really, really want to play, like, friends who don't play GA really wanna play GA just because they saw that Alice ultimate, and you're like, "Oh, I wanna play that, it looks really cool. It looks really fun." To just say, "If this hits, I win the game." I'm like,
Yeah, I mean,
"Yeah, you just have to have a
but
good
it
deck."
is not the first card we've had for that. I think the fact that it's Alice and people love Alice from Alice in Wonderland, from all the silly movies. They love Johnny Depp's Mad Hatter, so they're like, "Oh, this is such a cool idea."
They love every
And then
anime based off of Alice in Wonderland,
yeah,
which is, like,
yeah.
all 50 of them.
And then they forget that actually we do already have a card that says "Win the game,"
Which one?
but
Final
nobody
Stroke?
plays it. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
final stroke is different because if I'm hitting you to 20, I can probably hit you to 25 or 28
yeah.
or like
Yeah,
30 or something like that.
sure, but still, it says win the game the same way, and I can just play a I can just resolute stand, and then oh, you look, you did not win the game. It's the
You
same
know?
thing.
Yeah, but like sometimes we're here to have fun, right? We're not playing the most
Yeah,
powerful cards. We're here to say, some cards are funny, and I want to play some funny cards. And you'll catch people off guard.
yeah.
You'll go from I'll just hit you with a lot of small chessmen allies, which I believe a lot more are printing out. I think more in the
Hopefully,
norm side,
we
but
haven't seen that many men, like a crazy amount, but I'm hoping that there's a lot unrevealed that we'll
I just hope
see.
there's going to be enough. I'm pretty sure the goal eventually is to have enough suited and chessmen cards that you can play a Pantheon deck where like you can
Yeah.
actually just straight up have 40 different chessmen and just turn
Wait,
sideways every
but
turn.
speaking of Pantheon, though, are you a Pantheon player, or are you too competitive, or you just don't have time because you play like 50 different card games and judge all of them, and you're 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 a busy guy.
Yeah, I'm sure I'll have time. I'm sure I'll have time. I've
Okay, if then
discovered
if you were to play Pantheon, what would you play?
Mirrored Covenant. That's 100% that's going into my deck.
Look,
Um,
look! This man
there's another.
is
So I would
actually my
play.
best friend
I
because
would
that is
play.
exactly what I played at the Creator Summit.
I would play Dawn of Ashes. Su Chang.
See,
I would
he played
play.
the same deck.
I would try to find a way to play Horfrost, like the one of the new cards that got released,
Would you
or
play
like it's spoiled.
Tricastles?
Horpro. I probably wouldn't go to level 3 because it's going to take too long. It's going to be too difficult. I would
You
probably
would
play
not.
Horfrostbind or
Okay, no,
something.
wait. You
No, no, no,
would go to level 3 if at a Pantheon. What do you mean it's two?
no.
If
I
your
don't
whole
want to.
team is
I don't
stalled.
want to lose.
No,
Oh wait,
no,
wait.
yeah,
Is
yeah. But you said you're
Mirrorbound
not
Covenant has to be
going
level
to
3?
level 3.
Does
Yeah,
Mirrorbound Covenant need
Mirrorbound
me to go to
Covenant is an exalted
a
card.
Celtic card? All right, guess I'm going to level 3. No, no, I'm going to level 2. I'm playing Alice.
Ugh.
I'm playing. I'm playing Umbra Alice. I'm playing Stall.
You know, you can't in Pantheon. It's really easy to go to level 3. That's why you have the Pantheon barrier.
I know, but I don't want to lose 5 cards when everyone's being taxed equally. I'm I'm
You
a tax man, you know. I just want to tax
you
everyone.
will just die. If you're
That's
only playing
fine.
level 2, you will just die. That's what happened to me. It was very sad, but I was like, that's very fair, and then I stopped playing the deck.
All right, what's the best water stall level 3 champion where everything's a
Jin.
one of?
Jin or Kongming? Because Kongming recovers a lot. Jin also recovers a lot and is
Uh,
immortal.
what if I just go to Xander, find Luxera's map, my one of Luxem site, and there's we sit there.
They will
I'll
just
recover.
find a way to banish it.
I don't know, man. I'm just hearing like I just put your cards down for and then I Horfrost bind them until they're stuck down, and then I Zoochang them so your more cards are stuck down, and your Dawn of Ashed so your more cards are stuck down, and I'm
Can
just kind of chill.
we? Can okay, guys. Look, I think it's time for us to go on a stream. If you on a break, if you don't see Herman next round, don't worry about him. He'll be fine. He's just chilling.
I'm a hostage
He's in
player. I
good
take you
health.
hostage whenever I play Grand Archive. We're playing best of ones when you play with me, not threes. Uh,
I know a couple of your best friends from New Zealand.
mhm.
XV Tiamat, shout out. Edward also likes taxing people and
Oh, hey,
not really.
shout out to Like Poro in the
Mm,
in the chat who was I know, yeah, you're right. Diao Chan was my original plan for that, where you make many flowers all around. Every time someone uses any opponent loses a card, I just say, no, make a flower. You're just gonna have another flower. And we're just have a million
and poor.
flowers. Um
I
but
saw Poro have a lot of fun with that deck.
yeah.
So yeah. Also, shout out Poro. Happy birthday, the goat.
Yeah. But Poro, the only thing I have to say is when you're playing Diao for that deck, you kind of just die to like everything. So
Yeah, but look, if you take them out first, they can't take you out. You just make
yeah.
pacts. I think if you're playing an awful stall deck, you make friendship pacts, and then you just
No,
win because
if I'm playing an awful stall deck, it's 3 against 1.
yeah, as it should
I
be, honestly.
yeah, so I need to play a champion that doesn't lose. Like Diao will lose 3 against 1, but I have to find a different, find a different champion to not die 3 against 1, or bring like $50 to the table. But no one heard that.
That's
Okay,
good.
so if we're playing Ascent, if we're playing Ascent and you're in my pod, you didn't hear that,
Okay, but
and
at an ascent, if you watch Serene Balance Productions video on this, on the organized play interview, um, you don't have to win. Also, I believe they posted the Pantheon side event article where they talked about it not being a winning based. It actually is based on
just
how
time.
nice you are to people. So it's the exact opposite of what you're trying to do, Herman. Your deck guarantees that you get no friendship points from the people you play with.
uh, my $50 will guarantee I get some friendship points.
Sure,
But
sure.
I use it with Canadian dollars, and Canadian dollars doesn't convert very well.
Yeah, but it's waterproof. and it's unterrible and it looks nice.
It does look nice. It's really good Monopoly money, guys.
Okay,
Whole. Yeah.
wait. You cannot say that to me because my money
I was
is
about to say
just as
you. Yeah,
colorful
the
and is
euros.
worthless.
I really like the GBP. I really like the Canadian dollar. I really like. I want to say NZD. Yeah, NZD is the next good one. And then everything else is paper, and I hate it all.
Yeah,
So if you eh,
valid, honestly.
if you like playing GA and you travel around the world, just remember those are the three currencies you really want. Definitely, even though no one uses them really as cash anymore, and you're going to be stuck with them for the rest of the year. But at least they look really nice in your wallet.
At least the pound has a lot of value.
Yeah, but no
The
one
New
except for
Zealand
the pound.
dollar is also useless.
I went to Ascent London. I have 50 pounds in my pocket because I did a trade on trade night, and I left with 35 pounds in my pocket because no one accepted my pounds.
Well, you just went to the wrong places.
I don't know, man. I don't know. It's a nice catch at least. It looks funny, and I'll trade it in at the bank one day. But like, or if we go back to the UK for a Grand Archive, Weebs, if you're listening. Actually, I don't know. I'd rather go somewhere else in Europe. I just want to experience all of Europe.
I mean,
Let's get
go to Nats. It's in the Czech
Prague.
Republic. Yeah.
Nah, I can't. It's okay. Next one's what? Spain. Let's get Spain. I like Spain. I don't know if I like Spain. I've never been there, so
Spain's alright. Okay. If it's in Madrid, if it's in Madrid, then there is a Universal Park next to it with the tallest roller coaster in Europe.
mhm.
I would be down to go. Little Ascent Universal Park next to Madrid.
Ascent Universal. Weebs, if you're watching this, yo,
Get
that
it going.
yeah, Ascent Universal all around the world. Can we do that? Can we just like get a contract and be like
We
every
could be
single one?
in Mario Land in Japan.
Ooh,
Oh.
I don't know about that though. Yeah, I don't know if Nintendo I don't know if Nintendo will allow that, but
Hmm. I surely we can figure something out. Thanks, guys.
yeah. We're no like low expectations. We believe it. Yeah. Can we
Yeah,
get Ascent Disneyland?
and then there's the crazy. Okay, Disneyland is impossible because it's on the east coast of the U.S. and there is no ascent on the
Well,
east coast of the
well,
U.S.
you don't yeah, there's East Coast Canada.
Sure,
We can
it's
have
the
East Coast
only
Canada. Where's East Coast US? Huh?
East Coast U.S. Doesn't exist. Nobody lives there. And then the other, we could go to Disneyland in Europe, but it's in France, and I'm not sure if people would be. No, no, it's in
I like that.
Paris.
I
I
like
don't,
that. Just don't go to the Eiffel Tower and don't get pickpocketed. That's what we've heard.
those are old rumors. I've been to Paris a couple times recently, and I I haven't gotten pickpocketed.
All right. So all I'm hearing is even more reasons to go to
No,
Ascent
it's in
Ascent France.
France. It's in France. No, it's a beautiful city, but what they say about the smell is real. Sorry, sir. Yeah,
Uh,
it smells awful. It's not the cleanest city in the world to put it very very kindly.
nah, it's fine. It is fine. What's the worst that can happen? You just wear a face mask. It's fine. Just just don't just don't just breathe less.
Just just don't go.
Honestly, when we go traveling, there's 2 days where you're just in a building anyway. Like it doesn't matter how it smells outside. I'm just in Ascent for day
Yeah,
one and
but
day two.
I have to get from the airport to the hotel and then back to the airport.
Just bring a
And
gas
also
mask. It's fine.
hotels in Paris are not the best either.
All
Last
right.
time I was there, there was a our shower was on a different level than the rest of the bathroom in like a hidden back corner
All right.
of this tubular room. So it was not fun. It was weirdly scary. And there was an opening to like somewhere right above the shower. So I'm was concerning.
All right. You got me off the. Okay, I'm done because I don't want to go to another haunted Airbnb. I'm super done with those. But hear me out, right? We're gonna go to Ascend, France. That's maybe half an hour away from Paris, so I can go to Disneyland after I scrub out from Ascend.
Mm, okay,
And
sure.
then no haunted Airbnbs, no haunted hotels. I'm never doing that ever again. This is terrible, horrible. I guarantee those Airbnbs I've gone to are haunted. No one believes me. There's a dude just sitting in the back, just like facing away at 11 p.m. on our patio. And you're just like, huh, that's kind of weird. And I go tell the people, guys, I think the Airbnb host is here. And I go back, and then there's no one in the chair. And I'm like, okay, I guess I'm crazy. And then there's like freaking haunted pictures all over the place.
I think you were just tired.
I was
I
not.
I agree with I agree with your Airbnb mates. You were just tired. It's okay.
There's a painting that kind of just like it's like a crazy like old man, like like a mad scientist kind of thing, and he's just staring at you, and just like kind of you're watching, and it's like his eyes kind of moving. Yeah, and you're like, what the heck is going on? Next to the door to enter, there's just a black bear. The painting is a black bear half hidden behind a tree, and it's just staring at you. Next to the kitchen, there's just pictures of like
Sounds cute.
black
Look,
crows kind of
I
staring at you.
have
Yeah.
my the painting on my wall is Yunzhao Cavalry, and it's a wall scroll. And I sleep right under it, so it's shooting me every night, and I don't feel dead every morning. So it's just art.
One of these days, I'll put art up somewhere. I have three uncut sheets, three Grand Archive uncut sheets, kind of just sitting around. Hey, maybe when I come back later, maybe one of them won't be on the wall. We'll see.
Yeah, sure. You'll put it up, or you just never cast again, and then you don't have to put it.
Well, ideally, I will be casting in, but for now, I believe, yeah, we've just been yapping because that round ended really really fast. Because accepted his loss. He just knew there's no point struggling when you know you're just going to die to a couple cosmic bolts in a couple of turns. Um, I think we're going to take a little break because I have to
Yep.
swap out. I'm
Mhm.
not going to be here for round two, but round three we're going to see an uncut sheet on the wall. I swear.
Okay, sure.
Hey,
I
hey,
I
well,
believe you.
yeah, we'll be back. Just take a nice break. For those on the East Coast, it's lunchtime. Go grab a quick snack. We'll be back soon with round two. Take care.
welcome back to round 2. I was about to say three, round 2 of the TCG Online Regionals. My name is Clem, and I'm back with Valk. How are you doing, Valk? Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. I'm doing great. Thank you for having me here. I'm awoken, refreshed. I did miss half of the first round because I was in slumber, but I did catch that second half of that matchup. So super happy to be here on the casting screen for round two.
So I know you didn't see all of it. Did you at least catch half of the game, or did you just catch us yapping about it?
I think I caught like the very end of the last game and then you guys just talking about it. I don't think I saw much actual gameplay when I tuned in, but it sounds like it was quite a doozy.
It was really sad to see because the idea and the concept of Wind Chessman is awesome. But then you get to the point where you need to play and combo off, and then that's where the problems begin, especially into Polaris. It's you do your thing, you have your term with the buff counter, and then they play Polaris, and you're just like, oh, never mind. I guess I'm not doing anything anymore. It is a crazy deck. I'm glad we got to see it on stream for the first and probably only time for a while.
Yeah, Winchestman is actually like very unique. I have a local who like is obsessed with just playing random weird decks, and the flavor of the month for him has been Winchestman. And it's a really cool deck to see. I'm hopefully like in RDO it gets a little bit more support or some help to really like push it into some better matchups. So I'm just happy people are bringing decks they like or enjoy or just want to experiment with to these kind of events. Just sort of get those decks on the radar. Maybe someone watching the stream can see sort of what they were brewing and go on top of that and just sort of keep building and building until maybe we do have a viable Chessman deck.
Yeah, maybe one day. Like we talked about it with our Neon, there's gonna be new chessman cards, but I'm hoping that we do actually see some improvement or like a more solid game plan because there's a lot of cards that care about commands, but we don't have a lot of commands. Like I still have everything pulled up here, and there is one, two, three, 4, 5 commands, which is a really solid amount, but some of them are not really playable. So it's a bit disappointing to see, but yeah, I really hope we see more of it. I'm glad your local is enjoying Chessmen. I hope they get some treats in the next set. Anything are that you are looking for with the next set though?
Oh, I am very much on the Pantheon train right now. I'm super like excited for it. I've been watching Once in Love's videos on Pantheon starter decks, and I'm super excited to get my hands on those in LA. I am brewing right now a Firewater Nico suited deck. That is sort of my dream Pantheon deck right now, just to sort of see how
you
it works.
just want to play suited, and Pantheon is allowing you to play all the kind of suited, even if we have the wind suited coming out sometime maybe.
Maybe, maybe.
You'll be able to have the whole deck, 60 cards, 60 playing cards.
Yeah, it's like I love playing Grand Archive, but I also love playing a mini game in my games I'm playing. So the fact that I get to try and get to blackjack with multiple elements now is really going to be cool. So as they keep spoiling, we're in spoiler season now, so as like the suited allies and spells are coming out, I'm like, yes, it's perfect. The plan is coming together.
Yep, yep. I'm excited to to s- to see what you get for your water Nico deck. I think we have a matchup for the next round. Since it's open deck list, we're not really spoiling much for the players. Um, what are you thinking about this matchup?
Oh, this matchup. This is gonna be an interesting one, Clem, because I don't think I've seen this one in quite a while. Maybe like DTR was like the last time we've seen a Fire CL versus a Seryu, and this one is referred to as an influence dragon because it's one of the I believe it was Shun Life who played this version in at an ascent where it was just like value based, sort of the
Was
same
the
Tristan.
Yeah, it was the London Ascent London, where we saw a lot of the SoCal guys on this list.
Mhm. And
It's
it's just
the
all about building that influence and
Yep.
then just like generating straight to that dragon instantly, opposed to a very like I wouldn't say control. It's known as like a toolbox deck. This deck has an answer for everything, and it also runs the Fui combo or the Foe combo with CL. So it's going to be a very interesting mid game for both these decks. I do say that I think CL might be slightly favored in just the potential to stop the Seryu plan, but what about you, Clem? What are you thinking on those?
I have a lot of dragon trauma, so I believe that the dragon will win. But I really like Gurthos, and I really hope that he wins. And CL is also just very versatile, so it has a really good chance of taking the game home. I think it's a pretty even 50-50. Both of these decks are really strong. Both of these players are really experienced as well. So it's I feel like it's anyone's game.
Definitely on that one. And with CL being out of favor for almost a complete season, I'm happy to see him back in because it's one of the few decks that can actually do everything in Grand Archive. If you need spell damage, it has it. Or non-combat damage, it has it. If you need attacks, it has it. If you need like negates, once again, you have that option. It has draw, it has combo. If like particularly you want to run the Advent of the Stormcaller build for CL as well, there's just board wipes in generals, and I really enjoy that style and like decision tree making in deck building in Grand Archive. So now since CL's back, I think he's going to get a lot of tools in RDO as well. So this may just be the start of us seeing another ramp up of just plenty of CLs.
Yeah, and the other cool thing is that CL has a lot of graveyard recursion. You get to get back cards from your graveyard by just replacing swapping your omens around. So, yeah, it's not only that you have a lot of utility, is that you can get it back by just making it into an omen. Unfortunately, Gurthos doesn't play Advent, so we will not be seeing 15 damage to everything. But I think that is good because it makes the deck less combo and just hinging on that one thing, and makes it a bit more sturdy.
Hmm. Yes, I do agree with you on that one here. It looks like the Rain Goddess is going to be going first for us, which I think is very important in an Influence Dragon deck because you do get that first sort of like unaffected turn of draw, and additionally that first materialization as well. So I really like to consider if we see like an Unmake Duality is a perfect example. You're now plus
Yep.
one going first, so it pretty much negates and offsets Gurthros being able to draw a additional card for going second.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see how the Rain Goddess is going to play this version, because I feel like it's been a bit. And yeah, so Gurthos also going for the classic fire play of Creative Shock immediately. I I believe I saw the Rain Goddess draw, so he might have gone first. Yeah, so he was going second. Gurthos just did the fire play of draw my starting hand and pass into Creative Shock to level up here. So the Rain Goddess is actually up 2 cards on Gurthos, which is exactly the place where he wants to be.
Yeah, and my apologies there. Classic fire, as you said, where you just
Yeah.
draw your hand and go, all right, pass turn, I'm not doing anything.
We see it,
Oh.
we love it, we know it, but man, it's confusing even as the opponent to be like, wait, they didn't do anything. What is happening?
Very interesting here. For CL, we see a Library Witch, and then just passing turn. We're not going to be omening that Creative Shock, which, usually you want to get omens in as much as you can since you aren't running the Advent combo. You want to just get those omens to really get the and I'm blanking on the name of the mastery for CL, but to get that additional attack.
Servile possessions.
Survival possession. Oh, here we go. We are ending up doing an omen. It looks like
Doing a little. Oh wait, I've forgotten. There you go. Like I know you wanted. Yeah, I know you wanted to do it, so I'll let you. And then, because you guys is also doing exactly what we were talking about, of just influence gain, manipulating their deck, looking at a lot of cards, scrying, putting everything in order. Seems like they kept all three cards on top with Fairy Whispers, and yeah, there it is. Had the three cards in hand for the backup charger. So what? Their influence is up to 9 now.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I counted there. It
Dang.
is insane. This is, what is it, turn 3 for the Rain Goddess. At 10 influence, you've already played, what is it, 4 cards? Like, this is why influence ramp is so strong.
I think it's turn 2 actually. They only materialize backup charger.
You're right, it is. So you get 1 materialization, so much influence. Like, it is crazy how Win just generates this value for,
Yep.
plussing 1 or going neutral on almost every card. And the fact that you open with an unmake duality just really helps. And it's just not going to stop here. We see an imbued windmill engineer. Now that's going to go ahead and clear the board, give a draw to the CL from the library witch on death trigger. And both these players, I think, are going to be chilling at level 1 or level 0, just building up that influence, looking for the key tools and pieces they need in order to actually start closing out the game.
Yeah, it's. Oh, that is perfect as well. They even get even more influence to be able to get to closing out the game. Basically, the moment they hit level 3. What is crazy here is that we're still on turn 2, Val. Not it's only one materialization since the spirit came out for the Rain Goddess, and look at that influence. Look at all the things they've done already. That's insane. I feel like this is the dream if you're playing the influence heavy Seiryu deck.
100%. Like, this is what you would call a high roll, right? This is a lot of cards drawn, digging through that deck. I like to think here we have probably like a fourth of the deck, maybe a third of the deck already glimpsed and or drawn for the Rain Goddess. So we're getting close to them looking into maybe like a double DG turn after going to level 1 and just getting a into that like sort of buffer with the Fate Stone and everything just setting up in that way. But on the other end for CL, there's something that you always have to keep in mind. The longer the game goes, the stronger this deck becomes. Every omen you get under that survival possession is going to start buffing you, increasing your strength, getting it better and better until you hit that threshold of 5 omens to where every time CL attacks, he's just drawing a card into memory. And that is so good for a toolbox style of deck.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And then once he hits level 3, it will also be extra damage. So it's gonna be great if he even gets there, because the thing is he also needs to put in a lot of resources into just keeping the Rain Goddess's board empty, because any damage that comes, any unwanted damage that comes through, is going to be really painful, playful, painful. Man, there's the level up. So now we're gonna be seeing a lot of quest counters. I mean, okay, to be fair, this is a pretty normal amount of influence, I guess, for this kind of Win Seiryu deck. But seeing that they also had board presence for a bit, it's a perfect mix of everything. Because even if you have this many cards in hand, you're not guaranteed to have everything. You're not guaranteed the 2 forest cakes and the unmake duality on your first turn. So I think it's pretty lucky and healthy draw for the Rain Goddess, ending up in a really comfy situation. Okay, yeah, they have everything. They have everything.
It just keeps getting worse and worse, or better and better, depending on how you view it. The slime, baby green slime is actually going to suppress one of the cakes and eat the other cake. Have your cake and eat it too for this baby green slime. Going to be able to swing in for 2, and at the end of turn, that force cake is going to come back and just draw a card, replacing that baby green slime effectively. And it is like, once again, I've said it, 1-for-1s or +1s in this deck is the bread and butter. This is exactly what you want to do every turn, and you're just going up in influence, staying the same, and digging through that deck to get all your answers. We see the end of turn trigger with the Seiryu, banishing a card at random from that memory, drawing a card. So like you can commit to plays and still get cards in hand to be able to activate on your opponent's turn, whether it be like fast speed, fairy whispers, or scout the land. Just so many options for this deck as it builds up that influence.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at that. Gurthos is also starting to build up influence, to be fair. So it's looking pretty comfy on both sides. But yeah, the Ring Goddess is doing everything that you said to while building up influence. It's the spot they want to be in. Even banishing a forest cake for that baby green slime. So the plan is to make that chip damage even more scary. Yeah, level up from Guruthos, bringing that liminal guide back. Starting to play the influence game as well. One Spirel being on is it's very unfortunate to see, but at least it's not like those Alice decks which rely on Spirel to win the game.
Yeah, I'm actually very curious about the 2 cards discarded off the Sail level 2 on enter effect. They discarded the Spirel, but more importantly, they discarded a Topsy Decree. And I feel like Topsy is something very important to keep in hand against Dragon,
Yeah.
since you can gain Spell Shroud against these Arcane Blast. But maybe there is another Topsy in hand or memory, or possibly, oh, there is another Topsy in memory, but it's getting banished off
It's
of his
also gone.
dungeon guide.
I think Guruthos is planning on winning the game before needing the Topsy Decree because I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but in this matchup, what you really want to do is just because their whole plan is getting a lot of influence and getting enough cards to have a massive turn and just be able to combo off of Seri the moment they flip it. Just being faster than them is a really viable strategy.
hmm Yeah, you are 100% right. If you are fast enough to get to the kill while your opponent is still setting up, it doesn't matter what your opponent has. They're still in that setup process and you are threatening lethal. So I think that is the line they are going for here. We did see the materialization or activation of the Lost Providence on the level 3 turn. Something very important that some players are forgetting when they are playing it, is you want to make sure when you hit that level 3, you do bring it out immediately so you can start using it that next turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's something I'm guilty of forgetting as well. Sometimes I'm like, "Oh, I have this actually," and like 3 turns later. And I've seen so many of my friends also be like, "Oh, look, I finally am bringing this out," and it's very relatable. A cremation ritual in the liminal guide is wonderful. Like Guruthos properly playing the influence game now as well. So, what do you think we're going to be seeing from the Ring Goddess here? Do you think he's threatened at all?
It's really hard to tell just with the amount of cards the Ring Goddess has. Like, depending on what they are, if they're just a bunch of like windmill engineers, baby greens, and sort of that like value train, yes, I think you should start being a little concerned. So looking down at level 3 CL, you're gonna start taking damage from every omen. However, if the Ring Goddess is sitting on sort of like the more upper end of the deck, looking at your commands and just like setting up for that Seiryu, I think you're in a perfect spot. You have a nice life buffer. You've only taken 2. You're sitting at a healthy amount of cards to defend yourself, protect yourself. The only unfortunate part are those quest counters. It looks like we just have 1, but that can easily be changed with like double dungeon guide, ending the turn, and getting the 2 quest counters from level 2 and the 3 from level 3 to get you through that key amount needed to flip the dragon.
Yeah, and but The Rain Goddesses does not have a lot of quest scanners just yet, which is a curious case.
Interesting materialization here. We're going the Thurible. Yeah, that is 4 down for it. So we're going to be banishing 4 cards from the graveyard for Guruthos and drawing a card into memory since 3 or more was paid. So once again, wanting to draw cards, getting that influence. And I think, Clem, the Rain Goddess has answered our question. They are not concerned about CL being level 3. They're
Yeah.
opting into staying level 1, drawing more cards.
Yeah, it seems that is the answer. Just have a trillion influence and not be too worried about what your opponent is doing is the plan here. Now, we saw Displace in their hand. I'm not sure if that has been banished or is still in hand, but that would have been really nice. Oh, Dungeon Guide. Obviously, here's a double Dungeon Guide play you were talking about just a couple turns later.
Exactly what we need here. And even if we don't have the second DG, Clem, that card you just mentioned, Displace, a fast speed 2 cost wind spell that suppresses an ally, or not, I'm sorry, it, yeah, no, it doesn't suppress. That's particularly why, because it comes back immediately,
It
yes.
comes back immediately, but it comes back rested, which in the case of a Dungeon Guide is kind of irrelevant because you just want the on-enter again. But yeah, I
Yeah.
was gonna be like, yeah, I wasn't using like the baby green slime when it was threatened, but it's a lot more useful on a Dungeon Guide. I think we might just see it. There's 2 down. Thinking hard, or 3 down. Never mind, just another Dungeon Guide. Raw.
Yeah, another
The
dungeon guide's perfectly
suspense.
fine.
There it is. The suspense was killing me, Valk.
It was. I think the important key thing to note between playing the displays and playing that second dungeon guide is if you opt into the second dungeon guide, you do make 1 additional card potentially banishable, opposed to just putting 2 down for that displace and making it a 3 to the 4. But of course, if you have a bunch of cards you're really not caring about, or you're not really going to need anymore, you're fine with putting that additional card down. And we actually do see that displace banished after the level up from the dungeon guide. Yeah.
There could be more with an influence of what, 14 now? Well, before the double dungeon guide, an influence of 14 for all of this is a pretty solid indicator of maybe another displace. Veiling Breeze very likely in hand, so that would explain why they're not too concerned. Serious Command. So that's gonna generate either 2. What do you think is gonna happen? I was trying to figure out, but
Honestly, I think what we do here is we attack in, we generate empower, and if there's a Byaku's command, we then um, wake up, get a buff, and then we generate empower again, and that would just be enough. That's 22 from the um, Arcane Blast, but oh, and Arcane Blast activated in response, and we see a Grim Pastiche.
better than a Topsy Decree because it costs less.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So you know how we talked about Clem of, oh no, we've discarded a Topsy and then banished a Topsy. Well,
Yeah,
that's the one cool thing about CL is you can just get your cards you need back in your omens, and there's a lot of cards that say.
Recursion. This is perfect. See, this is why Gruthos is a really good player and we're not. This is why he's a consistent top 8 Ascent top 8er. Also world top 8 as well. So
Yeah, not just any worlds. It was the 2025 worlds, one of the most stacked worlds we've had. It's just the insane.
We've had 2. If we were post NA Nats, we once we're post NA Nats, we can make bigger statements about how crazy this year's lineup is gonna be. But honestly, it's looking pretty fun in terms of all the Ascent winners being added, and all the Ascent winners are not a lot of the Ascent winners rather are not people we've really seen at the world stage. So it's gonna be really nice to see.
Yeah, I really like that change for the format. It really makes winning an Ascent even more special
Yep.
and sort of gets you a ticket straight into one of the premier coveted competitive events for Grand Archive. It's such a pleasure for these players to be playing on a world stage. And so the fact that if you know, do your research, practice hard, win an Ascent, you're immediately there.
Yeah, you are world's material. I mean, you should already be world's material if you win an Ascent, right? Because you can have a bad day during that. But if you win an Ascent, you've proved that you are really good. So it's nice to know that people have multiple chances. Meanwhile, Manch Armoire, I will not pronounce the first part, are activated to swap around some omens and beguiling coup coming out as well. Hopefully, finishing with the intent, I believe, to finish the game out here.
Yep, we're gonna do a
Yep,
little bit of
heavy
swippy swap.
swing. Yep. There are no other one cost omens either, right? So, well, that's 7 plus 3 from the sword.
Plus 2 from the Servile, so that's 7, 10,
12.
12, and then 2 from the Omen swap, so 14 total damage that attack.
Damn, that's not lethal still. Oh, it's the dragon. All right, that is basically GG's, because there is no avatar of Seiryu yet, which we haven't seen. We've seen avatar of Suzaku, which
Yeah,
is gonna
they're
be fun.
turning our fate stones into cute anime girls. We gotta be careful now.
Hey. I don't mind that. Just give me one for Byako, please, and I'll be very happy. I Look, I just want to play Big Tiger and Pantheon, and I want to have Big Tiger Lady to bring it back, like Betty Ware's cousin or something.
Oh yes, yes, the green menace. But the Rain Goddess now playing this round one or game one on hard mode, losing dragon is quite a devastating blow to this deck. It
Yep.
is very, very difficult to like recompass damage. You're gonna have to flood the board with small little allies like windmill engineers, ace and protectors, your dungeon guides, and try and like get in there for small increments of damage on the wind allies game plan at that point. And the issue is CL can just easily circumvent this by every time you get an omen, you deal 2 damage to remove an ally. Or as we saw, there's just huge damaging swings that this deck can do. As
There's Carter too.
Oh, Carter, yes. Carter's so devastating against ally focused decks. A 1 cleave for 4 usually is just, that is a game ender. But we'll see what the Rain Goddess can do here. Still a lot of influence even after everything, so it's not like you're completely out of the game top decking.
Yeah, not quite yet, but I believe the oh my god, the Grim Prestige coming out as well was devastating, because that is 11 less damage that the Rain Goddess dealt. So now he needs to deal 22 damage this turn. So
I don't think that Windmill Engineer is going to be doing 22. Just 1 here
yeah,
from it.
it's gonna be a couple more turns. Ace and Protector is a step in the right direction, but if Gurthos has one one Carter and just another ally, oh, maybe even another Library Witch, then he's set. Like that Ace and Protector will not be bothering him too much.
Here we see, I believe that is the Grand Sonnier or Sonnery materialize here for Ruthos. And this card is actually very, very like as it I'm not trying I lost my word, but it's devastating. It does a lot of
Yeah.
damage when you're least expecting it. It gets +2 if the total reserve cost of your omens is 10 or greater. So that's already 4 by itself. And then with the servile possessions, I believe we're at 5 omens now. So that's another +3. And you get to draw into memory. So already just the CL plus the sword is 7 damage. And most champions in this game can only afford 1, maybe 2 attacks like this
Yeah.
before they like, oh, I'm dying. I need to do something immediately.
Yeah, and well, there's not much the Ray Goddess can do. Sure, look at that. It's a Tongu, but what more influence is gonna help win the game, but I don't think he has a lot of time to just draw cards and go attacking. Like the ASIM, two ASIM protectors are out. And Seiryu is dead. And he has just one ones in his hand. He probably has a lot of them. And a baby green will get to either eat that for a cake or just, you know, suppress it and get even more cards. But that influence is in this one rare case is not just gonna win the game definitively.
Yeah, I'm very curious here. The Rain Goddess is a very strong player in their own capacity as well. They've done very good at Ascents and other large tournaments. I'm curious because sometimes it is a skill knowing when to pick up and go to the next game. But the fact that Rain Goddess is still playing this through means that they have a plan, something in mind, in motion, that they can still come back in this game. Because if there is a line that you see and it's viable, yeah, you can play it out if you think that this is your route to victory here. Even what we're seeing on board, it's not the whole story because we don't get to see the hand, right? So there's a
Yeah.
huge possibility the Rain Goddess is preparing for a crazy turn that can really throw us off and throw his opponent off as well.
Yeah, it's scary because like you said, anything can happen. They can have one crazy turn where they pull something out of their pocket that we weren't expecting. But I'm curious to see what even it could be.
And I really like that interaction real quick that happened with the baby green slime. At the recollection, you activate baby green, suppressing the sword, so that now CL is unable to attack this turn with that weapon. Although they did draw an attack option card here. But it was a great way to sort of like mitigate and prevent that damage. And additionally, the slime did get to eat that cake to get a little bit of a buff counter to start putting that pressure.
Yeah, a little bit of a buffer and a buff counter. But yeah, it's there is the innervate agility. Recovering down. It's enough to save a turn, but Aku's going in the graveyard and then it'll eventually get banished as an omen. And then more shenanigans can be made. If Garithos has enough influence, he can just swap Aku's out for a really long time and get bonus damage. So as long as there is no Inurit on the other side of the board, influence means guaranteed game win for him. Meanwhile, the Rain Goddess still has to balance it out a lot more and figure out what to do.
Yeah, the but Guiling Ku's swap Rue is it's a great way to end the game. As you said, you just need plenty of influence. Because Beguiling Ku says as long as it's an intent, you could pay 2 and swap it with an omen. So you swap it with a Beguiling Ku, who's now an intent, which then you can activate the effect. And every time a card
Yeah.
goes into your omens, CL deals 2 damage. So it's literally, I'll pay 10, deal you
5? No,
10.
10.
I was like,
Yeah.
wait a second.
It's two per 2 damage.
Yes. I take that rate,
Yeah, yeah.
two per 2 damage at the end game that you don't actually lose any influence for it. I like
Yeah,
it.
you only need 13 cards in hand, which is unironically not that crazy, seeing how long this game is going.
Yeah, the two best elements at generating influence is
Right.
wind and fire. So, you're already at a good start there. Plus CL just, generates value with every attack. It's not long before we actually do get to that position here.
Yeah, and I was wrong. You need 12. I thought Beguiling Coup was a 2 cost, but it's 1 cost. So actually 12 cards and you have 10 damage minimum. Plus the coup itself if the attack goes through. Oh, Richt is tiding. Digging through, finding more cards. And then, yep, there one in one paid for the Devouring Malice. So that's gonna be some more life being siphoned away from the Rain Goddess. Or a debuff counter to remove something. Honestly, both of those are very viable options.
Yes. However, there is a crazy route you could take where you take the 8 damage and draw 2 cards.
Like 2 cards is really good value. I can't argue with that.
And I'm
You're
pretty
not wrong.
sure Guruthos has an abnegation off that Rictus Tiding. So, take 8, recover 8, you're back neutral, and you have 2 extra cards?
Pretty solid. Well, you have 1 extra card if you have to pay the abnegation, though.
That's fair, yes.
Technically.
Technically, you're correct, yeah. 1 extra card. We call that plussing in this industry, and we like
It's
that
plussing.
here.
It's plussing for sure. Like 0 damage and just 1 card for an extra card is pretty good. Especially with there being no more Seiryu on the board. So the Ring Goddess needing a lot more thinking and math to finish out the game. One abnegation going back and forth is not gonna make or break the world. Ah, there it is. Going back down to 6 total damage counters.
It looks like we had a card count from production here, and that abnegation at Recollection did stop the incandescent reliquary from allowing the Rain Goddess to actually draw. So a very smart play. Not only do you recover, you prevent your opponent from getting an additional card. And once again, if plussing 1 NGA is good, -1ing your opponent is even better.
Genius, yes. The funny part is that the incandescent reliquary says the least amount of influence. So even if your opponent has like 16 cards and you have 15 cards, you draw off of it. Even though logically, when you think about it, it's insane. But hey, we love drawing cards and we love value. That's why Turbo Church comes out to draw another 2 cards here. Look, okay, Valk, let's brainstorm here. Regal Inquisition, really good. But how is that going to win the game for the Rain Goddess? What are we looking for here on their side? Sure, they're gonna Regal on Guruthos' side as well. But what can they do? Is there even a combo they can execute here?
Well, Clem, I'm glad you asked because this is the win condition the Rain Goddess is playing out to, and it's something that Seryus end up doing eventually when the dragon dies. Is you have a mill out strategy in Wind, and that is milling your opponent out through the Regal Inquisition. At a point, you just when both players are building up tons of influence, you say Regal, discard everything, draw that many cards, and after 3 of those Regals, your opponent is deck size becomes very, very small and they lose almost all their options. Like, yes, you can give your opponent draws into answers, but if you're able to just stay alive and find your Regals, you can win that long sort of grindy matchup between both these decks. It is now a battle of attrition for these decks. I really don't think the Rain Goddess is going to be looking at dealing damage at this point. It is just those Regal Inquisitions.
Yeah, I completely forgot about Mill being an option. But he didn't really discard a lot of cards from Gruthos. He knew that it was game over. So yeah, the mill plan is crazy. It's so crazy that I always forget that it is an option because I just think about it. I'm like, oh, regals. Obviously, you'll have regals because you don't want anything to happen to your dragon. But then regal comes out and it's for milling. I'm like, what? But
Yeah.
sideboards. What do you think is gonna come in for? Let's look at the rain goddess first. What do you think is coming in for dragon here?
Ooh, that's a tough one here. We're looking at cards of Ace Protector, Calming Breeze, Scatter Essence, Stolen Chance, Topsy, Unbroken, Mystic Purifier, and Purging Tempest. It's really hard to say what you need to bring against CL because the deck does so much. It's called a toolbox deck for a reason. You know, it's if you bring in one specific thing to counter the deck, okay, you counter a portion of the deck, but the rest of the deck's still viable. Unlike, you look at Scatter Essence, you bring that in against any deck that has fractals, instant value. I really think like the best thing you could probably bring is another Ace Protector, just to sort of get that like early game pressure built in. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the sideboard though.
I have to agree with you for the most part. I was thinking maybe Topsy Decrees to just hate the graveyard of Gruthos even more, but that wouldn't give that wouldn't hurt him too much. So I think you're right. It's probably gonna be Asen really, and everything else is fun and cool and protective, but not enough in this matchup.
Mm-hmm. And agreed. Now looking over to Guruthos's sideboard, I see an additional Carter there.
Yep.
Instantly putting that in, right? There's no question about that. Getting that in there. And then we see Blanche, which might be an interesting choice to bring in. I'd say one of sort of decision here for that sideboard. We run zero in main board. And with the amount of influence that he usually has once the dragon's flipped, I can totally see a Blanche fast activation preventing maybe like 7 to 8 damage and
Yep.
being able to stay alive like a burst turn, something where the Rain Goddess really couldn't have calculated that damage prevention.
Yeah, but I agree with you. But I see two other cards that I think one of them really interesting to see back again, and the other one is definitely coming in. Overlapping Visages, really really good in this matchup because you just remove everything off their board, and then they are forced to sacrifice their Serio, so it's just gonna be gone as well. And then Peaceful Reunion. It's if their Serio's flipped and they haven't already killed you, it's really good to stall the Serio out because they just cannot attack and they cannot empower, and they can't really play the Arcane Blast. Sure, there might be 11 cards in their hand, right? Their influence might be enough for it, or well, yeah, it had or 8 cards in their hand, but it's not. It's still a massive investment after you've gone to level 3. So I think we're gonna be seeing that peaceful reunion come in as well.
Yeah, I am curious about that as well. Because Peaceful Reunion's usually only a card you see in Rye. That's sort of a like
Yeah.
it's staple, but the fact that CL is able to run it effectively because you still get to deal damage through your omens through that Peaceful Reunion, and it works out well. We also see a really cool tech that the CL deck is able to do. You can swap your spirits
Yeah.
between game 1 and game 2, depending if you're going first or second. And here we do see Guruthos opting into the Serene Fire instead of the normal Spirit of Fire. So you do get to get that glimpse, shape up that hand a little bit, and sort of sculpt exactly what you want to be doing.
Yeah, and only bottoming 2 cards, which is amazing to see here. Gruthos is having a solid start and win in that case, and we know it. Now, you were talking about swapping spirits, and I don't think we've seen it in what 2 years now since when Luxemzander first became popular when we had the little sideboard tech. Do you think there is a world where we might see a water, like a CL deck that is fire in the main board, and then post sideboard swaps into water to protect themselves?
Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, where it was like Fire Xander with like 8 fire cards, and then you sideboard a Spirit of Water and like 4 Fracturizes to do that. I
Yeah,
think it's
yeah,
possible. CL has so many good tools, a lot of them being Umbra, that you can run just Umbra Norm with a few like tech fire choices and swap to water if you need the Fracturize or anything of that nature. I think the only like negative thing about that would be you have a lot of Umbra cards that already do what you those water cards would be
yeah.
doing. Like Fracturize is there to take care of Regalias, and I don't remember the name, but there is that Guardian card for Umbra that allows you to destroy a non-champion object, which, you know, does the same thing.
Yeah, but more,
More.
consistency is the name of the game. That's what we're here for. But yeah, no. I was also reminded that there is there has been a similar serene idea, but it was CL, and it was right before, it was in the lead up to Worlds, which, to be fair, both the Worlds main event and Worlds 3v3 is a different kind of format. Both are really fun. Well, I cannot speak on the world's stage event, but I assume it's fun. It looks really fun from when the players are competing in it, but the 3v3 for sure is. So it's to nice to see all of this. Rick coming out for Gruthos as well. Again, digging through, looking at the perfect cards, sculpting the perfect hand here. The duality is really fun to see. While where Gruthos is sculpting his hand to exactly what he wants, meanwhile the Rain Goddess is just having all the influence in the world. Where to the point where it doesn't matter if he's drawing the perfect cards in the perfect order, because he just has 20 influence.
You're exactly right. It's two different styles of influence gaining here. Guruthos is the more calm, calculated. I'm looking for specific cards and gonna get exactly what I need. While the Rain Goddess is like, well, I'll get exactly what I need if I just draw as many cards as I can in the turn. So
Yeah.
nice to see sort of the differences of both the style of decks or elements of decks, fire compared to wind value generation here. And once again, these early turns are just these two players building influence, drawing cards, gaining value. Guruthos making sure there is floating memory to go ahead and get that level up. You don't want to go any negative for that here. So really cool to see. We also see a foe being discarded and now instantly omened, which just means that late game the Rain Goddess is gonna have to worry about that because that card is super strong.
Yeah, it is. It is really strong and really scary. It is like the extra bit of damage and extra finisher that Gruthos might need. Like, if last game Gruthos had a foe, he could have very easily just attacked face for 15 and then play the foe, and oh look, it's game over basically. So yeah, it kind of changes the way that the Rain Goddess has to play the game, because now they know that there is a foe, so they have to be a bit more careful in the amount of damage they take and the approach they have to winning the game here.
Indeed, here, and just a small correction here. It was pointed out we do have a sensor of Restful Peace on the side of the Rain Goddess. It's sort of hanging there at the bottom of the stack where
Oh yeah.
the Fate Stone is. So Guruthos actually banished a floating memory from memory, which
Yep.
is just, you know,
Some
sometimes.
people are just better. Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
And like you said, world's player, world's top 8, so he's just better than us. That's what separates us from the top players, is they are just luckier and just better at the game. They're just better.
There is something I do like about the Rain Goddess's approach. this game 2 here is being a lot more aggressive. We already see Guruthos at 8 damage counters on that CL. This Ace Protector's sort of been doing the beatdown, and the Ring God is sort of realizing that I'm not going to play as slow as last time, because when I did, you set up way too much on me, and I wasn't able to do anything. So now we're actually accelerating, dungeon guiding 2-2, which is already, I think, we're 3 turns, maybe 4 turns faster than we were in game 1, which is really going to show, because if we have another dungeon guide, I think that can really, like, force Guruthos to either take suboptimal level ups or have to just play purely defensively.
Yeah. It's a lot more damage on Gruthos already, so it's definitely a lot more aggressive game plan, less defenses up. You're 100% right about that. Another creative shock for Gruthos. Okay, which art is your favorite? Which art do you like better? The OG creative shock or the new Kongming creative shock?
The promo FTC Redemption Creative Shock.
Okay, that's a fake creative shock. Okay, let's talk
um,
about our real creative shocks.
I sound like an old person, but I really like the original DOA printing of Creative Shock. That is sort of like a staple art piece in my mind. Getting into the game around that time, that's just the card that everyone played, and playing for the 2 years, that's the art you saw whenever someone played Creative
Yep.
Shock. So there are times when someone plays the Kong Ming when I'm like, what card is this?
What is
Hold
this?
on.
Yeah. Honestly, if you were there for the 100-day campaign for the Creative Shock playmat and you have that, you know how beautiful the OG Creative Shock art is. It's just
hmm
something different.
It is very, very nice. I assume, Clem, you're on the Team DOA Creative Shock?
Yes, yes, I
Yeah.
have the playmat. I have my copies. I'm 100% DOA Creative Shock.
All right. Well, I'm gonna throw the question back at to you as we're sort of thinking here on Guruthos' turn. Dungeon Guide, same question. DOA or AMB? Which art?
P22.
That's actually
Um,
the correct answer. Yes.
yeah. For that, I love the color scheme of the DOA one, but Dungeon Guy is just my boy.
Mm-hmm.
Girl, boy, person.
Dungeon
I
person.
I love the dungeon person. The green hair is pretty cute, and I like it.
Yeah, I think there's something nostalgic about the DOA and like the colors with like the pink and the yellow. I just
Yeah.
like the cohesion of the A and B color palette though. It feels much more like Grand Archive modern art rather than the DOA one, which sort of feels jarring but still like you can tell what card it is.
Yeah, yeah. It's very iconic in its colors and its look, but I think it looks slightly less cool and nice than the AMB one.
Let's do
But
a quick check-in here with the players, Clem. We see a enfeebling orb materialize from the Rain Goddess, forcing Guruthos to put 2 cards down. And as we were talking about our Creative Shock and Dungeon Guide art, not much really happened for either of
yeah,
these players. It was more like a value generation turn for Guruthos. We had Library Witch Cremation, and now the Rain Goddess is going in with the allies and maybe trying to force a lethal line with that enfeebling orb. That's my best assumption here.
yeah.
Maybe a dungeon guide for that
There it
dragon?
is.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that is you summed it up perfectly what happened. There's a lot of value on Guruthos' side. Rain Goddess trying to kill as quickly as possible because they only have 14 minutes for a game 3. So if he doesn't win here, it's basically 1-0 game over for him. Or it could be a tie, but then ties are tough in a because we haven't talked about it, but this regional is 7 rounds, and then that is one less round that you can tie or like lose to still guarantee your top 16 spot for the invite.
Indeed, here in Seryu's command
Hmm.
on top of flipping that
Okay.
Seryu, generate, empower, empower. Wow, this looks like a lot of damage coming in. Here's that Arcane Blast.
Yeah, there is the Serene Spirit coming through clutch. Recovering 6 and then going up to 23, which is still not quite lethal because Guardians just have so much life.
That's right, yeah, 25 at level 2. A
Yep.
very beefy class. Everyone's used to the 22 total life at level 2. But thanks to the Guardian just life buffer and that Serene Spirit, Guruthos is able to hang on barely.
But
And
that barely might just be enough. Because if. That the dungeon guide?
that
Dungeon
is a
guy?
dungeon guide. Yes, yes.
There is the dungeon guy coming out from Guruthos. So level 3 explains the armoire a lot more here. Now, I believe they haven't put anything into their omens for the last turn, or before. Sorry, the turn before that, or is it full? Nah, yeah, they only have one omen right now, which means they cannot have as big of an attack as before, but they have access to abnegation now, which means recover 8 back down to 15, which is, oh yeah, that is even better. Character sacrificing the dungeon guide, claiming the whole board, which means damage to face. All the allies are gone except for Seiryu. So now we might see the overlapping visages. There is a
Yes,
chance.
exactly what you talked about, Clem. It is coming into fruition.
No,
Uh,
it's not here. Because it's a slow. Graham? Wait?
no, so we omened the
Yeah.
overlapping vestiges and then held priority after the omen and Grim Pastiche
Perfect.
to activate that, forcing both players to get rid of their only allies. And I would trade a Carter for a dragon any day of the year.
Yeah. It's a good trade. It's a worthwhile trade because their Gruthos cleared board, recovered what? Recovered 5 from all the allies that died, and then is now once again on top of the world with the dragon being gone. I believe that dragon is becoming a less and less viable deck with all of this hate that we're seeing here.
Exactly. This CL deck really feels like to me a true control deck. It
Yeah.
has so many pieces to just stop what your opponent wants to do. And then it has these like big finishers that, are really hard for opponents to actually deal with in the form of just like big attacks or unpreventable non-combat damage. Really like to see like this sort of style here. And now the Radiant Goddess is back in the same position they were on in game 1, but a more of an uphill battle because you have less influence. You're only sitting about
Yep.
7 opposed to that like 13 you were at originally when your dragon died.
Yeah, and it's painful for sure because Guruthos is also down on damage counters. Well, a lot lower on damage counters now than he was before. So those 1/1s aren't gonna cut it once again.
Mhm. It is. It Those 1/1s are good until they're not, right? It's
Yep.
always annoying early game taking one damage, and you're like, "Oh gosh, I'm losing because these 1/1s are just like dealing me damage and I can't deal with it." And then late game you're just like, "Oh, a 1/1? Easy, I can deal with that. Not an issue."
Yep. If it's just the 1/1 and nothing else, it becomes a lot less terrifying late game. And yeah, we're seeing the same old from the Rain Goddess, bringing out the Tongo, just drawing a card into memory. So, okay, if you're. I was gonna ask why the Rain Goddess played the backup treasure, but then I realized he played the backup treasure every single time before going to level 1, which
Mhm.
explains why the backup treasure was played over the Tongo.
Yes,
They always
the
had enough, exactly perfectly enough quest counters for the Serio as well. The only math you need to do in Dragon is basically that. It's just how many quest counters am I gonna get? And sure, you could do math about the empower, but it's basically Serio's command and then empower twice and go swinging, make an arcane blast, and that's it. That's the other math you need to do.
that's uh that's a lot of math.
No, it's a perfect amount of math for a deck.
And here you see the armor being activated, swapping 2 cards. We'll go ahead and deal 2 damage. Didn't quite see what was swapped out of those omens here for Guruthos, but knowing this, probably a defensive card to sort of stop this Ace and Protector. Oh, the CL actually did 2 damage to the baby green slime to try and get that Ace in to bounce itself, but the gotcha here. Armor was activated in response to the Ace and Protector, killing the baby green slime. Then the Rain Goddess then fast activates the baby green slime and hopes that the Ace can bounce the baby green and not bounce itself, which it appears it did happen. So
Yeah,
now we are at the same point in the field, except a Ace on the field and baby green no longer around.
minus -1 baby green, and that's it. -1 baby green and -1 armoire, which is I think is a massive impact on the game. The Gurthos definitely came out not on top. He came out on bottom here in this exchange. Losing the armoire is massive.
It
He does
is,
have a Big Island coup in his omens at least. So if he gets another one, he can do a little swapping around. Seems
yeah,
that
the
that
good
is the
old
math that is happening here.
Beguiling Coup Swapperoo. Drawing 2 off of the Chalice of Blood since we're at 20 or more damage counters, and there is
Yep.
that Beguiling Coup.
1, 2, swap. 1, 2, swap.
So that's 4 damage,
Swap.
6 damage, 8
Swap.
damage.
Yeah, they shouldn't. Yep. That is game over because the extra damage from the omens plus the coup itself dealing 3 damage plus the weapon ends up being more than enough actually. So it worked out perfectly fine, I guess. It was a very tough matchup. The only reason I'm kind of sad is that we didn't really see what this influence Seiryu can do because Seiryu was dead. But at the same time, I'm kind of happy that Seiryu was dead because now it's one of those moments where I feel world peace. I've seen so many people complain that Seiryu is an unwinnable matchup, and seeing someone so easily without a care in the world deal with Seiryu brings me joy. So I can be like, see guys, it's actually very viable.
I agree with you. However, let's keep in mind if Guruthos wasn't on CL with the Serene Spirit, they would have instantly died that game
Yeah,
2 there. So there is sort of like an asterisk, a caveat to, you can play decks, but you also have to make sure you can potentially survive a crazy turn from a Serio. And that's exactly what happened there with that CL. So
yeah.
really cool to see just that deck come back. We talked about it a little bit at the start of the round with his toolbox. A lot of players were sort of like, oh, this has potential, and then it fell out of favor through the PTM season, and now seeing it back here at this regional, I'm hopefully people will pick it up a bit. Maybe RDO will give it a little bit of some special tools, and who knows? Maybe CL signature spell is really crazy for the deck.
Yeah, that I'm really hoping for a really good CL card. That would bring me a lot of joy. Um, but we'll just have to see. But that round went a bit long, Valk. And I want to stretch my legs, drink some water. I suggest everybody in chat do the same as well. So I think we're gonna send it to a quick break here, and then you'll be back for round 3 of the TCG NA Online Regionals. Thank you guys for watching so far.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the True Champion Gaming Online Regional. We're getting ready for our round 3. I'm Valkyrie, and I no longer like Vermin, but I'm joined with Herman, is your man, and super happy to have you here on the desk. How you doing?
Okay, that's a new one. That was pretty funny. I haven't heard that one before. That's a that's a wild one. I am Vermin though, so it does Herman the Vermin is probably going to be the new name because we were talking about. I don't know if you heard about me being a hostage type player. I really like holding people to BO1s in Grand Archive, so that's a good name for me.
Yeah, I like it. You get a code name, get things going for that. I think it works out pretty well. But Herman, round 3. We're getting ready. We're honestly almost halfway through this event. And we're getting prepared. Have you been surprised by any decks you sort of been seeing or hearing about?
So far I've been hearing it's a lot of Aether Wings that we just have intentionally been kind of stepping away from. So right now, until something, I guess it's a little early, right? We do expect Aether Wings to go like 1-0, 2-0. I was happy to see that there were other decks that we were able to feature. Like the CL build that I just saw was actually pretty interesting. I really liked it. Played one of my favorite new cards, Mirrorbound Covenant. So you know it's a different type of a deck entirely versus what we've seen recently. Uh, I just not happy that they keep hitting each other, right? I would have rather seen like these guys hit like an Aether Wing, knock one down, and then we have less and less of those having
Mhm.
to flomp up the top. But it's pretty cool so far. Are you looking for anything in particular?
Yeah, I honestly think I'd love to see, decks that aren't as popular. We sort of have our like top 4, top 5 decks, Seryu, Aetherwing, and I'm always a big fan to see in regionals especially players who come to these with their like pet decks or their lists they've been really brewing, because this is exactly where these lists can shine. You just get like a good couple of matchups or uh, get like a strong start, and you are off to the races. Because you only really have to win 4, maybe 5 games to get that, I believe, top 16 prizing at this regional. So it's so easy for these players to sneak in with the decks they've been testing and playing, like for the last couple of weeks, and really like brewing something up. I'm on a huge Nico kick right now. I'm having so much fun playing Nico. The fact that you can get an Icebound Slam again is exhilarating. So I'm once again, I do truly want to see more Nikos being played here today as well.
Oh, that's something I really want to find too. I really, really love Nico. That's one of my favorite decks from back in the day. And I really like there's multiple ways to play Nico now. I was even in the Nico chat like the other day, just saying it's like, hey, listen, honestly, there's the traditional Nico that we're all used to, but they've gotten really extreme recently. Like, slice and dice Nico suddenly having this extreme
Mhm.
win condition on one side. I've been a huge proponent from the beginning of like when Sablemere was revealed. I do Fractal Nico. I don't know if you've tried that one before. It's a really fun to just say, I have like 7 fractals on board and 8 cards in hand, 15 down for Sablemere. And then they're looking, it's like,
Holy.
oh, they're going to Ravishing me. I was like, no, my Lash has 4 durability. I'll just swing naturally, pass. I have 15 influence, your turn. And they're just like, yeah, how do you kill a Nico with 4 negates in hand and 15 influence? And I was like, you don't. It's really
Yeah,
fun.
that's crazy. I want to try that out now. My Nico flavor has been I've been playing Carpson Coda Nico. So, the classic frogs, toads, you icebound slam, hopefully hit a couple, and off to the races. And
I
I really
really
enjoy it.
I really want to play that too. The downside is that you lose to the stuff that people's playing, like are people playing into you already because everyone's getting
Yeah.
ready for Aether Wings. Like we just saw that from that matchup where the Syracuse used to be like ridiculous, right? We saw Ascent London with just how many topped and like this influence building version of Syracuse just coming out of the woodworks there, and people just threw so much Syracuse hate that you kind of can't play it anymore. Just like how you kind of can't play like if you're going to play water graveyard kind of decks, it has to be Water Diana because it just hits so fast, so hard that you kind of don't care if you get top seed. You don't care if you get like Lantern censored anything. You just say, I'm going to kill
Mhm.
you ASAP. Playing anything else, you're just playing on like rolling the boulder up the hill, right? You're already like starting from behind.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't want to say Water Diana's overtuned, but it does feel like there's very little answer to it for what it wants to do, because it can go over the top with like a cat boot just big swing, but also like if you don't run the preventative measures, it can just Carp Song code at you. And you're just like you feel like, oh gosh, like I don't know how to combat this deck because either way. And then I've also seen the deck certain lists go so well, like they lose their Aqua Mirage Whisper early, and they're like, okay, I'll just have a cat with Pavlor Sword, and a couple of other distorted weapons, and just hit you for 6 every turn, become ranged, and hit you with a sword. So the deck's very strong. It's cool
Well,
that we see a water deck in that aspect as well.
well, what I'm surprised by is I'm not seeing more of this other version. For example, when I went to the True Champ in-person regionals, I got to see, a man, a myth, a legend. Mr. Matt G himself was there, not playing in the event, but just hanging out with his friends. Got to play a couple casuals with him. And he brought out the Water Diana, just showing the other side of the build, like that I haven't seen as often. I know Amphi, like Neutral End, has been playing it, and a couple here and there. But that side is like with the Mad Hatter, the Cell Sharpshooters, like more allies, more ways to make them
Mm-hmm.
distant, and just saying like I'm not going to try to all in on one turn, but instead here's a 4 damage ally. You kind of have to answer it. You don't want to answer it. Well, I'm just gonna hit you with like when if you thought Crystalline Archer was crazy enough, imagine having 3 Crystalline Archers on board. Imagine like
Yeah.
you go to level 1, you say Mad Hatter, you manage to get the Ranger Strides on that turn, and you just say, "Well, I'm going to hit you with like my Aqua Mirage on turn 1, like or like turn 2, I guess. Like you're on your first materialize, so you don't have to wait an extra turn for strides. And you just say, "I'm going to hit you right now for 6, glimpse 7, and now you're dead."
Yeah.
Because he just said like glimpse 7, found my frog, Coda for game.
Yeah, there's
Uh,
there's a lot of possibilities. Aquamarose Whisper is probably the best tool that Diana has.
that
It's
card is crazy. The spell shroud and being able to just constantly generate like just so much. That was one of the weapons that I think should have not had Spell Shroud. Because
Mhm.
like how there's always one, like every element has like one that has Spell Shroud, one that's really, really, really good that doesn't have Spell Shroud. And I was like, should probably maybe swap these. I think Manus Cascade and Aqua Mirage could be awkward. Ooh, we're seeing a really this is a very interesting matchup. I don't know if you looked into this yet. But we've been given a special because we're seeing a lot of the same tier 1 decks. We're trying to see if we can show off a couple of the more interesting decks below hand. Production heard Valk and I say we really like Nico, so gave us a Nico deck. And not only to give us a Nico deck, it's a Nico into a Genbu. I don't know if you've played this matchup because I'll tell you I have because I have Superior, the Genbu guy in my locals. Uh,
I have not
how
played this
how
matchup.
how do you think this matchup goes? Because it's very interesting, to say
Yeah,
the least.
it sounds interesting. I haven't played it on my end here, but I can definitely see the Genbu player just being able to run away with it. If the Nico can't put in that early pressure and see the exact mills needed on that end, because I know a lot of new Nikos, they are just going the level 1, a big Sable Mirror, and then just sort of beat down like that. But you need time to build up that influence to get that large Sable Mirror. Opposed to Genbu, I think it's like, you don't mind being milled out most of the time by the Nico, so they can't really do an early ravishing against you. You have a lot of good defensive tools against, Icebound Slam and a couple of the things Nico wants to do. So I'm really curious, and also realizing it too, Nico's at a very big potential of getting milled out themselves against this Genbu.
Uh, yes and no. So I remember. So for example, I actually played this exact matchup last week for my store champs. We got Superior and I actually just drew. We went 1-1, and then we said we'll let fate decide. And unfortunately, fate paired him up, and I got paired down for that store champ, so he got to win. But this is actually pretty much just a superior build. This is all 1-to-1. Like every single card is practically the same. Like the sideboards, that's his more generic sideboard. He had like a more targeted sideboard because it was store champs. But
Mhm.
otherwise, this is like pretty much 1-to-1. I know exactly every single card. Holy crap, I've played against this so many times. And I gotta say, this is just up to Nico to draw the 3/4s early. And we're gonna see if our Gembu player gets to draw like the nuts just like Superior. Because I've crashed out on him. Because I straight up said I've never played against Superior's Gembu ever where he has seen a ringleader later than turn 2. Like every single time, consistently, either the ringleader's in hand or the ringleader gets milled right as he goes to level 2. I've never once, like in the last like year and a half, I've never played against him where he doesn't see a ringleader. And it always like even when you're like ringleader is not that relevant when it's in hand, it's very relevant when you just say Frostborn into ringleader and you just clear my board. And I'm like,
Yeah.
you only have like 8 allies. And you just draw them like that. Like whatever, man.
Yeah, Ringleader is one of those cards where like you don't want to see it milled for the Genbu, right? You're like, oh, it hit the graveyard, dang, they're gonna get value. But you also don't want to see it when they play it because you're like, now they're gonna be hitting me for 2, and I really don't want to kill it because it's just gonna give them value, and it,
Yeah.
it just feels bad. It's just like it's a very difficult card to play against for newer players or certain types of players because it's just like, do I kill it and give you value, or do I let it keep attacking into me? Do I have to play defensively? And it's a big decision because that one extra card does make a difference.
Well, the biggest thing is that it's even whether you're good, like if you're an experienced player and you're struggling against a seaside ringleader, like honestly, it's valid because you can't do anything about it. Once it goes to the graveyard and you try to interact with it in any way, you just pay for the ringleader and pull it out. And it's like,
Yeah.
well, I just lost something to try. Like you cannot stop this +1 from coming back. Like it's actually so frustrating to play around that card if they draw into or mill into them very early. Like I can have a Thurible on board and it just says, um, Fatestone and you mill Ringleader. I can't Thurible and remove it because he just pays 2 and just rip. And I can't respond to him activating the effect either because it's already banished. So there's nothing really. It's just honestly, this is for how I feel about this matchup. So Superior tell you it's heavily Genbu favored because what you're supposed to do is just sit on a Genbu, like you just turbo mill yourself, flip Genbu, and then you can't quote unquote can't lose anymore.
Yeah.
Thankfully, like Judas on the Nico, which we're finally, I think we're going into the game right now. Yeah, snow fairies and a smoke bomb. So that's supposed to be your answer to it, as well as a really big thing about Nico that I was also pretty positive that what do you call it, Superior wasn't like paying attention to as much is like it's really easy for me to kill Genbu. It's actually it has a lot of health, yes, but you can still do that with Nico. Nico's
Mhm.
kind of crazy as long as you go fast enough. Like if they're hard turboing to flip Genbu. As fast as they can, you're likely to be able to just do like say like 17 damage to the Genbu.
Yeah, no, I definitely see it with just the Sable Mirror with the Lash just
Yeah.
really, really like build up that damage here. But we're Split Splash jumping into game 1 here. I really like the aesthetic of just this matchup here. We have both on water
Blue.
decks, both with yeah, blue play mats. You know, it's looking quite clean. I'm really, really liking it here. And we see that the Nico is actually Serene
Ooh.
Spirit of Water. I know a lot of players are opting into playing this just for that additional sort of recover. What are your thoughts between Normal Spirit and Serene for Nico?
For it's I personally would play both spirits. I think we're just seeing here if there's a frozen dismissal, you have to play it now. This is like the perfect opening for a Nico because it's very hard to remove that Sinistral. Unless they say refracting missile into Frostworm Paladin, like Superior says to me every single time I open like this. Or double ringleader, they know that works too. That also just infuriates me every single time I play. But the
Oh my gosh, you called it, and here it is. The circus
okay,
is in town because we have ringleaders.
it's not just ringleaders, but ringleaders that can't be removed nicely from board. So I was gonna say, so the benefit of the Serene is you can look for this good opening like this. The downside of Serene is that I think Judas just lost the game right here. Like it's done. It's just completely over. You can't unless Silver hard like misplays, you can't remove. You have to remove the ringleaders, or else you're just taking too much damage too quickly because it's 4 damage from turn 1 immediately. He's losing nothing out of it because those guys have to die. And once they die, you just pay for them.
Mhm.
um, Nico can't really remove them and can't establish board presence now because as Serene, after this GCR, right, and after you played an ally, so you go to 6 going first, you played an ally, you're going to 5 influence, you GCR and you draw, you're at 7. You can't play 2 allies. You have to kill a ringleader now. You have to play a big ally that kills a ringleader now, or else you can never play the board again. And even if you do that, if I know my Genbu decks, what he's just going to do is just going to say like he's going to play like a 2-3 or something right now to kill a ringleader, and then it's going to get refracting missile and ringleader, and then he just loses board again. So that's the downside of the
Yeah.
screen. You actually just lose board control here completely.
It is very rough to be in committing, already going down one card for the serene, playing an ally that's hindered and not able to retaliate or do anything against these ringleaders. And Grand Archive, it's sort of the bread and butter, the what the game boils down to, and sort of a thing a lot of players struggle with is you need to fight for board control at the end of the day. He who controls the board controls the game. A wise a philosopher once said, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. If Nico's not able to commit any allies to the board, these ringleaders are going to run away with it. And
Yeah.
it's hard to commit anything because you can, as you said, go kill one ringleader, but that second one's just going to come right back with additional assistance to remove, like a Frostborn Paladin, a Tweedledum, anything like that.
I like the really, really annoying part. Oh, so like the downside about Serene here was that because you only held six and you went first, like if that's why I said like I would play two spirits and I'll just side out base accordingly. Because if you're
Hmm.
going first, you need to have seven. So it's like even if you Serene and you look for a Sinistral or like and if you're three fours or something like that, it doesn't help that much if you can't protect it. You need seven cards. So we'll say Sinistral plus like a diffusive block or a Storm of Thorns, but we go here where we said Sinistral. I have two cards left in hand. I can't interact. And now there's a frog next to the two ringleaders, and honestly, the game is just completely over. I will be. I've actually scooped these games against Superior in this board state immediately because I'm so done. I've played so many of this matchup. I already know I lost this game from here. If Judas can come back from this, because I have said this before, when I watched like Perfy play a Fractals versus I think a Lorraine with Clarence, and I've seen like this awful, terrible start, and I was like, yo, Perfy, if you can come back from this, you're like a god player. I love you. You're amazing. So if Judas can come back from this position, you're a god player. I love you. You're amazing. Um, I just think it's like a 1% win rate right now.
Yeah, it is a very feels bad moment, especially as like everything that's happened. There are moments in GA where you sort of like play your turn and interaction happens and you go, "Yeah, no, that's I must accept this and move on." But the fact that Judas is still playing through shows that there is still fight, there is potential, and even in a losing state, if they see a route to come back, you need to play your outs no matter what. Keep going in and keep looking for the answer here. And, a frog is a good start. This is going to stop some damage that is being dealt to you. The Seaside's going to have to trade into there to give you that floating memory so you can get to Nico now for almost free. So, there's still a silver lining for this kind of play. Yes, it's a rough start, but no, you're not completely out of the game quite yet.
Yeah, we just have to see pretty much how the it's really honestly well what this boils down to is that it's all up to like this game is no longer in Judas's control. It's completely all up to Silver. He gets 100% of the gameplay ability like here. So yeah, you find this, you get to go to level Goja, you get to level up to Goja for free as well because you're going to use the float from the primordial ritual. Does not mill any yeah, it's a conniving plans and a fugue, but get one of your ringleaders in the graveyard. So a little bit greedy in my opinion because you do want that ringleader just to clear that frog. But if
Mhm.
you have something else, like if you have like a what do you call it? If you have a Frostborn Pallet or something, you're still happy.
Yeah,
But
that
we're
is true. A Frostborn Paladin would be super strong on that one. We only do have one card in hand, though, so I'm not going to be able to activate that Seaside Ringleader immediately. I think I would have possibly saved the Ringleader for the like immediate activation, right? To just get that value as soon as you can.
yes and no. Because okay, this is gaming as well. You milled one of your three snow fairies like and you're super behind already unless you find two snow fairies later on in the game you just can't deal with the Gembu anymore. But I would have just left the primordial. I would have just paid one from memory honestly to level up now and just use a primordial next turn because you're not really in a rush to maintain all this influence, right? The Nico is
Mhm.
already really low on influence. You can probably pay any like for one negate through any card, and even if you can't pay, you're okay with Nico losing yet another card because they're really not putting any pressure on you, and you already have you would still have these two ringleaders on board. This is overkill in my opinion. The double frog in front of the ringleader. It's another card you can
Yeah.
just hold on to. Like for example, in this situation, I would have paid one to go to Guoja one, not played this frog, and then my turn would have just been resulting in after clearing the Nico's frog to maybe primordial my frog or my ringleader. like in end step, so I could use its effect immediately. Do you know what's really really funny though? When your frog is 1/5 because your ring
Yeah.
leader activated on this turn.
I was just thinking about that. Yeah, you could get the frog to be able to actually attack in and deal some damage. But I agree with you. The double frog seems unnecessary. You don't need 2/0/4 taunters. You want to force Judds to just sort of like play around one taunt and expend resources. And as soon as they expend resources and remove it, you just drop down that second taunt.
Exactly,
But
yeah.
we see the materialization of Nico, Rapture's Embrace, the level 1 Nico, sort of that's made this deck come into fruition. On enter, if the spirit is water, you get to top two, one to the grave, one to the bottom. The only downside about this is the amount of times I look at the top two cards and go, I really wish I could draw these.
Yeah, you're like, I really wish I could at least leave one on the top, right? And you'll see two
Yeah.
good cards, and you're just like, well, I have to mill one. Lose a Fracturize just because it's this floating memory on it. But like, there's a lot of times where it's like, I'd really, really rather have this Fracturize and just mill my non-float, please.
Hmm. But you
But
don't want to
at
send it
least you
to
can
the
start, yeah. So there's a good thing about this matchup is that you can pay for Sablemere. Like so the new Proxius Vault card, Sablemere, is really what brought Nico back. Being able to put cards down to get lash counters without having to go to level 2, and being able to cheat it for 3 if as long as your opponent has 3 or more cards in your graveyard, feels really good when you have dead turns, which I think this is. But I still wouldn't do it now because if you get it fracturized in response, you kind of lose because you're only going to make like what 2 lash counters while your influence is low.
Mhm.
So the good thing about this for Judas, like the Nico player right now, is Silver is milling terribly. He just his hand is ridiculous, but he's just milling really really badly. So he's got a little bit of time, hopefully.
I think that just comes with the territory of have a good opening hand, maybe hit bad mills, or have a bad opening hand but have insanely good mills. It's people used to call the Genbu deck the casino deck, right? Because you're just gambling on what exactly you're going to be able to do with your mills. And we
Well,
see,
yeah, it's a casino deck, but it's also like in my opinion a math deck because as long as you know your like floating counts, your graveyard hit counts kind of thing, you can play it a little differently. Like in this situation, like for example, I would not have played the conniving plans because you already have the ringleader that you could have like used. Get
Mhm.
additional cards. You can play for your odds a little bit better. You get 1 card deeper, 2 cards deeper. You can see when the conniving plan needs to come into play, when you need that extra uh when do you need that extra quest counter, which I in my opinion didn't need it that turn yet. Ooh, showing a Song of Frost and a Tidal Lock for that Fractal of Rain. Um, I, uh, I'm a doomsayer, but I genuinely do not believe this game is winnable for Judas anymore. If those cards are accessible to the Genbu.
They were put down, so that may be a two things: a mind game or an ill omen. It is showing like, hey, I have these, just let you know, or hey, I'm putting these down because I don't need these right now against your turn. Like, I'm not worried that you're going to
Yeah,
do anything that's going to force me to use them here.
yeah,
But
it's open deck list, so you can see what your threats you're worried about. But the biggest thing is there are 4 cards that are better that he didn't want to show that are currently in hand.
mhm.
You know.
Yeah, it just builds into that mind game here. I do like the materialization of the Temptations facade.
Mhm.
It's a very strong regalia for Nico and actually protects the likes of your Sable Mirror. And additionally, if you end up bringing it out, I'm not sure if we're going to even have the opportunity to bring it out, but your Mage Bane Lash as well. Just a
This
little
is
of a
for Sablemere.
protection against the Fracturize.
Yeah. So I like this a lot because this is exactly what you had to do against water. Like what I said, like you if you brought the Sablemere out last turn, it would have been exposed to a Fracturize. But on this turn it's not because you brought it the Lash first. Thankfully Genbu gave you that float so you didn't have to go neg anyway. I mean Nico gave you a float anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
But Genbu gave you another one, so when you pull out Lash, you still also don't lose another one. And now it's protected behind the Sablemere is now protected behind a Temptations Facade. So you're not immediately forced to use up your entire hand and pay for the Sablemere with less influence. You actually have more influence now than you did last turn. So I believe that lash you would be able to put 6, is it 6 or 7, 6, 7 for the Sablemere. Get like 4 lash counters Whoa, Mage Bane Lash will come in, put a 5th Lash counter, and yeah, you just start swinging for 5 every turn. Just it has 4 durability. Just go for it.
Yeah, there's, that's one way, as you said, to start clearing the board and dealing with the Genbu is having a big Mage Bane Lash, and that might be the exact route we're going to be going here. We finally see the activation of that Seaside Ringleader, banishing it, drawing into memory, and that. But wow, Herman, I just heard a reaction here from you, and that second Snow Fairy has hit the grave, meaning there's only one left in the deck to deal with that Genbu.
If the Genbu flips, the game is over. That's actually how it is. Because unless you hit Smoke Bombs and Snow Fairy, or unless Silver decides to flip Genbu while he's level 2 and not turn on the lineage release for any reason, and just continues to never level to 3 for some reason, Nico can never get damage on the face anymore because it took too long. took too long to get to this point, so the Genbu was big enough. So thankfully, this one, because he waited for a ringleader turn, this Bullfrog is 1/5. So my opinion, this is not a wasted Bullfrog. The second one is absolutely a wasted Bullfrog.
Correct.
But I still probably wouldn't bother to play the Bullfrog in this situation. Just because taunts, like multiple taunts on board, definitely have like negative value, and you're also opening yourself up to having this possibly be banished. Does that die? That doesn't die, right? There's only 2 fractals on board.
There is only 2 fractals on
Oh
board.
no no no! Sorry sorry.
But it
Ringleader
took
can't
2
create
from
4.
the seaside.
Yeah yeah
Yeah.
yeah yeah.
Man, this Bullfrog with that buff counter, he's now the judge, jury, and executioner of this match. That is
Yeah.
a frog able to really get in for that extra damage, and I really don't know what to do here in Nico's position. We see a Mage Bane Lash for the materialization, which we sort of talked about here, and I assume prereq we're gonna just do one giant Sable Mirror, but still, you have 2 Bullfrogs you gotta get through that are just taunting you, and you don't have any circumvention with smoke bombs, and it's really hard to commit allies right now to that board.
The biggest thing is you can't use these now because you know your opponent's on Genbu. You lost 2 Snow Fairies. You quite literally are not allowed to use Smoke Bombs or Snow Fairy anymore if you find them, unless it's for game, and because they both have to be saved for Genbu. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I couldn't tell. I think
7,
it's 8.
8.
Yep, with the fractals because you could wait for his turn to go back. So it's X minus 3 lash counters. So he'll get an additional 5 lash counters plus the 1 from the Mage Bane Lash. So with 6 lash counters, 4 durability, 6 damage weapon, and effectively a backup charger because it gets you an extra card. So very, very healthy influence for Nico here. Just what can you do with it? I think the
Yeah.
step 1 is turn sideways and try to hit a frog right now. You got to clear the way somehow, man. I think your win con here is to clear a frog, smoke the next frog, and IBS and allies into face, and just hope you get a
Yeah,
kill.
that's a very possible option here. But you're right. First game action should be just remove frog.
Yeah.
This
Or
game
play
is
your own. Okay, dude, this game is comical. Just nonstop frogs.
This is looking like a pond with the amount of frogs in here. That's the 5th total frog that's been played this game as well, which is just crazy to think. The more than 50% of these 2 decks have seen Thronekeeper Bullfrog.
It's
But
actually,
yeah.
but yeah, like I was trying to say earlier, additional frogs on board is actually negative value because when multiple things have taunt, you can choose which taunt to attack. So it's not like you're using a bullfrog to like protect your Genbu or anything like that.
Mhm.
Because if it's awake, I can still hit it. Like if you have one frog up, you're already protected. You don't need multiple. If you have a frog and a Genbu standing, I can just choose to attack Genbu, or I can choose to attack frog. It's not really a big deal. That's a new safeguard, right? The new safeguard art.
Yes, that is the Merlin Safeguard Amulet that comes out in the PTM event packs that you could get by playing at your locals.
Silver's actually so bad at milling. That's actually crazy. Hit a fractal polar depths and a frostworm paladin. Holy.
I didn't see what Judd's milled there. Was it that Fracturize or is that one
The
just
Tweedledee.
it was tweeted? Okay,
Yeah, he's keeping the
gotcha.
Fracturize on top just to remember that he has a float that he can be using. But like, yeah, Tweedledee at this point, like, do we really need more taunts on board? We're kind of fine with this.
Uh, a lot of taunts here. I think the important part is this Mage Bane latch with the 3 durability counters. That is the like key card to be looking at here for Nico because that is the savior card, right? It's the way that it's going to allow to actually deal damage and get through. But if you're going to have to expend it every turn to remove a frog, it's getting kind of like, how do you win the game once you lose your biggest damaging weapon?
Yeah, like I'm pretty sure at least 2 of that durability must go to Goja's face. At least 2. So at most you can use 1 on the board, which means you're probably going to have to find 1 ally of some sort, which is, well, you've already lost 3 of them from Mills, so,
Mhm.
and 1 Aquafire. So you're looking for one of your 4 paladins that hasn't shown up yet, um, and a refracting missile or something like that. Like that's a way to kill the frog really easily. Yeah, set this up early. You kind of need this. If they're trying to go for a crazy play right now, also works. Like maybe they have the there's 2 standing taunts. I don't think you can do anything about this. And a terrafring. I don't think you have to
Yeah.
tariff. When your 2 taunts are still alive, you don't have to tariff. This is
Enfeebling Orb, does put the fear of losing the game in a lot of people's hearts because the amount of times someone materializes it, uses it, and goes like, okay, I have game now. It is scary. So I don't blame Silver for wanting to just double up on defensive as much as possible. However, you are correct. Double taunts does really circumvent needing to use that terrafring.
yeah, you're just sitting there and I'm like, well, I'll wait for you to commit cards to commit both taunts, see how many cards you have left, and worry if I have to care or not, right?
Yeah.
Because worst case scenario, if it says enfeebling orb and very clearly there's some sort of line to get through, and you're like, I'm going to enfeebling orb now while you only have 4 cards in hand, I could always just say like, oh, Cerulean -3 to Nico, and that probably instantly ends the line.
That is true. I think, there is that Song of Frost that was shown from that initial imbued with that fractal. So maybe just wanting to keep that Song of Frost as an option. But we see the commitment of the final Snow Fairy
Ooh.
here, Herman.
Okay. I don't think he's realized yet that because a lot of people don't actually think about how many how many of every copy of a card is in their deck. It's just like this is something like I don't, especially because I played a lot of mill decks. I definitely do this where I know that there are only 3 dream fairies. I have 3 snow fairies in my deck, so I have to play around the fact that I have exactly 3. Um, yeah, if you lose your snow fairy like this, you kind of just hmm, hmm.
A tough choice. No cards in hand though for silver, so if there's any negate, Tidal Lock, Frostbind, Cerulean Decree, something that says negate the card activation would be super helpful here. 2 down,
Frostbite.
Storm of Thorns. We are going to be
Okay,
preventing
protects it. Yeah,
1 damage. Yeah, and it's only for 2, so that's exactly what we needed here.
yeah. The problem now, though, is that you've telegraphed to your opponent that you have this So the important part about hiding the snow fairy is also so you're no, don't wake up that frog.
Hey, he's sleepy. Put him back
Yeah,
to sleep.
but the important part about hiding the snow fairy is to so that your opponent doesn't plan around the fact that one of his taunts is down, because
Mhm.
now all your opponent has to do is just like know that I have lost one of my 2 taunts. Like, for example, if both taunts were standing, usually what you have to do in the situation if you're trying to kill and not like give Nico more time, is you're going to want to flip Genbu, swing Genbu, and then you only have 2 standing taunts. And the Genbu's not standing, which means they're actually open to just you saying smoke bombs one, snow fairy the other, and then you can just swing them into the face. But now that you've shown that like one of the taunts is no longer relevant, um, you can't do that anymore because unless the Genbu does not turn sideways unless it's for lethal.
Mhm.
There's no going to be like mistake of doing random chip. The smoke bombs is here too because now that the Genbu is going to be exposed to attacks as well, because there's no second taunt to protect it, you need the smoke bombs to make sure that Nico can't just the kill the Genbu because an enfeebling orb puts down. It's like, so the big thing about Genbu is that Song of Frost costs 0 for that deck. Like almost always, there's always going to be a float. What you can always do as counterplay is you censor on the turn, you try to do that, and then you enfeeble to put more cards down, and then they suddenly don't have 3 to hold for Song of Frost. But this smoke bomb just turns off that line as well. You're just gonna smoke bombs your own Genbu. Do what it's intended to do, not to smoke bomb like what do you call it, taunts, but to make something if your own's invisible, so you don't have to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, it's sort of the self protection there. I think I was curious to see with the materialization of smoke bombs if we were going to go with a fugue turn with that Genbu, because you just smoke bombs the bullfrog and then flip Genbu, attack with fugue to win the game. There was only 3 cards in Judd's hand, which I assume maybe would be a Song of Frost, but we have that title lock to negate it. But it looks like here Silver probably doesn't have that fugue in hand, or is playing a much more safer route sort of behind it. But now it's starting to get into that position here where Silver, or I'm sorry, Judge, like turning the corner. It is starting to get a little bit scary here for Silver. You're losing your taunts. This Genbu may have the potential of dying to multiple hits. So, it's
Nah,
one of those.
it just looks really really good for Nico right now because yeah, now using your bulwark to kill the frog, so you're saving durability on your lash. Problem is, it's still going to take like 3 more turns until Nico can win the game, and at any point in time, Genbu can win. Where's this 4 going if it's not to? Okay, yeah, yeah. Oh wait, because sorry, this is 3. I keep thinking it's CL. Yeah, 3 with
Yeah.
the bulwark, 1 with the thing. You protect the frog, so you get 1 more turn. Um, it's just so the big thing about not going for the kill last turn is that typically you want to be able to pay for Genbu's flip effect in your you flip Genbu, end phase Judas's turn here. You go to Goja level 3, like for 0, because now you have a Shenju in play, it costs nothing. You turn on the lineage release for any like funny shenanigans that might happen later. And then you put 3 down in recollection for the Genbu effect, so that you can pick it back up and you have a full hand. Versus, he actually got his cards like forced out because he had refracting missile last turn, so he
Mhm.
was not able to pay for Genbu in prereq. So if he did pay for Genbu's flip effect into fugue, and then try to show title lock, just not quite enough. I think he was like 1 card short to do that. So instead, we set up another fractal, so we have more like influence to play around with the next turn. It's Fractal Polar Depths, which kind of wins the game against Nico anyway, because that's a setup. You might as well set up your backup plan and say the Genbu line doesn't work at all. But yeah, like I don't know what you're trying to do here.
Gonna go ahead and redirect the target from that fracturize
Or the
to,
Fracturize from the Lash to the Temptations Facade, yeah.
and there we go. Just get a fractal like that, and that's the purpose of Facade. Draw a card and protect that Magebane Lash. So your opponent has to have 2 answers to it here. Um, but still worrying about that. We are recollecting or materializing here. Only a few cards left for this
Enfeeble?
Guojia.
Not Enfeeble.
Tengu, looking for maybe that additional card here.
If they have a Fugue in hand, in my opinion, an Enfeeble just wins the game immediately right here. Because there's only, I believe, 6 cards in Juice's hand, which means that with 6 cards, if you get, oh, there's a second Sinistral. Okay, well, with 6 cards in hand, if it enfeebled down to 4, there was no way to for Nico to be able to play and pay for a negate on a Song of Frost. So you just kind of
Mhm.
go for it with Genbu. This is just playing the safe way, just saying I don't have a fugue at all. Maybe you're looking for a double Polar Depths line. Maybe you're saying like I'm super protected, I'm super defensive, I don't care anyway, I don't have to go for it.
Yeah, a
Just play
key
a
thing to note about Fugue, Herman,
okay.
is
Okay.
Silver did mill 2 Fugues early in this game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So it's very possible he doesn't have a fugue at all. But that's another polar depths. So definitely wasn't counting the water. But at some point you just target Nico twice and you just win the game.
Yep.
Because I
You
know he
are.
has another polar primordial. He did flash it to us earlier, so there's a bovine as well. Um, yeah, it's you just fill up your graveyard, you just mill yourself, and then you say double polar depths.
It just goes back to early on in the matchup when we were discussing it that it is possible for Nico to just get completely milled out. She is not safe because Genbu also does that plan, and Nico sort of mills herself a little bit as well. So it does not work in your favor as the Nico player when you are staring down multiple fractal of polar depths.
Like at some point, so there's 3 cards left in Silver's hand. Like this is one of the points where you're going to have to say, I have to find a way to go for it. You might have to go smoke bombs now and just try to run. The problem is the Gembu can flip in response to the Icebound Slam, but you
Oh
just have to,
yeah.
yeah, you have to enfeeble. So what you have to do pretty much is you have to. So Silver keeps um exposing himself. So if he watches this VOD too, just so I say like the how you play as this Genbu is you can't play this card because of the enfeebling orb. He keeps exposing himself, just believing that he can flip the Genbu in response to the Icebound Slam. The Genbu
Mhm.
will die when Icebound Slam is played because enfeebling orb is on the board. You cannot pay 3 for you cannot pay 3 to swap the stats of the Genbu to keep it or to buff the stats of the Genbu to keep it alive and be able to play a Song of Frost. So as long as Judas is able to play a second piece of interaction anywhere, you always lose Genbu on this turn. Or you take everything to face. Or they don't do anything I said whatsoever and they just say swing at the frog.
Yeah, I'm curious with no smoke bomb.
I was like, if you
We
smoke bomb here, you're definitely just going to say IBS to face, right?
Yeah, with the lash, which would be is it 15 damage?
Bulwark doesn't go
To the...
away because it was Song of Frosted. Bulwark doesn't go away. Yep, there we go.
Nope, he's chilling, and also not using the enfeebling orb either this turn. I feel like just a very linear line of thinking, not considering every possible option for your turn. It looks like both these players are sort of on that one track mind. They have something in mind they want to do, and they're just trying to go for it and not factoring in multiple options. Sort of as you mentioned on Silver's turn as well, with sort of playing the bovine and when you can and can't flip that Genbu.
Yeah, because like the bovine is technically the correct play if you're playing for the double polar depths line. You just don't have to rush the double polar depths line. You are in
Mhm.
so much completely control as long as you held every single card. So you open yourself to a mistake there. Because in my opinion, that would have been a mistake if you committed the smoke bombs and the enfeebling orb. You're either taking an absurd amount of damage to face right now, um, or you lose your Genbu. But it opens you up to a mistake, which is a risk that you did not have to take technically, because you could have just played the bovine next turn instead. And then on this same wave, like I was actually kind of surprising to see the Song of Frost though used now.
Mhm.
I was also surprised to see the Nico swinging as the very first thing in the turn. Like I would expect, especially with the Bulwark Sword, I would have expected like the Tweedledee to come out first, Tweedledee and Snow Fairy to come out first, and then force a Song of Frost there maybe, and then you know what you can do, and you can like now you can smoke bombs and swing face accordingly. But there's a
Agree
Genbu card.
there. The turtle has been flipped. I do just want to mention there's been that seaside ringleader since turn one on that field. For the last 4 turns, it has not been able to do anything. And it's sort of felt
So
like
frog.
very negative value, right?
Yeah,
It's just been you committed a card, it was so good, but then it sort of sat here and you really wish it could be in the grave. So I think there's lines of play that you could have like committed to maybe getting that seaside off your own board or just try and be aggressive with it as fast as possible.
I think for that seaside it was locked because of the timing of that first primordial ritual. If you didn't have a
Yeah.
follow up, like if you didn't have a second ally next to it, like because the primordial ritual was played on the second ringleader in front of the frog you already saw on Nico's board. If you
Mhm.
didn't have an answer for that frog, you should never have played that primordial. But a lot of Genbu players get stuck in this kind of way of thinking where they don't want to pay for memory because they're like, hey, my deck has like 24 floating memory. Why am I ever paying a memory cost when I can just use floating instead? But in that situation, that was 100% where you should have paid 1 from memory just to keep both ringleaders and just swing both of the frog. Like this game would have been completely over by now, actually, genuinely. Like I think like 5 turns ago, if that frog was cleared and then these ringleaders were swinging for 2 every single turn.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. We had board control, we had board pressure, and you gave it up for the floating memory.
Yeah.
Is what it feels like. Is you were in a commanding position and you just didn't want to have to pay one for a resource. It was greedy, I think, is the call for that. Is you greeted the floating memory, which now caused the game to sort of stall out rather than those seasides being able to take over the game and would it could be a completely different story.
Yeah, but he's still so overwhelmingly favored in this position that it might not even matter. Oh, lost another Song of Frost though. That's a really big deal to show your opponent because you again, this is an open deck list what we got event, so you can see how many of every card is being played in an opponent's deck. I'm just going to tell you because this is Superior's deck 1-1. There's only 2 Song of Frosts, so if you just that into account, I am ripping it into your face right now. Except for the fact that I can't get through Genbu because I can't smoke bombs Genbu with Lineage release available from Guoja 2.
Yeah, gonna need an answer something for that Genbu. That it's gonna be tough. That's a beefy Genbu. We have 3 cards in hand, which is more than enough to
5 cards in
buff
hand.
up the defensive stat with everything going on. Yeah, 5 cards, but within Feebling Orb
Yeah,
down to
yeah.
3, so you're
It was
still
specifically it had to be 5 because if
yes.
it wasn't 5, then you're okay here. But because okay, yeah, game's over. Just once they ask that count, the game's over.
It is that's a question you never want to be asked, right? When someone says like, "Hey, how much cards in your deck?" Because that's not a question you normally get asked in Grand Archive. You're only ever asked that question when your opponent's about to play a Ravishing Finale or use a Fractal of Polar Depths against you.
Or just next turn, you just ravishing. So pretty much, if the cards don't get forced out of Silver's hands right now, I'm pretty sure the line is to primordial your own ringleader to, and then you double you double polar depths yourself into tabula, draw into more polar depths, and just target your opponent, and you just win. Or if it's enough, because I don't know what the deck count is or the water count is. If it's enough, just target your opponent twice with this. What are they going to do
Yeah.
about it?
If it's like 20 water in the grave, then that's 40, and Nico has filtered more than enough that 40 will be
Yeah.
the end of it there.
Yep. Looks like it's a scoop.
Yeah,
Yep.
game
Okay.
one
Good
going
enough.
to Silver on the Gembu after the Fractal of Polar Depths double mill out. And it's one of those. Both these players made some mistakes, had some options, and even with the bad start, and you were the doom posting and the doom saying, Nico still had a chance to fight back. There
Yeah.
was a, errors being swapped back and forth, and that's one thing to keep in mind is you're never completely out of the game until the very end because
Mhm.
all it took was Silver to slip up that one time, which we saw a couple of really big mistakes happen that
Mhm.
almost costed Silver the game. Nico was like just inches away from stealing it back, right?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things of if the gameplay was tightened up a little bit and saw a couple more avenues, then I think it could have gone either way.
Yeah. For example, that's why I just scoop into Superior right away because I was like, once it became it became Silver's game to lose, I have to wait for my opponent to slip up. Me
Hmm.
as a Nico player, I'm like, I know he's good enough that he won't slip up. He knows I'm good enough that I will capitalize on whatever mistake will be made. Um, that was like, whatever, we're just gonna save the time because going into this game too is really, really relevant. There is a nullifying lantern in Judas's deck or in sideboard. This is like that's also why I was like, I'll be willing to scoop game one early against a Genbu all the time when I have a nullifying lantern in my sideboard. Because Silver has to recognize the threat of a fracturized nullifying lantern behind a Temptation's Facade. There was
Hmm.
only one Excalibur in main deck. There are 2 Excaliburs in side deck. If those 3 Excaliburs do not remain in the main deck, because very often these get removed. If those do not stay in the main deck, you lose the game off of a fracturized nullifying lantern. Like you actually just can't do anything about it.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, like you talking about it, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, yeah, no, there's literally nothing you can do. It
There's
is,
quite literally nothing. That's why I
it
would
is
have
a lock.
just
Yeah,
sped run into game two and just like played my game two and three as fast as I could once I saw that my game one was over. Um, If silver does not recognize that Xcal needs to be left in the deck, then you lose the game. If silver recognizes that Xcal needs to be left in the deck and uses it the wrong time, you also lose the game.
Will you bring in the additional Excals then from
You
sideboard?
have to. You genuinely have to. So I'm really hoping we see that, but this is actually not a matchup a lot of people see very commonly.
Mhm.
I have a feeling that he definitely put in the extra Song of Frosts. Um, I saw him siding more than 2 cards, so I assume he put in the X-Scales, but a lot of people remember they put in the X-Scales in this matchup, only think about the Lash. They just want to destroy the Lash and they would think they win the game there. But realistically, you have to destroy the fract. You cannot destroy the Lash
Mhm.
unless you draw like 2 or 3 X-Scales. You have to destroy the Lantern, because once the Lantern is out, you just can't win. Because Nico survives so long against these kind of decks if you can't mill them out. And then I just hit you for like 2 to 3 every single turn. And that's enough. I don't need to hit you for 9 with a Lash. I just need to hit you for like 3 every turn, and it's good enough.
Yeah, I do see Judas boarding in 5 cards from that sideboard here. So looking at the options, I'm really thinking the 3 Pure Beyonds and 2 Sea Sprite Divers probably came in against Genbu. What are your thoughts on
Mhm.
that?
That's exactly what I would do too. The Pure Beyond versus Staggering Strike would be the only other thing I could think of. But it's almost definitely the Pure Beyonds. I don't want to go up to his list right now and see what he would side out, because I don't know what 5 cards he would take out, except for like the Mustangs definitely go out for the Divers, and I don't
Yeah,
know what 3 cards he would have taken out for that. I think Pure Beyond is better. Oh,
possibly
Finale.
the.
You don't play Finale. That's the other one.
Oh,
You
yeah.
side in 5 because you always take out Mustang. You always take out Finale. So you just put whatever 5 you want to put in. That's why I was willing to always put in Staggering Strikes in here, because it's a lower commitment attack card, and sometimes you just want to attack for like 10 with a Lash, and you don't want to
Mhm.
like hard commit with a Ravishing. Also, yeah, you don't want to hit a Ravishing. If you connect a Ravishing, you lose the game.
Oh, yeah, especially if your opponent has like a fractal polar depths on the field and you
Yeah,
the
especially if your
ravishing's
opponent
not
has a
enough.
Tabula main boarded, like you take out the Ravishings. There's no question. That is not a real card in this matchup.
Oh yeah. Open deck lists, they are helpful when it comes to certain decisions.
Yeah. Well, it's also very helpful when your opponents are playing decks where only like 1 or 2 people in the world play it, right? So it's
Mhm.
like, for example, like that's like why I don't have to go look at the deck list to know that there are only 2 Song of Frost in the main deck of Silver, because it is straight up just the superior list, and I know what the X-Scal count is. I've played this in so many times. So if you see it like across from you at an Ascent or something, you know exactly what you're in for.
Ready, starting this off. It looks like I'm just double checking here. We only have the Serene Spirit of Water for Nico, so we don't have the option of trading off. I was gonna mention like, oh, it looks like we're back on Serene, but nope, this is what we're stuck with here.
Yeah, but
And
at least
going,
for a second.
yeah, going first, right? Because you
Oh, what I'm
lost
going
on.
first again? Never mind.
Yeah, I believe you're going first
Hmm.
here. So let's see what happens. Is it going to be another Seneschal into double Seaside, or are we going to have our turn 1 ally actually be able to stay alive? But was that hand gesture just a pass? It
Yeah,
was.
he said keep 5, keep 5, and then did nothing on turn 1.
Interesting.
Hmm. I don't know about that. I generally don't know what he could be holding right now.
Don't do it, Silver. Don't play a Seaside Ringleader. Okay, we just have a
Well,
fractal polar depths.
that's a brutal open as well, honestly. That's a very brutal open. Hmm.
Alrighty. What is a materialization? Backup charger. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I could
This is the other
see
line. It's probably backup charger into fracturize.
fractals. Yep. I like that line a
Um,
lot. Gets you that
I actually,
fractal float.
I was gonna tell you, I actually don't like that line, because your fracturize, unless you find a second one, must be used on nullifying lantern. You are not supposed to fracturize your power cell in this situation. You are supposed to save it. You're supposed to save it for the nullifying lantern.
Yeah. But if you kept 5, it's a huge possibility you had double fracturize
Yeah.
to see something like that.
Yeah, yeah. So
Um,
if he has a double fracturize, I can see it. If he only has a 1 fracturize and is going to try to dig for a second one later, I think that's going to hurt. Yo, tidal lock this, or like sorry, frostbind this. No.
Taking a look at the list, it looks like our
It's only 2 Frostbite.
only negates 2 Frostvines, 2 Tidal Locks, and 4 Cerulean Decrees. So, there is a possibility for those greedy, like low influence plays to occur. But no punishes actually at all. In game one we saw, and now not here at the start of game two.
You milled a Fracturize. I don't think you Fracturize your Power Cell unless that's as you've seen. Also, if you're trying to level up, you don't have to Fracturize it anymore. So this is a really
Mhm.
big deal. If if you were just going to Fracturize it just to level up, don't do that. Just level up. Keep all your cards. That's more cards for Sable Mirror, if anything.
Yeah, the Genbu has done what
Oh,
we were wanting to do anyways. And a little fun fact tidbit for everyone out there: Fracturize has been the first card Genbu has milled both games for Nico.
yep. And another fun fact, that's another ringleader by turn 2. I hate this deck. It's so annoying. I'm just like, yeah, high skill gameplay, I guess. You drew a ringleader. Congratulations. You're a good gamer.
Nico
Uh,
won. Yeah, okay, I like that. Filter in.
yeah.
Hopefully, find another float here. Um, let's see. I see a Storm of
Northeast.
Thorns. Yeah, exactly
Don't
where
see
you
it.
want to be there.
Good thing, even like especially on webcam when you're flashing cards accidentally to your opponent, did not flash that second card, or at least I don't think either of us could recognize that second card that got bottom decked. So it's very
Mhm.
helpful to never let your opponent know what you bottom decked there. Because that's, dude, imagine that's another Fracturize. So it doesn't matter what card you show when you mill sometimes too. Like even if it says floating or it doesn't say floating, if that's your win condition, I'm going to mill the other one.
Mhm. Oh,
Okay.
a good answer to the seaside here.
Are you killing it or are you hitting face? Hmm. I would have. Yeah. Okay. I can see face just to get early pressure in. Another thing you definitely could have done is take advantage of Tweedledee, or take advantage of Tweedledee having taunts. Now you're up and being a 3/4, and
Mhm.
that's and not giving, like, that's a way to deny your ringleader value from your opponent as well. Like we saw from that one frog that denied a ringleader for like what 8 turns last game. You could just stood up the Tweedledee, and then whenever he tries to kill it with something else, some other line, you say I'll retaliate on that one, but at least I blanked your ringleader for a couple turns.
Yeah, I do like that option for it here. I don't
You'll
like
probably just take
attacking
nothing.
in for 3. I really want the defensive play because what can Silver do against a 3/4 taunt? Like expand a couple of resources to remove it, but you still get to trade
Oh, we
favorably.
lost. You lost an Excal. So good thing is that yes, Excals are in the deck. So Silver recognized. Don't lose those. Bad thing, lost one.
Mhm, mhm.
So you need both Excals now in hand to be able to win this game, because one gets stopped by Temptation's Facade and the second one gets stopped by, well, the second one destroys the lantern. So we're going to
Well,
see how this plays out. But oh yeah, this is another reason where I was like, this swinging out works here too, because probably gonna kill it now anyway. Because this thing had to die no matter what.
correct. Yeah, but would you rather have dealt 3 damage to the champion or remove the Seaside Ringleader?
Personally, I would have rather removed the seaside. I would have kept it
Yeah.
standing so that when the seaside tries to like, the seaside's going to clear your thing anyway, you might as well just retaliate against the seaside, because it's annoying that I have to give him back the card, but it needs to go. It can't just sit here and hit you for it. Puts you on a timer. You
Mhm.
always take 2 every single turn, unless you end up finding another frog or something like that. But at least gentle respite got hit. So yeah, we're going to set up with the temptations facade now.
Yeah, just on the other line though, like if you played Tweedle and killed the Seaside Ringleader, now your opponent has to commit an additional ally with that
Mhm.
um, refracting missiles to remove your taunter.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like it might have been a better play to remove the Seaside immediately and go from the damage. But we'll see here what happens with the Seaside. Everyone should be keeping their eye on that because game one it did get sort of abandoned and stranded out on the board, but in game two, it's looking like it's going to be in a very commanding position.
Well, the scary part is that it's 5 cards in hand for silver, which is enough to just say primordial ritual and then pay for seaside once you ritual it. So it's very annoying. Um, if I see the 3 come into my face as a Genbu player from this Tweedle, I would expect that Nico's going to do something really aggressive and just capitalize on that extra damage. Otherwise, that damage doesn't matter. Like it's genuine irrelevant when Genbu. Like if 3 damage is actually a completely irrelevant number because they'll definitely go to level 3 at some point and just just heal it off. But I do like this. You literally don't have to do anything else. All you're trying to say is answer my stuff right now. Because I'm just gonna. It's a dead turn. I'm gonna Sable Mirror. I'm gonna bring out a lash. I'm gonna pay for a big lash. I'm gonna start hitting you in the face before you're set up because you only have 3 lash counters this time. I have 3 quest counters this time.
Hmm.
Okay, yeah, this is very important. So the Fracturize now lowers the requirements of removing that lantern later. This had to go no matter what anyway. Because
Yeah.
I think this is
And
fine though.
so what happened was the Fracturize targeted a facade. If you target the Sable Mirror, the Nico has to use the facade and rest it in order to change that target, meaning that Fractal will now be rested
That's it.
instead of awake. And so it sort of you just plus your opponent in influence by targeting the facade over the Sable Mirror. So hopefully it doesn't come back to bite them here, and we actually
Oh,
see a middle of a title
yeah.
lock, which
It,
would be something that extra influence would
yeah.
matter about.
It probably won't matter because you probably try when you pull out the Sable Mirror on this turn, you want to be able to pay as much as possible for it anyway. So like I'm not going to do anything. No matter like there's not enough pressure coming out from the Genbu right now that's going to force me to put any cards down. So I'm just going to save everything. I'm going to like if the Fractal was rested, it would wake up anyway when I pay for the turn when I decide to pay for the Sable Mirror, which I'm pretty sure is next. I think that's 6 cards in hand and a Fractal.
A Frostworn Paladin. Do we have a float? We do. We
Yeah,
have a
Bovine.
Bovine in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And I really don't like the position of these multiple allies now for silver. Nico's gonna have to chew through 6 total life here for these allies, and Nico's not known for hitting multiple targets in a turn.
Yeah, but at least you can survive. Especially like that's a benefit of the Serene, right? Like you're going to survive extra turns with this, so you can just stall a little longer as necessary. This thing's now vulnerable, the lash, but you're going to get what another free influence out of Genbu if they fracturize that one too.
Hmm.
And thankfully, being a warrior, being a guardian, bulwark sword later is actually very helpful for like if I, if I get both my weapons removed, I'm like whatever. Honestly, I still have a bulwark. I have 2 additional influence I shouldn't have. I still haven't Grand Crusaders ringed this turn, this game. So that's another influence he can go up on. And I think he's just wondering if he should just commit the Sable Mirror now, because if he commits the Sable Mirror now, he can't answer a Fracturize. In my
Hmm.
opinion, he can't answer the Fracturize anyway, so just go for it.
Yeah,
Or
just commit. Yeah.
you could be really greedy and wait another turn, just let things hit you, and then have 3 more influence for Sable Mirror.
Potentially 4 if you go Grand Crusader's Rune on that materialization as
Oh,
well.
that's so greedy, though. That's actually 5 because you're gonna recollect 3, draw 1, and you go Grand Crusaders ring for another one. That's so greedy. Yeah, just do it now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then is there a fractal?
He's not using the fractal here.
So 7 means he's only putting 4 additional. I mean, not bad. 8, 9, 10, 11. He's drawing a 12 influence. 12 influence with 5 lash counters.
2 down. Looks like a Fracturize is coming in now. If so, that does spell doom for this Magebane Lash. 1, 2, buckle my shoe,
Okay,
Fracturize.
whatever.
It's
He just had it both, Just one of these games, one of these matches, high skill gameplay against a Genbu, They just happen to draw everything. What are you going to do?
Alrighty. We do still have that Icebound Slam though, and I'm a big fan of just putting 5 down and saying take
Well,
8.
no, no, no. Here's the problem. Fracturize is a floating memory. and Icebound Slam. I'm sorry, Song of Frost costs 0 for a tamer.
That is true. That is, alternate activation cost of Song of Frost throws off so many game plans because everyone's so used to paying 2 for a Song of Frost, right? Because every water deck runs it. And then you have these tamer decks being too good out here, being able to activate it for completely free, minus a floating memory. So it is something challenging to sort of think about as you're playing.
Just play Spalling now because I guess he doesn't have any float in his graveyard, so now he can pay for the Paladin by using 1 card from hand and 2 fractals, right? 1 card from hand and 2 fractals, right, Judas? What?
2 from hand. 3
All right,
from
3
hand.
cards from hand.
It's a Frostborn Paladin.
Yeah, but you know, you got 2 fractals you're not using.
We're saving those fractals for a very important moment.
It's
I
either that or you're
believe in
putting. You could also just be putting extra cards down for the Revitalizing Cleanse. But
Mhm.
honestly, you could be doing that anyway. Okay, this is where it's really relevant. Where that this, I was about to say, come on, this has to kill the Seaside Ringleader because you just lose your
Mhm.
Paladin on the crackback.
Yep, that is the board control that we were talking about. And this Seaside, the value is going up
Oh,
every
you remembered.
turn.
4, 5.
Are we
Yeah, it was
revitalizing?
revitalizing. It was trying to get as many cards down as possible. No,
No, Icebound. Man after my own heart. Turn them sideways. Take a
he's just saying go to face.
2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, good mills, good mills.
Yeah, he's just saying you don't have it.
And sometimes that's how you got to play it, and that's how it works. You just
No,
tell your
legit.
opponent you
Yeah.
either have it or you don't.
Or maybe he has it and he put it into memory because you're like, why would they ever? Why would you ever what do you call it, do that in this situation? And he just went for it. I'm like, whoa. I mean, that's fair. Just how are you going to do the other 8 damage?
Are we level 2 or level 1?
Uh, Goja is currently level 2. That's how we went from 3 to 6 quest counters.
Okay.
Can go to level 3 to instantly bring out the Genbu, or just do this. Yeah, this is probably better, honestly. You just want to mill slowly and get to that Genbu. You're not that far away. You'll go to 7 quest counters in your recollection. If you have any 1 additional mill, you'll go to 8, and then you can sacrifice the polar depths at any time to go 9 for an emergency Genbu if necessary.
The emergency Genbu button.
Yeah, I mean, it works. That works too.
Fast speed, recover 3, we'll take it. Genbu mill, what do we see off the top? Cerulean and Frog.
Frog.
This game too, frogless, by the way.
Watch, the frog's coming down right now. He's gonna kill the Frostworm Paladin, and then he's gonna put a frog next to his 2 things, and you're like, oh well, guess you can't play the game anymore, buddy.
Yeah, a taunter is definitely not what Nico's wanting to see on the other side of the field right now. Seaside Reading Leader going into Frostworn? Yes, into Frostworn. Removed. And
Yeah,
once again, that's the issue you were talking about.
yeah, you really wanted that ringleader gone from that Tweedle swing, and if not from the Tweedle swing, it had to be from the Frostworn swing, just to keep your Frostworn on board. Like, sure, you give them back a card, but like, you give them back a card when the from the Seaside draws it in, but they also lose a card when they have to play yet another body out. Oh, but there's a nullifying lantern, so here's our way to stall the game out for a very long time.
Yeah. Do we have the Fracturize? Or it doesn't really matter at this point, right? If
You
they
fracturize in response to the Mustang coming out.
and we're far away from the X-Cal right now, so we don't have to worry about that in response to it either. So yeah, Nullifying Lantern, a good materialization, gonna be slowing down the game a little bit. I believe we are under Terrafreeing this turn. So if we're gonna play an attack, we are gonna have to pay an additional 2 to swing in. But with the aggressive nature we're seeing from this Nico, I see why not, right? Just play a big attack and oh, Snow Fairy. We're locking down Frostborn Paladin, I'm assuming here.
Yeah. Didn't have snow fairies milled this time, so very like very possible to have multiple for the Genbu later, so it's no big deal. Just imagine though, if there was if that seaside was dead, and that your paladin didn't get killed last turn, and you have the snow fairy, you can just say, you know, like you have a way to kill a paladin if you play the snow fairy and like whatever other ally they might have tried to play. Would be good. But that
Yeah.
seaside is a menace.
Or you just lock down the Paladin with the Fairy and then use your 2 fractals to deal an additional 3 to go Gia with that Frostsworn. It's, it'd be in a really good spot here.
But Icebound Slam is more fun.
Yeah, Icebound Slam is a lot of fun. It is one heck of a card.
Yeah, like that probably was one of the only turns where the Genbu would ever possibly be exposed enough to be able to play that card.
Mm-hmm.
But I just don't like using that on face because you do want to keep that because that's part of your way to just annihilate a Genbu when it tries to do something later. Is very hard for is surprisingly hard for Genbus to unless they're like draw like the nuts they open their fractal rain and their conniving plans and everything. It's actually kind of hard to mill enough cards to offset a Icebound Slam's 8 damage. But we did mill a second Fracturize, so there's only possibly 2 more left in Judas's deck. Hopefully one in hand.
Hopefully one in
Yes,
hand
he just
indeed.
milled. He just milled Resonant Fugue. Okay, yes.
Yeah, it feels like where this mid game has sort of stalled out for both these players. Just trying to figure out how to navigate this sort of situation we're in. No real regalias for Nico. Gembu doesn't really have water cards in the grave due to the lantern.
Okay. Okay, there. Ugh. Hey, but the Snow Fairy plus a Frostborn from hand, very good play for next turn for Judas. You clear the
Yes.
standing Frostborn. And you material as a bulwark sword, and you still clear the standing Frostborn. This guy also really doesn't like using his fractals, eh? I guess he's definitely not a fractals player.
It's, sometimes when someone gives you free resources, you send them a message by telling you, I don't need handouts. I ain't gonna use these.
Or like it's a lot of times you just forget. Like a way that I used to forget all the time. Oh, we're in time by the way, speaking of time. So we're gonna see if we're gonna get a draw or if we're gonna get a loss here. But my way to remember this, like I used to forget all the time, was to not do this where I flip them over because I kind of just forget. They just kind of blends in when I just see the back of my cards. But I keep them face up and just put tokens, like really obnoxious tokens or dice or something on them, just so I remember when I look on my board. I'm like, what the heck is this? And I was like, oh, it's a fractal.
Yeah, something to catch your attention. And it's actually good advice for anyone out there who's like, if there's a beginning of recollection trigger that you have, like Genbus or Fractal Rains, put like a dice on top of your deck. So when you see the dice on top of your deck, you're like, what is this here? Oh, that means I have to do something before
Mhm.
I draw a card.
Yeah, just these tiny minor things because this is like as you get better and better at Grand Archive, it really is a matter of the tiny things that make or break like how good you are as a player because it really is very very small. Okay. Yeah, we're just gonna ignore crosswords for the rest of the game
We used our
unless there
fractals though.
is a refracting missile. Don't refracting missile this now, or he's gonna primordial it. Don't primordial your Frostborn, dude. Okay, conniving works.
We'll connive first. Seaside
Okay.
Fractal Rain.
All right, hit the ringleader. No big deal. But the conniving made sure that did he draw the memory after conniving?
He did not because there's not 4 water cards in the grave.
Oh yeah, because there's a nullifying lantern out. Yes.
Correct. Yeah, and
Yeah.
oh, we're flipping Genbu.
Yeah,
Interesting.
because we rested everything. So you do want to. I guess he wanted to make sure he kept his allies on board because he probably has a way to remove the snow fairies. So you want the Genbu to have the taunt to make sure nothing dies on this turn.
But what about a third Snow Fairy? Have we considered that option this turn?
third Snow Fairy is all 3 in the deck, and you definitely want that for Genbu. You're not playing that until you say Smoke Bombs target Genbu, scare your opponent into thinking they're going to die, and then you go into a Snow Fairy. Yeah, but here's the recover 3, so it's very rough for Nico in this situation. I believe this is turn 1 or turn 2?
I believe
Turn 1,
turn
right?
1, yeah, 'cause 0 and then 1 here with 2 minutes left in overtime. Looks like this may be going to 1-0, but we see an Excalibur being activated from the side of Silver, targeting Lantern of
Nullifying,
all the
Lantern of
options.
Nullifying.
Yeah, Lantern and all of. Ooh, backwards. We're gonna fracturize it in response. Have a little bit of fun.
That doesn't change anything. This, it's an object. You destroy any non-champion object,
Correct.
and you
Yeah,
throw
that's
it up
why that's why
anyway.
we're fracturizing it for a little bit of fun. Just having a good old time.
Hmm. Well, guess it's honestly, if we're in time and I'm up a game, I don't even try to do the Genbu thing. Yeah, like
Yeah.
yeah, sure. If you just see 3 Frostworm Paladins like that, and you just draw into like multiple fracturizes like that, I'm like, whatever.
Yeah. Honestly, I think you just secured the game. You have a big Taunter, 3 cards in hand, and Frostworm Paladin. There's no way Nico can deal
Yeah,
that.
just stand them both. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Because you're not
Yeah.
getting through a Serene as well, so you might as well just not let Nico have any sort of way out.
Yeah.
This is a
Alrighty, everyone.
this is
Looks
a
like here it's probably going to end in a 1-0 with Silver on Genbu
mhm.
beating up the Water Nico here as 30 seconds left in overtime. We're counting back. And, let's go ahead and do a quick little recap of this match before we start getting ready for our next round. Herman, what do you think about this? This was a quite an experience watching these two water decks go
um
head to head, right?
yeah, I've played this a lot. I think it's just like it is hard. It's a hard matchup for Nico, but this is actually definitely an experience thing. Like we saw in game 1, it was doomed. Like it was pretty doomed for Nico from the beginning. But oops. Because of okay, there we go. Because of the lack of experience for this matchup specifically, he wasn't able to capitalize on the openings that were like graciously given to him. And then game 2 kind of just this is why it's moderately unfavored for Nico. I don't think it's like overwhelming. I think it's a very, very good chance, especially when you have a nullifying lantern into your deck, like getting added to your deck. You have a very, very strong chance into Genbu, but you're still playing on the back foot. It's just how to sequence certain things, like get your minor efficiencies. Like as
Mhm.
a Nico player yourself, I think you know this too. Like Nico's about a battle of slowly like getting small advantages over and over again, right? It's like you're just 5%. Your play is just 5% better than theirs. You get 5% more value, 5% more value, 5% more value, and then finally you're like, I'm like 4 cards ahead of you, and I can't die, but you can. So then I win as Nico. But like,
Mhm.
yeah, Genbu's also another value deck, and if they roll like that, then they just instead of going 5% at a time, they're just like, I have an entire extra card faster than you. Here's another extra card faster than you. Here's my ringleaders, and I was like, okay, well, yeah.
Alrighty, everyone. Well, thank you for joining us for that round 3. It is the end of overtime. We're going to start getting ready into round 4, so we'll all catch you then. See you in a bit.
All right, thank you. Hello, everybody, and we are back with, I believe, round four. We've got ClemHopkins back with us for the. Oh, I'm pointing the other way for our
It
TCG regionals number two. Clem, did you watch that? That was a fun matchup for you.
was very fun not having to cast something like that for once, but it was kind of miserable to watch.
Oh,
Because the moment the seaside came out, it was like game over. But we had to watch
well, I mean, I'm just
the
happy to
misery.
see. Yeah, I'm happy to see, like, cause instantly went to the Nico chat right after that, and Juice, good sport as he is, just saying it's like, hey, yeah, could have done better, could have learned. It felt kind of unwinnable, and I was like, honestly, yeah, for game two, that's
It was.
you're not allowed, you're not allowed to win that way. That was kind of silly. But
Yeah.
we're gonna move into something a little faster, if I understand it correctly.
Don't say that because then it's just gonna be not faster. It's gonna go into overtime, same as last round. So
I play
don't
best
jinx
of
it,
one.
Herman.
I play best of ones in GA, man. I don't care here. I will gladly take you to time every single round and loop my entire deck. But it looks like we are definitely going for we're still going on with our anti-water crusade here because we're still skipping any Diana and fractals because I think everyone's kind of seen way more than enough of those by now, and it's kind of like pretty linear, honestly. We're moving into, I believe, a Merlin, Fire Merlin versus a Wind Wake Up Tristan.
Yep.
How do you feel about that?
It's it's looking fun. I'm not sure if we'll ever gonna see the Tristan come out because Wind Wake Up Tristan is the kind of Tristan deck where the champion is 100% optional.
Yeah, it's completely irrelevant unless you draw Incapacitate, right?
Yeah, it's like okay, and especially into a Merlin, into Fire Merlin. Well, the Kingslayer Merlin. Now we have to specify
Oh yeah.
into Kingslayer Merlin. It's like kind of useless because you just want to kill them before they even have a chance to get to level 3. Otherwise, you're probably not winning.
Yeah, it's just gonna be I know Kingslayer has definitely fallen out of favor by a lot recently because it used to be way I mean everyone loves Crux, you know? Crux has always been one of, if
Of course,
not the most played deck in GA history all the time. And yeah, people falling out of favor with Merlin because it's just taking too long to win the game versus this Wind Wake Up deck that just says I can win on turn two and
yep.
every turn onwards, if you decide to play too many cards. It's kind of rough, in my opinion. Do you think either of them is extra favored?
I think because of the consistency of Wind Wake Up, that is probably favored in this matchup, but just because it's so fast and pretty darn consistent.
Well, ideally, we're going to see a good back and forth. I really don't want to see Ranger Strides materialize on turn two, second wind, restand, hit you for seven for game. Is that okay? It's kind of rough. Because I know, at least from my experience from this, that the good thing about Merlin is Library Witch is a very good card. Stalwart Shieldmate, very good card. What's another fun one? Nimue, very good card. So just kind of just Fluffy Shopkeep, very good card. All these cards just say, "Hey, Wind Wake Up, stop playing the game, please. I beg you. Unless you draw a
Yeah,
Perth, then I lose."
yeah. It's basically that, but at the same time you also have to think about leveling up
Mhm.
because they can deal with your answers for a bit. And if in the meantime you're not leveling up, that means you're kind of cooked.
And not in a good
So
way, I guess.
yeah, I mean, is there a good way of being cooked? I feel like
Yeah,
all
smoked with a lot of seasoning.
yeah, but even then, you're the if the steak that's being cooked is not enjoying being cooked, you're the one enjoying it being cooked.
That yeah, that is very fair. I don't know. But it's I think it's just interesting to see that these kind of matchups still exist. And how I say it's just like it's just really like the complete extremes of the game because like Merlin, it really is just trying to stay there, just survive, burn all their cards, and just say I have 28 maximum health, and I will draw an extra card every 2 turns. Versus this one just says I really do not want to play turn five. I just really want this game to be over in the first 4 turns. Like I think this is as extreme as possible.
Yeah, I I agree with you. And but you already, since you asked me, do you think, I know we talked about it a bit and you explained it, but do you think that there is someone clearly favored here?
It's usually the Wind Wake Up URA. It's just like it's pretty much if they open a purse and a distant maker, I think they just win that game, like always. If they don't open purse, then the game becomes much more of a back and forth about whether or not Merlin can find enough defense to at least get to level 2, turn on a Nimue, and then just Nimue just says destroy everything. Even you can't negate. So a good thing about Nimue is that even if you negate the card that's causing Nimue's effect to go off, Nimue's effect still goes off. Like you can't incap. I'm just gonna say reprogram target your ally with the Ranger Strides, and it just dies no matter what. Can't do anything about it. So it really is a matter of I think from turn 1 we can already tell how how even this game is going to be. So we're going to start immediately with. I can't tell if
Who
Neoniclax
went
on the
first?
Merlin, yeah, decided to do
Yeah.
the classic fire thing of do nothing.
Yeah. I'm
He lost dice roll.
yeah. What I'm curious to see is, are we gonna see the Tristan pay off? Because I feel like Diana's generally a better way to go because it gives you a bit more versatility
Uh
versus Tristan.
well, you trade the versatility for like agility 3 actually matters a lot
Mm.
for Wind Wake Up, in my opinion. So that is like half the time I do like I used to play this deck as well, where I was like half the time I'm going to Tristan because I have 2 incaps in hand. Other half I'm actually just going so I have a little bit of extra health and I have the agility 3 so that I can, establish my board better. It's especially against other really fast decks where you need to establish board and still hold some sort of answer. So you have to go to that Tristan just to have both. But right now we're seeing a concealed marksman as the open for Wind Wake Up. So honestly, not that great. It kind of just sits there. It's a ally that doesn't get removed. That's for sure.
Oh.
Okay, now it's better. Yeah, you're just trying
Yeah.
to do chip damage, but this is what Merlin's trying to do, right? Set up these intercepts and taunts that just kind of soak up this damage so that it keeps you alive until like you're level 1, level 2. Because this is a fluffy shopkeep that's going to take what, 4 to the face, 5 to the face. I don't remember what this is. 5 to the face, right? Or
Point
yeah,
is, it's dead. I think,
very dead.
but
Yeah.
yeah, it's you're right. But I think the reason it's not too awful
Oh,
is we do see the removal here. All right.
well, this is the big one. Steady sharpshooter is so when I played Wind Wake Up, I remember I was looking through all these lists, and I think I was the second person to actually put steady sharpshooter in one of my lists, just because I was like, dude, like, why are you guys not playing this? This just hard punishes people who decide to play slow game because and has no like this, right? It hard punishes
Yeah.
this kind of matchup who just tries to play taunts and intercepts and hides back there. But steady sharpshooter just says, I don't care about your taunts and intercepts. If you cannot actually actively remove me as an ally from a board, you are going to get hit for 11 or something then like soon.
Yeah, it's like the fire ally that made like the unspoiled that everyone for a second thought that it gets permanently +3 ranged. And but this is actually just that ally. It gets every aim counter is +2 damage for you, guaranteed.
Yeah, just 2 damage for this attack, so it's not actually, like, that great for Wind Wake Up sometimes when you're doing that play where, you wanna swing twice because that first play will always first hit will have all the aim counters, the second hit will only do up to 3
Oh
damage.
yeah. Oh,
Ooh,
dungeon guide being stifling trapped, classic
doesn't die,
wind play. Yeah, it doesn't die, but it is
yeah.
still like I feel like that doesn't matter that much if you don't get the
No, I just thought he was gonna
level
bring
up.
it to his graveyard, but this is
Oh.
very, very relevant because,
Yep.
yeah, as Wind Wake Up, you need to keep them in, like, the actual lethal range as long as possible. So if they get to Dungeon Guide, get to level 2, like, that's what I said, like, earlier, get Dungeon Guide, get to level 2, Nimue is now on, as well as your health pool is really, really big, so then your game is kind of cooked at that point.
Yeah. Yeah.
But we try to
Uh,
keep them to what, 20 maximum health?
Oh, the Mad Hatter being banished for the Ranger Stride, so he's not going the gambling route. He's going the guaranteed
Yeah,
Ranger
consistent.
Strides. Yeah.
Well, he also only had 1 card left in hand, after that Stifling Trap, so you couldn't play one of your, like, 3 backup charger effects anyway. So if you're not bringing out and he already brought out a bauble. So you're not getting a plus
Yeah.
one. So what are you really going to get? And just to risk the Mad Hatter? And the answer is just, why not? Just don't risk it.
Oh, and there's
You-
the purse. So now he has a turn to set up. Unfortunately, though, there is no cat, so it's only one Ranger Strides for the time being.
Yeah, it's okay. The purse just keeps him like very safe and defensive. This steady sharpshooter is slowly adding up. So this steady sharpshooter, whenever it comes range, it's going to be able to hit for the next attack because it already has 2 aim counters. It's going to be able to hit for 7 and then 3, if it wakes up, or 11 and then 7 with the Ranger Strides. So that's if
Still very
people don't
good,
know,
yeah.
it's a lot of damage.
And
Yeah,
then two for Neonic class, that is 2 liminal guides being banished. They're gone.
it's a good sense of mind from Neoniclax just to know that like in this matchup you are not going to be able to sit there and just try to pitch these liminal guides while you level. You have to just go ASAP. And even
Yep.
committing Merlin 2 to just being a even committing Merlin 2 to a sword just to attack and try to kill that thing. Not realizing that's a 1/4, and that's why that card is really, really good. 1/4,
He had me like,
really hard to
oh.
face. Yeah, Neoclass just swung 3 at it and said, "Oh, I guess I
It's a very
just."
valid assumption because most allies have 3 life, but unfortunately, it's one of the rare allies that doesn't. I think it's also good in webcam. Not in webcam, it's in general as well, because it catches you off guard. So that definitely adds to its surprise, its element of surprise and the value from it. Stalwart Shieldmate is a classic.
Yeah. Yeah, so
So
because Neoclass doesn't have one more like damage in hand from another these are all defensive allies, right? Your witches and your stalwarts, they don't have
yep.
the one. You really needed it to have one more damage just so you could try to kill the sharpshooter. Oh, this is really, really good. And this is why you
Oh.
played it this line. Yes, you have to use you are not wake up 15 maximum health. You do not need to save like 2 fireballs or something. You just have to get there. How you get there is you go to level 2 and you say fireball for 3, target the purse when they're trying to make it distant. Like this purse would have been able to suppress the stalwart shield weight and honestly probably die on that turn. Like
Yeah,
depending on
that would have
how
been
the wind
enough.
wake up a hand is, you're like it's a little bit more from hand that you need, but probably just die if that didn't happen. Really good play from Neoniclax. I really like that. Except for the whole hit 3 into sharpshooter and think that it's a 1/3 instead of a 1/4 thing.
Yeah, but it's such a rare card, Herman. You're the only
Yeah, I
one
know.
that plays weird decks like this
Not
and weird
anymore.
cards
Not
like
anymore.
this.
Everyone plays sharpshooter now. It's really good. Oh no, but everyone. But a lot of people play sharpshooter. At least as a one or two of. It really punishes
Yeah,
these.
well, if you don't play the deck, I feel like because it's still such a low count,
Mhm.
you're unlikely to run into it often enough, at least, to remember what
That
it
is fair.
is.
Because when Wake Up stop being as relevant now that Water Aetherwing is just more fun to people, in my opinion. That is crazy. Both players just said recollect. Like he swung the sharpshooter to get another charge counter on it or aim counter on it, and then just said pass. And Merlin also said materialize, draw, pass. Now we're going to try to. Both players just said take it off turn.
Yeah, just kind of recollect and just chill, do whatever they want. That stalwart does have to go before.
Well, we materialize an inert sword because an inert sword can just kill it.
Yeah,
Wait, did the dungeon
but
guy not even attack face?
no, the dungeon guide also attacked into the steady sharpshooter because that was
No, no,
the
no. I mean like
goal.
the previous turn. He said draw
Oh,
pass, right? That's why there's a
yeah,
standing
yeah, yeah, yeah.
dungeon guy.
True, true, true.
Hey, maybe that one damage. Remember, if one damage is relevant later, um, this is where it could have been.
It always
Probably
is relevant. We always come back to it. Remember that one damage? So it very
maybe
well could have been.
because I think if Merlin's able to do the other 13, if Merlin's able to do 12, Merlin should be able to do 13 in this matchup. It's either very unsafe until it's very, very unsafe to go for it as a Merlin player until it is. It's like there's no like gradually getting better against Wind Wake Up. You're either in range or you're not.
Yep.
And yeah, with that one
You
fireball,
can't
I think you
half
just
half
secure
it.
the game. Yeah, Fireball kill that purse. I think you've probably just won the game because you're just waiting for. All you have to do is see what happens to this steady sharpshooter. If this does not finish the game off, um, it just might be over right now.
Yeah, because
Cool.
the steady sharpshooter, and with only having one Ranger Strides, no Cheshire Cat, that means that it has to be all in one attack, and it cannot be broken up at all. So it's
So this
all
is
in
hitting
or you lose
for
already.
9. Now it's hitting for 13. Okay. So I hit for 13, and he's going to try to wake up and do 3 more. So it's going to do 16. 16 puts Merlin to 18.
Yep.
Oh, no, more than that because it's going to Ranger Strides as well. Yeah, Ranger Strides will do the last
Yeah.
4.
We banish one.
Level up and then Fireball.
How level up with?
He ate the Stalwart Shieldmate to go to level 3. So now the
Yeah.
Fireball does 4 damage to the um.
Oh, that
Or-
okay. I've thought because level up means
sorry, yeah, level
leveling up.
counter.
It's not
Yeah,
gaining
level
level.
counter, level
Yeah.
counter. Yeah, I think the game is. This is Merlin's game now. I think we're just going to play out the turns because it's still up to Merlin to not be bricked and to actually have playable cards.
Yep.
But I think the game is pretty clean. Like, sure, he's at 15-1, but honestly, all the allies are gone. The strides is gone. The second wind is gone. I yeah, I think you're going to struggle here for sure.
Like oh yeah, it's only gonna be 18 damage next turn if Alex can play an ally and attack with the inner sword.
Now it's
Or
time to play all the plus ones, right? You're just going to hold your entire hand up, put 3 cards down at a time. Try to dig into some like crazy combo all at once because I think he's 7 influence. So 7 influence just means ally and protect it.
oh, Cheshire
Oh,
Cat is actually the perfect ally to have.
yeah,
Attacking for 3.
yeah. 3 and uninteractable. Would have been nice last turn.
Sorry, 2.
Ooh, 5. Nope, because he attacked first, and invective is a slow speed spell or a slow speed skill.
So he had
Looks
to
like
play it
pro-
before
yeah,
the
looks like
judge
production. Yeah,
was
yeah.
gone. So they had to activate it before
Before the
attacking.
attack, yeah,
So unless Neoniclax lets them take it back, that is
yeah. So it's up to Neon Class right here because you
illegal.
technically
Actually,
yeah
yeah, it's
you know what the interaction is. Of course, is to try to have Cheshire swing for everything, and then like swing for 5, and then the inert sword swings for 2 for game. Um, or swing for 6, I think of the Cheshire because it swings for 3 plus 3. But because
it
it was
doesn't
played
wait.
in the wrong
Doesn't
order.
yeah? Cheshire swings for 2 even now. Sorry.
Cheshire swings for 3, right? Because there's an inert sword with it, so it swings for 3, and then you invective it to try to give it plus 3. So what we're going to do is it looks like we fixed it with the judge. The attack is fully legal. That Cheshire hits for 3. Invective can't be declared because it's a slow speed spell. So I think he just takes
Yeah,
3.
and there is no takesy backsies here.
Mhm.
Unfortunately it's a regional.
Yeah,
So and I don't think Neoniclax would have been like, yeah, you can take it back. I will just lose the game here,
yeah,
because that's big a lot more than just being nice.
yeah. So I think here we're well. At least the class knows this is the last turn. Yeah, one last attempt to do something. Because he did not level up to Merlin Kingslayer either. He clearly does not have a dungeon guide because I assumed there was no possible way to put 3 cards into their memory last turn, which I'm surprised by because then they pulled out like they originally flashed a backup charger instead of a Sword of Shadows or Sword of Seeking. So that could have been your way to put 3 cards down, go to backup charger now, or a backup charger
Yeah,
into Kingslayer now, but instead they have to hope that this fluffy shopkeep keep them alive for one more turn.
it
But at least it's a
very
Terraform.
well can though. Like
Yeah. This
it's
was
not game
mhm,
over.
Yeah, this was probably Alex's best. Like last term was probably Alex's best time to do that because he Neon Class also passed on the terrafring trigger. But now you definitely terrafring, right? There's no question.
Yeah.
So terrafring trigger. Now you just have to see if you can suppress the fluffy shopkeep and have enough cards to attack and play invective. Actually, do you need to play invective? I believe he's at 18, not the 15 on the stream because the Cheshire
Because
still
the
attacks you.
Cheshire did go through the
Yeah.
Cheshire attack, yeah.
So 18 to 22 means you have to do 4 damage. So the Cheshire has to do either one more damage somewhere. Oh no, I don't think it's lethal. Like it's possibly lethal through that then.
Yeah.
Survive another turn.
It's it's another turn, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, Alex cannot take the game home just yet
Yeah.
with the
Well,
Tear Ring.
ooh, put away Ghost of Pendragon because yeah, it's you gotta do what you gotta do now.
Yeah,
That's
it's
crazy though.
level up. I think probably the other cards in his hand are also really good.
Yeah, because he
So
kept 3 cards in hand and had a
yeah.
Ghost of Pendragon banished to level up. So at least one more ghost, I'm assuming, or like all those are defensive cards. But now that you have 28 maximum health, you have like instead of a buffer of 4 health, you have a buffer of 10 health. You have another turn now. You still need to find a way to kill the Wind Wake Up because you're still completely in control of this game, in my opinion, as Merlin. It's still up to you to find a way to kill.
Yep. You still have to, and there's 2 fireballs already gone.
Yeah, but I
So
think
it's
he's
gonna be a slower beatdown ish plan.
if I tracked it correctly, I think you're still in his recollection phase. So I think he's counting to see if maybe like a double flared iridescence into. Oh, okay. A fireball here
Oh,
does
fireball.
6. Fireball does 6 to face. The weapon with Merlin will do 3, so I do 9, put into 11. Dungeon Guide puts him to 12, and then you're just looking for 4 more damage somewhere. If the Dungeon Guide swung earlier, that would put him to 13, so 2 extra health, 2 extra when 2 versus 3 is not relevant, so that means not swinging the Dungeon Guide earlier is irrelevant so far. Ooh, failing.
Yep. It's pretty good because Merlin only has Merlin is only level 5 right now, so 3 here.
So that's a
It's
Delu, an Aether's Embrace, and something else that was irrelevant in my opinion. I don't remember what it was. Oh no, it's another Veiling, isn't it? I don't know. Hey, that's still pretty good.
it's it's pretty solid. Veiling still. Why did he take
Ooh. This is your
oh
way to make sure you definitely
takes
don't
3
take
yeah.
10 damage next turn.
I think that's a concession.
No, no, this is Regal.
Oh, that's a oh, I didn't see that the Regal is like
Yeah,
played already. Yep, yep.
yeah.
Showing everything.
Oh, draft of stamina? Okay.
Draft is draft. It makes no sense to me that that's pronounced draft. It looks more like drought.
I'm being gaslit. I'm being gaslit
Okay,
about the
I am right. It is drought. It's not draft
I'm
of
being gaslit
stamina.
about how to pronounce the word that's spelled Draught. Um, everyone is
Yeah,
wrong. I am definitely correct.
it's drought.
Is Draught is pronounced exactly like the word draft. Despite the AUGH spelling, it does not rhyme with brought or draught. The AUGH sounds like a short A or a broad AH, so it's a draft.
Okay,
But
you're
okay.
looking at the AI overview. Pull up the dictionary.
Yeah, and it's still going to say draft. It's okay. No big deal. Whatever. Stamina potion. I don't think it was even ripped, so it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
Yeah, we're just here to see if he can survive one more turn.
See if you can live to see another day. Not looking good for sure.
For which player? I think both players are on like their last legs, right? Like right now, Alex is trying to find that. Really needs to find the last 10 damage. Because yeah, Cheshire dies to a Sword of Seeking that does in fact have True Sight. So
These warrior players, man. Can't believe it. Can't believe they would bring True Sight into this game.
I mean, I think it's better. That's really just that's a player preference between sort of shadows and sort of seeking. Sort of shadows if you want to make your own what do you call it, Cheshire stronger. Sort of seeking if you're not greedy and want to play something consistent and actually helps you win the game. I don't know if you can tell my preference. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, I can tell. I can tell your preference. I don't. I think you never hide it well, or you never really try to hide it either.
I don't
Honestly.
think I tried to hide it. Okay, skirting step just a cycle because again, he's still trying to find like protect one. Hopefully, dude, if protecting one here and drawing and cycling lets him to win the game, that means that that dungeon guide earlier was relevant.
Actually,
But you could definitely do 7 damage here, right?
it's
If
not
he can't if he can't do
hard.
7 damage, I swear. So yeah, Pendragon does 3, puts him at 11. Sword of Shadows can do 1, puts him to 12. So 3 versus 2 is all the same because the only relevant. Okay, good.
Ah,
It wasn't relevant. Oh no, it is relevant. No, because he has to put away the sword. Oh no, just don't put away the sword. Please don't put away the sword. He put away the. No, it was relevant.
look. He's him. He'll have it. Trust. Oh,
Yeah, because we already saw that from the
yeah.
Regal.
What is? But also, see, banishing that one Pendragon was irrelevant because some people just have 3.
Yeah, you're right. That is the last 3 Pendragons. All you see, all 4. I mean, you can kind of feel it from Neonoclax just not being able to play cards except for fireballs and like for the longest time, right? That just has nothing else. But that's so sad because that means with that extra dungeon guide that swung earlier puts him to 12. That's actually extremely relevant for the game state. Probably force veiling or like changes decisions here because you're no longer in range of just one thing in particular. Two things to hit you.
Yeah.
I think he still wins, but I just think it's really funny that the dungeon guide ended up being relevant. Okay, smoke bombs just to draw a card. Sounds
Well,
about right.
it's not. Is it that relevant? Because sure, more things can keep Alex alive, but those would. It's not the 1 damage that will make the difference there. Why Blanche?
He was being enfeebled, so he's going to put his cards down to go to 1. And if none
And
of them are
just
if none of them are resolute stand anyway, just play the blanche.
fair. Better to be safe than sorry.
Yeah, like you're losing all your cards anyway, and either you die or you don't, right? So
Either you die. True. Either you
no,
die or you don't.
legitimately on this turn,
It's
there's
a
no other
50-50.
there's no counterplay. There's
Yeah.
yeah, with the enfeebling, I was like, whatever, man. Like you got it, man.
This
My hand
this
is
is
completely down. You
this is
play
the turn where
solitaire,
we see
I'm
who
done.
wins.
Yeah, that's the draft. I'm still calling it that because this is Cheshire for 3 again with the draft, and inert for 2. So that does 6. That does 8. You need 10. Where's the 10 coming from? Otherwise, you need to scoop and get time for game 2 and 3. Ah, you're Wind Wake Up. You have time for game 2 and 3. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's plenty of time. Okay, sharpshooter, but
That also needs
that's
to become distant, so you can't play draft.
yeah, it's not enough on its own. So it's because it can be up to 3 sure per attack, but it needs to be distant.
You can play like okay,
Okay, I think
yeah,
it was a concession and being like, all right, well, I can't
yeah.
win.
You can do
GG's.
8. Yeah, it really was just ended up being that timing on that invective was a tragic mistake because you kind of
Yep.
yeah for Wind Wake Up you kind of just assume that everything's fast because you kind of play that way anyway. That you play battle tricks, you play it as battle tricks, but you do need to read your cards sometime and just say like, yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, combat is really important here, but sometimes things are immune to Song of Frost. The one card actually.
I just
That
think it's
whole
I mean, the other thing to be relevant for, because seeing that, so it's really funny. So I had to keep correcting myself for invective because I had to keep saying spell, but it's a skill, which is really, really relevant because otherwise you couldn't even target your Cheshire in the first place. But another line I've seen people try to do, and then have to get it corrected and they just lose a game off of it, is you can't second wind your Cheshire either because second wind's a spell.
Yep.
Let's see if that's relevant later. I hope it's not, because that would feel really bad to lose that way. But Clem, what do you think's coming in?
It's a wonderful question. Let's look at Alex first. I think we're gonna be seeing another stifling trap just to guarantee that those dungeon guides do not get the unenter trigger. Verticrest Decree, possibly because it is a fast speed, so it can be a good combat trick.
Yeah, it just for
Even
fast speed suppress a shield mate or something, right? Just go through.
yep,
Yeah.
yeah. So that's gonna be good. Otherwise, there's not much else. I think because
Well,
at there's a staring fumes here, but by that point, when there were 3 Pendragons on board, it was game over.
well, it's also open deck list, so you can see that, and Merlin always does this. They always have like crystallized destinies somewhere. So because you can see that there's 2 crystallized destinies in the sideboard, you have to put in the 2 Charger Souls because you just kind of lose to a crystallized destiny if you can't break it in any
True.
way.
Yep. And
Um,
then
yeah,
stifling trap for stifling trap's sake. Also,
yeah.
it is good removal for 2 health ally, 2 life ally.
Yeah. So this is going to be rough because Neoclax being up 1 in the best of 3 is a really big deal. Because after sideboarding, I think this Merlin is heavily favored in this matchup. Like you sideboard into more Nimue stuff. You must. So he has 2 Nascent Blasts, Crystallized Destinies, more Nimues, Protector at all costs, Resolute Stand. Like I throw all of that in. And I just say I am just trying to not die to you. Like you take out your stuff like Flared Iridescence, you actually don't care. You just have to take out all this stuff that can only be played late, play all like Incarnate Majesty. Get that out of here. I don't want that either. You just
Yeah.
survive the early game, and you always win. So it was really, really important for Wind
Oh,
Wake Up to win game 1.
yeah, and then there's a perfect start for Alex. Finally having the Cheshire Cat early, so kind of gonna force Neoniclax to use more attacks and more things on the Cheshire Cat. Oh yeah, immediately getting rid of
Like
the
if
Majestic Spirit, because even if you were playing Incarnate Majesty, that is the way here. But it's still very funny to see it just banished immediately.
yeah, like I'm positive every copy of Incarnate Majesty left the main deck. Or
Yeah.
like okay, there's Incarnate Majesty, there's Blanches, there's Farukins, there's Flared. Those all can leave the main deck. Topsy can leave the main deck. I would personally actually keep it just to burn cards out of the Wind Wake Up's hand potentially if we're playing those kind of late games and you can never let them get to critical mass ever again. Ooh, that is really toxic. That's a really good play. Yeah, you're just trying to stay alive. That's another way to say, because the fluffy shopkeeper, by using its effect on enter, kept itself neutral, so you didn't go down a card. Resolute standing makes you finally go down a card, but that's like
Yep.
you went second. That's normal. You're a 7 influence. Um,
Yeah, it's
just put
better
your
to be safe than sorry.
Mhm.
Even if, like, no matter if that Resolute Send is on the spirit, on Neoniclax's spirit or the Fluffy Shopkeep, I think that's a good play either way because the combo is not happening just yet. Yeah, and
Ooh,
they're
I don't know about this. That must mean there's like another taunt or intercept coming down this turn, or there's another resolute for that fluffy. That's amazing. Okay, never mind.
yeah,
No need for that anymore.
that is
That's based. That
yeah,
that that fluffy's not dying anymore. Destroys the inert sword, so now the Cheshire is down to being a 1 damage ally. Because before, if that didn't happen, right, that backup charger is like throwing the game because that Cheshire clears the Fluffy, and then you just wake up whatever thing with a draft and a Cheshire and a strides and just win the game off that.
yeah. Honestly, I would scoop in embarrassment. Not embarrassment, but like the sadness of Inert being gone. my Cheshire not being able to remove anything. I'm just like, oh, okay.
Hey, at least it can't hit the draft because if Varukin didn't only say hit a regalia and instead could also hit like reserve costs 4 or 5 or something like that, you definitely just wanted like lose a game right there. If I just said destroy your draft on enter.
Yeah. Yeah, that would have been even worse, arguably. Because at least now Ranger Strides is still on the table.
Yeah.
Oh, purse.
It definitely would have been worse because Purse would have just gotten rid of the intercept for you, so you wouldn't have cared if your Cheshire couldn't kill the intercept. But damn, this is pretty good. Now you go to level 1, you have that backup already ready. So once you go -1 off of this level up, you can immediately. And I'm pretty sure you bring out the sort of seeking here, yeah. Because if you pay 2 for inert, you can't pay for backup charger. You always want to pay for backup charger here. And I think you're very okay having a sort of seeking in this position because there are Cheshires you want to kill eventually.
Yeah. I once again want to comment on Neoniclax's skill of banishing the floating memory from his memory.
Yeah, in front
Even
of a sensor. Yeah.
yeah. Be like,
Oh, and then leveling up onto the looking glass.
Ian, you,
Didn't
you
even
you
notice.
you gotta have 2 champions. Surely it's fine.
Yeah.
It's all the rules only talk about controlling 0 champions, controlling 2 champions.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
But the turbocharge is really, really nice here. So after masterfully planning around the sort of seeking and being able to pay for backup charger, he also has a turbocharge. Draw even more cards by sacrificing that power cell.
Yeah, it looks like we can definitely relax here because it's up to Alex to suppress that fluffy, if anything, to be able to do a lethal line in this turn. So in the end
Hmm.
phase, if we don't see a make persistent and then attempt to suppress, I think we're kind of safe. Um,
Yeah.
Neonicons might even have something that just avoids. Oh, going to Tristan.
Oh, the level.
Oh
Oh
no,
no,
going
the
to
Ranger Strides. Yeah,
I'm so
Ranger
sorry.
Strides being gotten here. Yeah, the no distance definitely a relief for Neoniclax, but he does have enough cards in hand where he could protect himself even if something were to come through.
Well,
But
the thing
now,
with like a wake up combo on Purse only does 17. So even if you do have wake up combo, you can't win the game on this on the Lorraine because you've done 0 damage to face. You take
yeah,
17 out of like even if it wasn't Lorraine, 17 out of 19, but this is 17 out of 20, so you definitely don't win the game. So you still have to clear the fluffy. You have to get damage through at some point. So this might
yeah,
just be a stride, just so you can make Purse distant and suppress it and draw extra cards and just dig deeper, find a way through.
the Strides can just hang around for a bit because there is not a lot of regalia removal in Merlin that can remove Ranger Strides.
All right, Clem, I'm pretty sure he was able to banish a gentle respite going to level 1 earlier
And
because he put 2 gentle respites down. Because
yeah,
he just put another gentle respite and a liminal there. I would not be surprised if that other card that's currently down there is another liminal or something else that just says, well, there's a sensor, I don't care anymore.
yeah,
Creative.
it's called skill. No,
Well, real skill would have been not drawing those cards in the first place, so I don't have to worry about it in front of a sensor.
true, but this really helps you level up without worrying. It's basically controlled banishment without needing to really think about it too hard. Because what else are you gonna do with those cards?
Sorry, what just
Especially
happened?
when Alex is not playing anything.
Did he just
He
make persistent?
no, he
Oh,
just
Purse took
as a
two.
is a mage. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah.
because
Yeah, so yeah, he
Neoniclax
just
is leveled up to Merlin. Played
and to
Creative
discard a
Shock.
fire card.
Discarded a cremation ritual,
This is
which
a
means they got to
yeah.
choose two.
This
Got
is
to choose and deal two.
if there's another creative shock, this is actually really relevant. If there wasn't a creative shock, I guess I would have probably held on to this maybe, unless you were digging for something in particular, like maybe a dungeon guide here. Just because of how the way that creative shock resolves, it's really, really good against Purse because creative shock pretty much once you let the player draw 2 from creative shock, even if they discard a fire element card, it does not create a new trigger, a new instance of opportunity
Yep.
on the stack. So you cannot protect your Purse if it's already pre-damaged or it's going to die to it or something like that. You actually have to, in response to creative shock, before they draw 2, before they discard a card, you have to protect the purse immediately. And once you protect the purse, I just say I will choose something else for the 2 damage. I'll just
Yep.
throw it at face or something like that.
I mean, that is the only other option here.
Well, actually, it's a choose, so you can also choose Cheshire here.
Yeah, you
You
can.
would
Oh,
like if you protect a purse, you just choose Cheshire, and then you
true, true,
sort
true.
of seeking into it.
Yeah.
That's really big though, because you just say
Nimue coming
reprogram.
out. Yeah, now literally any card that says target is going to destroy everything.
Oh no, no, he tried to do it to the person. So a really big thing about Nimue is that now that it's resolved, so if you were going to do this, you had to do this before Nimue resolved. Like you're playing Nimue from hand before like resolves and hits the board. You must make your purse distant now, because what you do in response is you target purse with anything. um, Nimue destroys it no matter what. Even if you try to suppress a Nimue, it will destroy it, and it will fizzle the evasive maneuvers and whatever you're targeting at Nimue. But you had to do this before the Nimue hit board because you cannot protect the purse anymore.
Or
At least if you
well,
did it before, yeah,
yeah,
you can't do it. The purse is dead
it
completely
could
because you can't suppress
be
itself.
it could be a way to force out the interaction here so that when slash if they go for the
But this is just
um
no, this is objectively worse for a Wind Wake-up player because you're going to have to make this purse distant anyway. If it was distant before Nimue resolved, you could just suppress it on itself in this situation, and
yeah.
you still force a reprogram out of Neonaclass's hand. But you can't do anything anymore. It's going to
But
die
you
unless you play.
you wouldn't force the reprogram out of his hand if purse is already distant and then they attack into it with the Nimue. Because then they just will not use the reprogram. Because why would they if it
No,
already?
because I just suppress the purse, it just comes back, right? So I'm still going to have it. I'm still going to reprogram that thing.
But then it still dies.
To yeah, but no, but like at least in this situation, I don't know. I can find he's looking for something. I don't know. Like if you find an Aether's Embrace in this like attack phase right now, the Aether's Embrace will wake you up and you can suppress it.
It's still awake. You can if he draws anything that makes the purse distant, he can still suppress the purse.
Yep, but Purse does.
Yeah, obviously, purse is.
No, but like like I don't know. It's like you definitely want it to be distant already, so you can do something about it. You can suppress the Nimue if anything. If you suppress the Nimue on that attack instead of suppressing your own purse, then you have to say reprogram in response to
And
that.
then
And
yeah,
just like you have other ways to but this is now the
there is.
Nimue
I don't think there is
established.
a way to go around it. No matter if the purse is distant before, unless you suppress it before the Nimue resolves, that purse is dead.
Yeah, it's just like you can change the interactions about when the timing is into more favored. This is just completely unfavored. The entire like sequence of events will just be horribly unfavored for you. At
I
least
feel
if
like
you have I don't know, but it's like for example, like if you know your purse is going to die no matter what, at least if it was distant, you can suppress the ranger strike or something like that.
how would you suppress the ranger strikes though? You want to
So you can
force
draw
out
one.
as much interaction from
No, you
them as
can draw one.
possible.
No, like if I like I'm just saying it's like there's this
Mm.
is just objective. No, because if my evasive maneuvers um resolved, I'm distant and I'm blocking 2 damage, so that Nimue doesn't kill. So then I have to reprogram it no matter what to kill the purse. And then you're like, I'm always going to lose a purse there, and I'm just going to ranger strides, or like I'm going to suppress the ranger strides or suppress your Nimue or something,
Mm.
suppress something so that it doesn't die and
Yeah.
force more interaction. But in this case, wait, it did just oh no, never mind. He Merlin that, so yeah, it still has floating on it.
Yep. It's and anything that works with any mini card that Merlin eats with floating will have floating,
Mhm.
even through sensor. Unfortunate, but at least that means that Mordred doesn't give more floating and level counters to Merlin.
That's fair. If only Mordred was relevant until April.
Mordred is relevant in like 2 weeks.
Isn't that like April? Or is that May? Or is that
It's the
March?
end of March. It's when RDO release. Yeah, I guess it
Whatever.
is April. It's like
Yeah, you have to get the
the
card.
week
You have
after
to put them
LA.
together, and then you have to have because you can't play it in LA. So the first time you're actually able to play it in any relevant event is going to be April. But
Yeah, true.
we delayed enough turns that Merlin is just so much stronger than the Wind Wake Up deck in this situation. Like after
Yeah,
a
there's
sideboard,
with 0 damage counters, sideboard, and 2 level counters on Merlin with a ghost on board.
yeah,
It's
there's
easier
two
set.
2 cards in hand, so I'm pretty sure you're supposed to go Pendragon goes to Lube here, not face, because even if he said, like, with 2 cards, you say evasive maneuvers or something like that, then Merlin kills it instead with 3 damage. So
Yep.
it's now Merlin goes into Cheshire instead, 3 damage with the Sword of Seeking. Completely empty out the board and like, how are you gonna die here? You're gonna have to you have to go and double wake up. That's pretty much what your plan is. You're gonna have to be able to
Double
use
wake
it.
up and a
Yeah.
Cheshire alongside the Ranger Strides, and then something, and then
The
anything but a purse.
the Cheshire is not as necessary. It depends on the ally if you can, but like you can do invective plus strides
True.
because you just
That
have to
that
be able
could
to hit.
work.
If you can love tap him for 1 damage, put him to 1 out of 20, like, so you only have to do 27, then you can do 9 times 3, which is probably your line right now. You're trying to find a
Yeah,
9 times
but
3.
then you also have to take care of the Fluffy first. So Fluffy, 3 damage into that, and then do three
Yeah,
times
well,
nine.
there's a smoke bombs on
So
board, so I'm
there's a
assuming
smoke
that's what that's
bombs.
for. Yeah. So it's like as long as the Neon class doesn't play a second like taunt or intercept or something like that, you're really just finding how do I do 1 damage, then 9 times 3, I think is the line here.
Well, 3 times 9 is more realistic than 9 times 3. They
Is that
will
not the same thing?
no, because 9 times 3 would be 9 instances of 3 damage, and 3 times 9 would be 3 instances of 9 damage.
I okay, sure.
I
Sure.
what did I at least okay? What I
All right,
hear,
it's a 1 plus
9 times
27.
3.
It's a 1 plus 27. That's all I'm
Yeah,
seeing. Yeah,
because what I hear 9 times 3 is 9 separate times 3 damage.
no, I like I said it's like you're trying to do 9 damage 3 times.
Yeah,
So 9
I
damage 3 times, not 3 damage 9 times. But it's we're trying to do 27 here.
yeah. The point is 27 damage and +1 from somewhere.
Yeah.
So they have to play all those cards on the same turn unless they can get rid of the
Well, they
Fluffy.
have the draft, so they have to just play ally play something to protect it and make it distant, and then draft is already there. So you have to just play ally and so the first turn of the cycle and how you get your 1 is you're going to play an ally that can survive, do 1 damage, and then the second turn of the cycle you're going to say strides, and you just have invective and second wind are the 2 cards you need to be able to play on in your hand.
Yeah.
Like even steady sharpshooter works here because it'll probably survive a little better. But you had to do it last turn because this is the turn that like this turn right now, Merlin's on odd level counters, so her weapon only does 1 damage. Versus next turn, if she brings out a weapon, you have 2 things that do 3 damage each on board, and then you can't do anything. Also, you just might just die here. He kept the incarnates in the gate deck. Okay.
Oh.
Well, high risk, high reward card. Honestly, it's definitely a brick into Wind Wake Up until you can get it off. And once you can get it off, you just win the game.
Yeah, but he couldn't. Incap was there, and the Incap was relevant for Alex.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, it's
Never
relevant in
thought.
that like this is why I said you want him probably keep Topsy Decrees, but I guess Topsy Decrees what he whipped out instead of the incarnates, or maybe like a mix of them. Just because you're also trying to make sure that they never get to a huge number of cards. Because to go 6 times 3 requires you to have, or 9 times 3 requires you to have a lot of like just total influence. You don't need all of it in one turn, but you need a lot of total influence. And just constantly whittling a 1 at a time, not letting you play an ally, not letting you do anything, is going to keep him down and hopefully just keep getting nuked down by this massive Ghost of Pendragon over again. Okay, this is one of the allies I was
Yeah.
expecting.
Yeah, I just has to become distant and then start hitting. Okay. Just yeah, the on attack is important here, even if with the intercept, because that will mean more damage in an upcoming turn. But
It just
man,
it just makes it so that if you have infective and strides, you don't need that additional 1 damage anymore. This steady sharpshooter can do it all by herself. The
yeah,
problem
true.
is you waited an extra turn, so Merlin found more cards, and Merlin, it's like, oh, it's just going for face, not even
Layered
care.
iridescence, yep.
Yeah.
Coming out. I mean, There is no reason to care because he has such a strong grip on the game and such a big advantage.
Well, flared right now is lethal, right? So as long as you force a lethal without using, yeah, you just want to be able to play on top of the Veiling Breeze. So
Oh,
he,
not attacking though. I mean, understandable.
well, so
Yeah.
it's just because Alex can no longer, yeah, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah, because
fireball.
Alex was no longer allowed to play a distant card to make the thing. So you just kind of sit there and you just have to wait. Because
Yeah.
Fireball is lethal, Flared
Oh,
Iridescence is
but
lethal.
you don't get to. No, no.
What? He smoke bombed and he
Oh,
smoke bombed
yeah,
the,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, and then you just pay two for the, oh, pay two for Fireball? Sure.
Send.
I was like, Flared is already enough from your graveyard, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Art
Like,
coronation ceremony coming. Well, almost came in clutch. That would have been really nice
yeah, but at
to have
that
it as
point, you're
well.
like once you showed the Flare Iridescence, like that's what's really good about that card. Right? You're just actually just saving it to play on the stack, because like at that point, that's why Neon Class didn't have to attack either. The flared for 4 was going to be lethal at like 11 to 15. So you're really trying to do is like I don't need to hit you for 1. Also, he didn't have a sword if I remember correctly. He already used it all up. So all you have to do is just say pass and just make sure your opponent can't survive with like a Veiling Breeze or anything like that. Which is why I guess he went for the second Fireball um, instead of saying Flared Iridescence from Graveyard, because Flared on top could technically lose to a Veiling Breeze. But you could also just started with Flared to try to do lethal and then played Fireball on top and same thing. It's yeah. Once you get to game 2, it's very, very rough. I wouldn't have even let him try to draw from the smoke bombs. I would just said, okay, response to smoke bombs pop. I'm just gonna fireball you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, if you have the win in hand already, might as well just go for it. Although they weren't really strapped for time, and I don't think Neoniclax was even worried about losing at that point, as long as everything happens before Tristan resolves.
Mhm.
But man, that was a tough game. I
Yeah.
think it was because it was such a small thing that decided it all. We could have been on game 3 right now, or
If not,
it could
yeah,
have
the
been a
invective,
2-0 if it wasn't for the
invective time,
invective.
invective instruction timing. Yeah,
Yeah, if it wasn't a slow card, we would have been.
yeah.
It
But
would have
you
already
know
been done.
that's one of those mistakes you probably only make once in your
Yeah.
GA career, and you're probably like, I'll never do this ever again. Unlike people who pronounce it draw of stamina, that's a mistake that keeps happening over and over again, no matter how many times it's pointed out that it's pronounced draft. But it's no big deal.
Yeah.
You know? Who's tracking? Who's keeping
Hey
track
Ben,
of
it's like how people say Cheshire cat when it's just Cheshire cat.
that? Yeah,
Oh, wait, there's an
yeah.
explanation for him from Boy Boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a real so it's a yeah, true. It's called draft of stamina because DRAUGHT
Well,
refers to like a liquid, a liquid in a bottle, liquid in a container, and that's an actual English word, which is why I said it's in the dictionary. It's called a draft beer. You know, you
well,
pour it. You know,
today I learned English is not my first language, so
just
I would like to
saying.
I really hope we're gonna get some a Hungarian set where I can be like, yeah, actually this is how you pronounce it. It will happen, please. It's a
Uh, yeah, we
okay,
got
or just
English
a
and
Slavic
French.
set.
We so we got English, we got French, and we got Chinese. So until that happens, I think I'm going to make the corrections to all the pronunciations first, because those are all 3 languages I can go for. But when we get Hungarian and Slavic, I will ping you for sure to be like, hey, how do I pronounce these words?
I'm
Or
happy
I'll
with
go
Spanish as
on
well. I
YouTube.
speak Spanish and German too. We
Yeah,
can.
Spanish is the same as French. It's all the same. They're all Romance languages.
No, French. The thing, French is quite literally not the same because French writes something down and then pronounces it the exact opposite way, like draft, but it's every single word.
Wait, but draft is British?
Yeah,
Something like
my
that?
point
Yeah,
is
it's
that
like a UK
French as a language works like how draft works
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
in
yeah,
draft
yeah.
of stamina, as in
Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
read that one way and then you don't pronounce it that way.
Everything in French is just is this word a girl or a guy? and you're like, oh yeah, it's a girl, so I have to pronounce it a little weird. I do un instead of un. I'm like, okay, sure, whatever. Oh, yeah, GA relevant discussions. Am I right, guys? That's how it works.
Language, language. Or
Language.
okay, I
I like.
wanted.
Yeah. What's up?
I want to see a Greek set. That's
Yeah.
what
So
I really
I
want.
did like that. There's a lot of like, or all the GA sets always make references, right? We had our Chinese set of like um, quite literally all the names from Journey to the West, East. No, no, I'm losing my Chinese card. No one, look at me. Oh no, I forgot which is which.
No, no,
Um,
I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking.
um,
You,
Vedic.
you were just like, yeah, Chinese, French, and English, all something I can comment on, and then
Okay, yeah, but listen, okay, I always get it mixed up when I have to translate the Chinese directions into English because I speak both Mandarin and Cantonese. So it's
use both.
I'm pretty sure it's Journey to the West because they start in the East because they are Eastern and they're Chinese and everything. Final answer. Yeah, yeah, I'm Chinese. I swear. But I know I was gonna say like I really like how GA has like you have these references. You go to the Chinese stuff. You went to you went to like what Camelot and all that old stuff in DOA already. You had Arthur and all these like all these old this old lore. We've gone into the Alice in Wonderland now, and I'm really curious where we're going after this because I don't think the angel. I think the angels are like original. I don't or like I
They're
guess it's like
homeworld
type of
only. Well, they are based on the
yeah
homeworld boons, and the angels we've seen are based on like Christian
yeah.
mythology.
Yeah, I was about to say it's probably
So
all of that stuff like all of those like angel names
yeah,
because
but
I'm
then
sure
the
I thought
boons
yeah.
are are from all over. Like there's a lot of Hawaiian names. There is Greek names. There is those are the two like biggest ones I've seen, but I'm sure there's some mentions that I just don't recognize.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we end up doing like some sort of Greek kind of theme set. Like if I see like the Greek pantheon, like Minerva and all that stuff, or like the fact that it's called pantheon, I'm very, and like the way that's presented, like crowds favor and everything. It sounds very like ancient Greek, Greco-Roman kind of like gladiator duels kind of thing. So I'm like, okay, I already see I see the inspiration here.
Yeah.
Especially with some of the art of it, like it looks like you can see like the pillars and everything. It does feel very Greco-Roman,
Yeah,
but
yeah. It's sorry, it's really funny that you mentioned Minerva of all people. Cause one, it's the Roman name for the goddess. Two, it's like a nobody. I was thinking of the boon of Poseidon, but I
no,
guess
I
I
just like
guess to
Minerva.
each their own.
It's just one of my favorites because it's used all. What do you mean nobody? What? No, we're not doing this on a GA thing.
Thinking about if I'm thinking about like Greek and Roman mythology, I am not thinking about Minerva. I'm thinking about the big three and then all of
All right,
the
who's
adjacent ones.
who's Athena to you? Is she not adjacent?
She's important. Yeah.
She's not adjacent.
There's the three. There's the
She's
big
not. Yeah,
three,
you said the
and
big
then
three and then adjacent, like Hades. Yeah, Hades,
yeah,
Poseidon, and yeah, what do you call it, Zeus, right?
Zeus.
And who's adjacent? It's oh my gosh, we're
Yeah,
not doing this
everyone
again. We're
else
not doing this.
like Athena, Poseidon, all of
Yeah,
them, all of those.
Athena is Minerva.
Yeah, but fucking, do you use the Roman name?
Oh my
Everyone says
gosh.
that.
Am I a nerd? I hate all
Everyone
of you.
uses their
I
Greek
hate all
name
of you. I hate all of you. I hate all of
because
this.
guess what? Athena was also the god of Athens, the capital of ancient Greece. Nobody know
All
what
right,
city is Minerva from.
Solar, please, I beg of
Athens.
you, please make a
No,
Minerva card
stick to
so
the
that we can.
superior name. Call her Athena, man. Call her Pallas Athena.
It's the
Just
same. It's the same one.
yeah, but there is the better name, which is the OG name, and then there's
Oh
the
my god.
lame stolen name that the
Oh
Romans gave her.
no.
You're just
Ah,
a Roman nerd. It's true. It's true. What?
Greco-Roman.
It's
There's called
true.
Greco-Roman.
Yeah, but there is a difference. There's the older version, the superior version, which is ancient Greeks, and
I can't
and
wait. I can't wait for them
and
to
the
release an
Hellas.
entire like archetype where all the cards are you're just gonna be like Jupiter, Mars,
Oh
Venus, and
my
everything
god,
will be like
I will be so mad.
yeah. I
Both
can't wait.
names. You see, both names
Yo,
appeases everyone.
I can't wait until it's a unique ally that's called Minerva, goddess of Athens.
Oh, I would fight Belle.
I
I
would I
love
would think it'd
her,
be
but
so funny.
I would throw
I
hands.
would
That is
love that.
crazy.
I think that'd be so funny
I
and
wouldn't
that'd be
actually hurt
really good.
anyone, just so. But no, it's like
Yeah,
nobody uses Minerva as a name. No one
I'm mad.
call
I'm so
it's
mad.
okay. You
I'm so
use
mad.
Minerva as some random name. Like it's like if you said I came up with a character called
Hey, hey,
Minerva,
hey.
sure.
Have you watched Harry Potter?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. Professor McGonagall's first name. Who knows who knows Professor McGonagall's
Okay.
first name?
And
Fun
what does she
question.
have to do with Palace? Like the goddess Athene?
Because
I
she's the
don't.
teacher. She's the wise
Athena.
teacher. She's the super wise teacher, intelligent and everything. And like,
Okay.
I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm mad. Don't no one no one someone stop me. Why are we here? Why am I rage baited about Greco-Roman history in a Grand Archive
But
stream?
it's so
Oh my gosh,
true
I've been
that
so rage
men
baited.
always think about ancient fucking Rome.
I
Sorry about the excuse my
I
French.
studied it.
Ancient Rome, men and ancient Rome,
I
and then the
studied it.
women like the sophisticated ancient Greece.
I studied I studied both. I studied classical civilizations.
Nerd, that's what you are, damn.
I guess I'm a nerd. Yeah. More of a story is everyone who's watching this, I'm sure you guys are all cool. I'm a nerd. That's why I play Grand Archive in a nerdy way. I play Grand Archive with spreadsheets and math. Everyone else plays Grand Archive just says if I mill it, I mill it, you know? Oh man. Why are we
You're
doing
the
this?
one that
What are we
says
doing
you
here?
enjoy torturing people. I just wanted to give you a taste of your own medicine. Yeah, and
Well,
then you just perpetuate the upset for yourself because I'm like,
chat,
Athena's better.
I need someone to make some tokens really quick, Minerva tokens. I'd really appreciate it.
If you guys
Appreciate
are real homies, you'll make Athena tokens. Thanks.
All right, I can't wait until this regional is over so I can go get dinner at my one of my favorite mid Korean spots in Toronto. Shout out to the Owl of Minerva. It's a pretty solid mid Korean
Nerd.
food. It's
No.
it's it's a it's a chain called Owl of Minerva, and I can't wait to go get some later.
Wait, the hour.
The
Well,
Owl of Minerva.
oh yeah,
I why am
it
I
is
giving them
real.
more? Why am I giving them more free publicity?
It's 3.3 out of 5 stars on
Yeah,
Yelp.
it's mid.
So
It's super mid. It's not that great.
it is not even.
It's like a B minus, honestly. Like if you're good Korean food, you're going to be better than Owl by a far like a huge amount. If you're bad Korean, like holy crap, if you're worse than Owl, you're just garbage. Uh,
So anything that's called Minerva is like mid. Athena is better.
objectively, uh, yeah, you can go ahead and find these Athena. Actually, shoot, we do have an Athena restaurant. I just know there's only one of them. It failed as a restaurant here in Toronto, and it just does wholesale kind of like seafood now or something like that. Or is that Diana? No, it's
Mm.
definitely there's one as Athena, one's Diana. The Athena one, I just know is just a failure, and the Minerva one is mid. So between the two,
Well, every Athena
6-7.
restaurant I googled is really good. There's
Well,
one
you
in
know what?
Houston. All right, let's meet up in Houston. It has a 4.9 star review out of 2,300 reviews. So it sounds pretty good.
We're gonna go to we're gonna go to North America where nationals, and we're gonna go to find a restaurant or a casino with the name Athena or the name Minerva, and we're
Whatever.
gonna see which one's better. That's what we're gonna
Deal.
do. Oh, there's a
But
Minerva casino, a hotel and casino in Vegas, allegedly.
well, I will start looking, but I think we're almost out of time for this round.
Yeah.
The debate will continue until Vegas in May. We'll
Hey,
see. We'll
SPB
see which is
viewers
better.
and TCG viewers, if you're going to North America regionals, North American nationals, come join us at one of those two restaurants, and we'll compare them. Okay, I'm mad.
He's rage baited. He's really upset. So I'm gonna go let Herman calm down a bit, and we will be back with round 5 of the TCG NA Online Regionals very shortly.
Yay. Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 5 of the TCG NA Online Regionals. My name's Clem, and I'm back with Valk. How you doing, sir?
Hello, I'm doing good. I had a nice little break, and I am back here at the desk ready to talk. We're already almost done with the event. 3 more rounds to go. And so I
Only,
am
yeah.
excited to see what we have in store for us as we start really counting down and getting close to the top 16 slots of people securing those invites. That's the most important part about this regional, is making sure you get that invite to nationals, which is actually um in how many months now? Oh gosh, that is in 4 months, I think, right?
Uh, for what? Worlds or Nats?
Nationals, that's in
It's in a month. It's in 2 months because
in
it's
two
in the
months. Wow.
it's like the first weekend of May.
So yeah, it's coming up
So it's a
very
month and a
quickly then.
half. Yeah, you're 4 months is a bit off. At least for North America, because this is the online North American online regional. It is an invite for North America, so
Mhm.
that you have a month and a half to get some more and redeem them. So don't forget. And yeah, sorry, I I got too into arguing about Athena and Minerva last round. Yeah. So, but have the games been for you? How do you feel about what you've seen today?
It's very interesting. We've seen a nice variety of decks, which I am a big fan of. But other than that, I feel like a lot of players have had great learning opportunities in all their stream games here. And that's the important thing about being on stream and events like this, is you can go back and watch exactly what happened and evaluate your own gameplay and be able to learn from the mistakes or think of new ideas that you could have played better. So I think it is very valuable for everyone who's been on camera today to, have this kind of data and information to go back on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice. And LA, especially with LA coming up in what 2 weeks, that is even more important than off times. Are you gonna be in LA, Valk? Are we gonna see you there?
The Valk in LA? I will be actually. You can actually find me tearing up the Pantheon table
Oh,
in
not playing
LA.
anymore. Me too, actually. But Pantheon sounds really fun, and I really want some of those Pantheon cards and foils. So I need my packs. I'm gonna be playing games for it. So yeah, maybe we'll be in the same pod, and I get destroyed
Ooh.
by Valk.
The Valk. Yeah, I'm just so out of practice right now for competitive play. I took like a couple of months from practicing just due to stuff happening at the start of the year, and now I feel like I don't want to go into an ascent feeling so unprepared, because usually there's like, preparation, research, and everything going on, and I have none of that. So I'm like, might as well just go play Pantheon, have a lot of fun. The format looks super great. The exclusive packs are going to be great as well. It's also, keep in mind, everyone, the world premiere of RDO happening at Ascent LA. So there's going to be a
Yep.
bunch of stuff going on. I'm personally going to be throwing together my Nico suited deck and then hounding people when they open up suited cards. I'm like, hey, you opened that one. Let me get that for my Pantheon deck real quick.
Wow, what a kind soul, Valk.
Yeah.
Actual treasure. Thank you for giving us your money for our pretty suited card.
Yes, it is. It's going to a great cause. But
Yeah.
the main goal though is in hopes they have just the pre-constructed decks there, and I'm definitely going to be trying to get as much people in if they've never played Grand Archive. Use Pantheon as a great introduction. Just sort of like, hey, come on, come sit down, have a great time.
Yep.
Secretly, I'm going to be playing a lot with Brightwing as well. For those of you who know him, so Clem, you're more than welcome and invited to come hang out with us at our tables.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. Also on Pantheon, getting people that haven't really played GA in. It's been wonderful. I was fortunate enough to go to the Creator Summit, so I have my own set of decks. But it made me start the little locals here, and people seem to really love and be really excited about Pantheon and Grand Archive now that I've given them the decks to play with and try. So it's been a pleasure. It is getting people into it, and I know some people are worried about Pantheon, Pantheon players coming in and not playing anything but Pantheon. One of these players is coming to LA and is gonna be competing in the main event. So I got him in with Pantheon, and now he's gonna be actually playing in LA and not just playing at the Pantheon table. So it's really nice, and I think it's awesome to get more people in on Grand Archive.
Yeah, I think that's super cool to just to hear a new player got in from Pantheon and that avenue of, let's try out the competitive format, go to events, and I think it's super, super cool. I know a lot of people are, as you mentioned, are like worried about the split between the community of like, Pantheon players and non-Pantheon players. I feel like it's just a avenue, right? You can
Yeah.
go like back and forth, the ebb and flows. Like sometimes you feel like being like playing competitively. Maybe you just want to play Grand Archive, but have fun, like casually. That's what Pantheon's for. And so I don't think it's going to really split the community. If anything, it's just going to get more players into the game and then, have a nice little funnel of people going back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's different ways of playing. I think we already have had people who played casually. They just went to locals, right, and played casual decks, so they lost more. And so you didn't see them at events because they didn't have a reason or way to go. And I think this will just allow more people to interact with the community and get really into it. Another great thing that we got is Sandbox. It
Mm-hmm.
premiered yesterday? So
Yeah.
and we already have people making videos, streaming it, and just enjoying being able to play online without needing to be in the same room. So it's not like we're only gonna be seeing more casual players come in. We're gonna be seeing people who want to compete but don't have the locals to try things out as well. So I think it's a really nice balance, and I'm really excited to see what it all brings us. But we have what next round is bringing us for the time being. Do you want to take a look at them?
Yes, we have. And a very interesting matchup. We have Fragmented Fire Dao Chan, so a nice little aggressive deck here against a Serene and like super heavy top end Umbra CL. So we saw the Toolbox CL earlier today, and now we're seeing more of a like level 3 strategy, play a lot of Umbra cards sort of CL. I'm a big fan of this list. It looks really cool. You got
Yep.
Fluffies, you got Carters. We talked about them. We love Carters. Abnegations, Grims, Beguiling Coops, Umbra Sites making a return in, and an interesting tech card in Accursed Strength as well. So really curious to see how this is all going to play out. The only problem, Clem, as much as I'm super excited for this deck, they're staring down a Fire Dao-Chan, and this
Yeah.
deck is no stranger to killing you turn 3, turn 4, with just the amount of damage that it's able to put out consistently.
Yeah, I think that is really the only thing. It's a similar list to the CL list is similar to Guruthos's that we saw earlier. So it's looking to be a similar game plan and way of playing, except it has a lot more ways of drawing cards. So I'm excited to see. Like you said, a Cursed Strength is something very interesting. But the Fire Diao-chan is like the biggest threat that it can have, because if you don't get to level 3, you don't get to actually utilize all the shenanigans from your omens.
Correct. The counter to level 3 decks is killing them before they get to level 3.
Yeah, and
100%.
boy is Fire Neon-chan really good at it. Who do you think is going to win? I have you said Fire Neon-chan has a bit of a better chance, but do you think Fire Seal has a shot?
Oh, of course, Fire Seal will always have a shot here. The problem is just the play lines. You have to make sure you're playing in a manner that you're not exposing yourself to too much early game damage, and you're moving along your own game plan with leveling up. The fact that it's a Serene Spirit, though, is really going to be beneficial. You're sitting at that additional 6 life buffer, which can, be life or death when it comes to these aggressive decks that calculate to the very last bit of damage.
Oh, absolutely. And the other problem with it is also going to be leveling up, though. Well, not the other problem. The problem with it is going to be leveling up, because if you're not at least level 1, you cannot release your spirit. So Schwan plays fast enough where Rav just dies on spirit, and then it's going to be be really hard to utilize that Serene Spirit of Fire. It seems we're having some connection issues. Unfortunately, that is not something we can do on our end. It's just the nature of being on the webcams. But it seems everything is fairly smooth now. What is the ideal opener for both of these decks, Valk?
Oh gosh, that's a big question.
Alright.
Ideal opener for, let's go with Dalchen first.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
Easy answer. Fire Bloom Flourish. You need to see that in your opening hand if you want your insane start. A lot of time players will go Fire Bloom Flourish into like Fractal and go below that influence count. So then you level up to Dalchen on your first materialization, and now everything's online and active and ready to go. So that's probably like the peak where you want to be. 2 Fire Blooms is the best possible hand, I think. For CL, you just want like Creative Shock, Float Memory, DG, and then like 3 generic cards that you don't mind getting rid of or having to like set down a lot. Nothing that's like too planned for your strategy. And I think that's probably like the best possible thing. Creative Shock lets you dig, gives you that free fast float to level up. And Daochen is not going to be interacting with your grave at all, so you're fine with pitching it any floating memory. It's going to be safe. Let me actually check the list to see if he's running Liminal Guide as well, because that's something you want to see. We do have Liminal Guide, so yeah. So probably like Creative Shock, Liminal Guide, Gentle Respite, and then a couple of cards, maybe a Turbocharge and a Fluffy and a Resolute in there would probably be like the ideal opening hand for CL.
Yeah, I think you basically summed it up. Something like mentioned every single card that I was thinking of. Beautifully described how the first few turns would be played in an ideal world. Now, this is something that I find fun to talk about. If you were to have a perfect, okay, so it seems that because of the connection issues, we're swapping over to a different matchup on with Matthew on Water Gambu and Neoniclax back on the Fire Merlin, which is going to be a fun matchup. They are already in the game here. It's pretty normal, kind of an insane start for Matthew, however. Look at those 3 Fractal of Rain.
Yeah, it's one of those like weird things just popping into a Grand Archive game as they've already been playing. You're like, what happened here? How did we get to this position? Well, there's 3 imbued Fractal Rains potentially against a Neon Class who there's a Blanche in the graveyard, so not sure if that got like cremated which I see below it or what happened there. So really cool to pick up on. But yes, we do have those
Context
3.
clues.
Yeah, exactly. Those 3 fractals are imbued thanks to that marker. We just leveled up to Gembo. We have 7 quest counters already, so we've been milling like crazy. It looks like.
Yeah, there's a Spalling Clans as well on the graveyard, Fracturized too, and a lot of floating memory. So this is looks to be a pretty good game for Matthew so far. Frostborn Paladin coming out, being immediately becoming a 3/4. Wow, you love to see it.
Yeah, this is, and for those of you tuning in or wondering, we've seen both these players on stream already. Jan Klax was last round, and then Matthew was 2 rounds ago. So we both know these players' decks, how they operate, and sort of their like play styles. And I think this is going to be a very interesting matchup with Merlin versus Genbu, because Merlin just outscales Genbu at a certain point, right? Those level counters, the draw power, but that leaves Merlin super susceptible for that mill route from these fractal polar depths, and Genbu can kill the deer or get around the deer much easier than the deer can get around Genbu.
Yeah, it's a fun to see, I think, this matchup with two massive beasts against each other on the side of the board. And I agree with you, it's a lot harder to get around Gambu, especially with how the deck is built than well, for Majestic Spirit to get around Gambu than for Gambu to get around the Majestic Spirit. Dungeon Guide coming out, and I believe it was silver earlier on Gambu, but the lists basically are the same. Cerulean Decree.
Oh, Cerulean the Dungeon Guide, forcing Nyan to put more cards down if they want to activate this DG. Interesting. Is still gonna go through though here.
Yeah, but now Neoniclax is forced to banish 2 more cards that he didn't quite want to put down. Otherwise, they would have already been there. But a gentle, once again, showing the skill by banishing a gentle respite from his memory. And then this time, not forgetting to go attacking with the Dungeon Guide, knowing that, oh yeah, I need to deal damage while I can. Otherwise, that Gambu is gonna be a problem.
Yes, you want to get those attacks in as soon as you can, because when there's a giant taunter, it gets much harder.
Really funny because both of these decks have win conditions that go around whatever saves the other player. Like, Neoniclax has fireballs, right? Which will just take Goja out. But then Goja has Mill in Gambu that is able to also take Neoniclax out. Although the Mill in Goja is a lot less likely in this version, but it's always an option. And then obviously Genbu beat down and all the good things from it as well. Yeah, I was gonna say Coda, but this deck does not play cards on Coda.
No, one of the few water decks that run animals that don't play
Yeah.
Coda, right? It's the
Yeah,
decks
that's
that.
sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, you're all good. I was just gonna say it's the deck that you would expect to run Coda is the one that actually doesn't, and the other ones just sort of throw it in the deck.
Exactly. It's always the tamers that don't play the songs and melodies and harmonies, and I'm like, why? Why is it like this? You're making Isaac very sad. No tamers, no tamer songs, and no Alan with songs. It's a tragedy, truly.
It is indeed. Yeah, just thinking about it, all the best decks that ran songs and melodies were non-tamer decks. Erupting Rhapsody was mostly Lorraine and Rye. Carp Song Coda is Diana. So yeah, everyone.
Everyone but tamers.
Like,
And
tamers, you know.
tamers just have their little rocks that turn into scary animals, and then bam. Oh, Primordial Ritual on the Frostborn Paladin? I get it, but it's also crazy. You see it so rarely. I'm oh that but yeah, there is 3. There are 3. Well, yeah, back to 3 fractals on board.
Oh my.
So, oh boy, we're gonna be seeing a stratagem come through with all the float in the graveyard. But there's only 2 float. Oh wait, no, that's why you're milling with the fractal polar depths. So you have a lot more.
Yes, the Fractal Holodeps is gonna come in clutch here. And usually a lot of the times you see like a stratagem, and then in response to the stratagem, you activate your Polar of Depths just to get that. But I'm curious about the amount
Oh,
of influence in Matthew's hand right here, because it can determine if you're strategizing this turn or waiting till next turn. It is open deck list, so you'll know if they do have Censor in their material deck. And if they don't have Censor, then you're fine with just milling this turn. Oh, they have plenty of cards in hand. Yeah, here we are. Stratagem.
There is more than enough. Well, not there's exactly enough, and that's 8 float in the graveyard. So that's gonna be 24. No, yes, 24, 24 damage, which is
And
gonna put Neoniclax to a healthy 30.
24 is plenty enough to go ahead and take out level 3 Merlin, who is sitting at that 28 life pool. A warrior total life still being with that mage bonus. But man, that game, I feel like we were dropped in at the very start, and then it just ended super abruptly with that stratagem of Myriad Eyes.
Yeah, I agree. I don't feel like we missed that much of that game. We just missed. We only missed 3 oh my god, I wanted to say it so fast. It's
Uh,
it's the mill fractal. We missed 3 of those.
Fractal of Rain.
Fractal of Rain. Oh, I I my mind is going 1,000 miles an hour today. My mouth, my words cannot catch up with it. But yeah, Fractal of Rain. Let's look at the sideboards before I make a fool of myself even more.
Alrighty, who do you want to look at first, Clem?
Let's look at Matthew first.
Matthew. Alrighty. So as you stated earlier, super similar to the silver list we saw. We have Beastbond Boots, Orb of Sealing, Stolen Chance, Mustang, Divers, Song of Frost, and Excalibur. I think honestly, just like Excalibur coming in and potentially Sea Sprite Divers would be good. Do you say anything, perhaps?
No, I agree with you almost perfectly. Now, remind me, can Excalibur take care of a Majestic Spirit? No, right?
Yes, it
Yeah?
should be able to. Yeah,
Yes,
Majestic Spirit just has
non-champion. Yeah.
Intercept, True Sight, and Vigor, and it doesn't have any protection for itself. It's just your champion that does.
And we might see those coming in just to make it an even easier matchup.
To make the matchup flow in your favor.
Yep. Now let's look at Neoniclax. There's a lot more cards in the sideboard, and I think it's also a lot more interesting. Because Genbu has so many ways of like playing and winning the game that none of these cards alone would be enough, I think. So let's see. Crystallized Destiny is good for a Genbu swing, so that would have to come in. Nascent Blast is good to deal extra damage, get rid of those Frosthorn Paladins and Taunters. Nimue, same thing. It gets rid of Genbu. So, well, wait, no. Yes, it can get rid of Genbu because Nimue doesn't need spells.
Interesting takes on those ones here. I do like the Regal Inquisition as well to bring in as your
Yeah.
Merlin. Sort of start to like get those win cons out of Matthew's hand. You can get rid of Fugue, you can get rid of stratagems. But players are already done sideboarding, Clem. They're
Yeah,
instantly
you.
into game 2. And we're opening with a Cheshire Cat immediately met by an Aqueous Rejection. And it's a trade offer, right? It goes, would you like to get a Cheshire? In exchange, I draw 2 cards. And the answer is never let your opponent draw 2 cards.
Especially not this early. This early, that means you lose the game. So that is definitely. But there's another Cheshire because they always have it. But at least their Matthew has the Fracturize in response, so that Cheshire is only attacking for 1 because that Inert Sword is not a distortion anymore. It does have an attack still. It does have a power stat, but it's kind of useless without the distortion subtype or the weapon. It's not a distortion weapon anymore.
Correct. Yeah, it's
He
weird
brought,
interactions with Fracturize.
yeah, maybe one day it will be relevant, but Luckily, today it's not. And we did see that Matthew has a safeguard amulet. So
I believe took out the Tariff Ring of that material deck for the Safeguard Amulet. No triple fractal start this time, Clem.
yeah, yeah. I was it's unfortunate to see no fractal of rain at all, but at least he did get the fracturize, which is a free floating memory. Well, not a free, but a very useful floating memory with the Cheshire Cat on the other side of the board. And I believe we missed saw, and the Safeguard Amulet is already in the main board. That Terrafin came out for Beast Wand Boots.
The boots, and Clem, why are the boots so important in this matchup?
Fireball. You,
Yeah,
as long as you
yeah.
have a Gib boot, you will not be Firebolt as long as, well, you still can. 2 Fireballs can still take you down, but because one of those fireballs won't hit as long as you have the boots, it's definitely a good buffer to have. Spell Shroud is good, as
Shroud is
we've seen
very
from
good.
Topsy Decree. Yeah. Backup Charger for Matthew. Drawing some more cards. It's a lot less explosive of a beginning, of a start for him than before. Lack of fractal rains is definitely hurting him. Meanwhile, Neoniclax has a liminal guide in their graveyard already, so it's looking very comfortable. It's looking like a good level up into level 2 Merlin with having the liminal guide and the gentle respite in the graveyard means that they basically go neutral on their level up to 2 here.
I feel like as a Merlin player against Gembu, you just feel like you're at an all-you-could-eat buffet, right? You
Yeah.
you can get so greedy on level 2 and just like every turn eat a floating memory, but that's the problem. Genbu will just have too much floating memory to a point where it's not worth it, and you would rather have just been drawing cards off of level 3 every other turn.
Yeah, you saw Matthew had 8 last game, and that went like that was enough to kill Neoniclax, even if his Merlin was awake and ate one of those floating memories out of the graveyard. Yep, there is the Liminal Guide level up, not losing influence here at all, staying neutral, attacking in for 2. Matthew taking it, going up to 4 damage. Let's see. Both of these players thinking. Now, what do you think they're thinking about, Valk?
It's it gets kind of problematic for Merlin is when you see a water player with just a grip of cards in hand, right? You don't really want to commit anything into into like the field because you're lower on influence. Matthew clearly has more cards than you, so if you try and like dungeon guide here, you can be met with like Cerulean Decree Frostbind and get completely like blown out or negated. So it's a difficult position of like what can I commit to the board and force Matthew to have to react to without me getting like really taken out by interaction that Matthew may be having.
Yeah. Oh, dependent. There's the Seaside Ringleader, the card that spelled doom last time. So I see that and I start shivering in my boots. Yeah, the Tango did come out, but was not banished just yet. So maybe keeping it up for a later turn where Matthew's not afraid of any shenanigans that Neoniclax can do. That I love Seaside Ringleader because on the board it's still a 2/2. And then if it gets removed, it still generates you so much value.
Yes, that is probably the best part about the card is it's like it's good on the board and it's good off the board.
Yep. There is the level up to 3. Protect her at all costs in the graveyard now. I think that's a really, really good card. It's awesome that it was brought in because it's a good counterplay to a massive Gambu turn. But then at the same time, they just won't commit as many resources into buffing the Gambu if the Protector at all costs comes out. A Cerulean Decree imbued. So draw a card into memory. Did something get negated or did someone get -3?
-3 and drawn to memory. Yeah. That's why
Yeah.
Cerulean is so good, is because even if your opponent's not like activating anything, you can just give a minus and draw, and the card still feels very good to be activating.
Oh yeah, because it was on Merlin's attack. Okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's a very painful sort of seeking coming in for 3 damage. It's not something you want to just casually let happen. So I see, and definitely the best course of action for Matthew here, especially with the Pendragon following up Merlin's attack.
Indeed. Merlin, we call it the even and the odd Merlin, and the even Merlin deals extra damage, so a Cerulean for an even Merlin turn is very, very beneficial to stop some of the small bits of damage coming in. Once again, Clem, though, we're seeing Matthew with a ton of cards, but in the opposite position he was in last game. No fractals, not a lot of water cards in the graveyard, so we're not going to be looking at like one big mill for a stratagem, and the Genba is not going to be that big either. We're not even close to flipping. We only have 5 quest counters that we need out of the 9.
Yeah, it's not looking good at all. There is no Gambu, there is no Fractal, like you said. There is no sight of a win condition on Matthew's side right now. Compared to last game, especially, where there were 3 Fractals and then a Polar Depths, and then it was basically game over. Right now, he's holding on to a lot of cards and just trying to find a way to win because he is on 9 damage counters, hasn't leveled up past level 1. Oh, damn. Primordial Ritual. So we might see a board full of animals here. Oh,
Oh,
oh
no.
no. No, not like this.
That's not when you want to see your fractals, Clem. You don't want to see them off of the primordial ritual. But a Frostborn Paladin to follow it up. Unfortunately, not going to be able to take out the Ghost of Pendragon without a little bit of assistance.
Yeah.
Maybe you can clear the Liminal Guide.
Yeah. Oh, Topsy Decree probably. Well, it's not a spell shroud for sure. Oh yeah, but targeting. Choosing. Wait, it's choose, not target. So the gentle respite and primordial are both gone. Why is there? So there's still no other floating for Matthew. What? Why did he play the gentle respite before the Topsy Decree resolve? No, not
And I
like
think
this.
the Gentle was discarded
Oh, it was
from
discarded. Okay,
yeah,
yeah,
from the
yeah.
Topsy effect and then taken
Okay,
out.
that makes a lot more sense. I just saw the cards in his memory and I was like, oh, surely that was played, right? and I realized, wait, we're still on his turn. Never mind.
You were tricked.
Truly.
Alrighty, but
But
how did we? Oh, that's how we took out the Ghost of Pendragon. We had the Seaside Ringleader attack for 2.
yep.
It gets Primordial Ritualed, and then Frostborn finishes it off. But classic Merlin, we just go pre-rec. I'm gonna Fireball you for 7. Setting Glow
Post rec
Gia.
fireball you for another 7.
You got it. You spoiled the end of the video, Clem.
Sorry.
It
There's the
starts with
scoop,
Fireball
so
and ends with Fireball.
always has been. It's what I talked about. It's really funny how seeing so many Merlins. Because as I was making my video about Proxy's Vault, I was like, yeah, Merlin. It used to be so good. And then now Merlin is the same amount of amazing. And yeah, it's great. It's great to see that these players scooped it up because they are like, yeah, I can't win anymore. So let's just go to the next one so we can play a fair game. That's something that's still a skill that people like, even the best players sometimes just hang on to that shred of hope of maybe I just draw my out. And
Mhm.
and sometimes that is what makes you lose the game, being like, come on, I can just draw the card. I believe I know myself. And then you
I
never
just
see the
think
card.
there's a difference between playing to your out and trying to find like draw for your out, right? Playing
Mm-hmm.
to your out is just like, okay, I'm behind, I'm struggling, I need to do like this into this in order to have a chance. And if that doesn't occur, then you go, okay, I have no way out of this. I'm gonna scoop and go next. Opposed to players' mindsets where they go, well, if I just like draw this and then I get lucky in this, I can win. It's like one is more calculated while the other is just like hoping and trying to like luck your way into it, right?
Yeah.
I'm actually very surprised to see both these players in their sideboards again. Usually in like game threes, everyone's already sideboarded. You've already had the tech cards brought in, and everyone just shuffles up and goes next, right? But the fact that these players are considering their oh, they're not. They were literally just looking at their hands. Never mind. I'm I'm losing it there. Both players just passed turn one, and then it was a materialization into a backup charger. And so I'm very like curious what these hands are now, since we didn't have turn one plays for either of them. We do see a bovine, a lot better start here for Matthew than in that game too. Gonna start that milling early, and let's see if Nyanklex has any response to this.
Yeah. Oh, uh, it's good for Neoniclax. Awful for Matthew to see that. That is genuinely painful. The fugue and the stratagem both being milled off of the bovine is possibly the worst combination of cards you could ever see in this deck in your
Mm-hmm.
graveyard like that.
No floating memory, no seaside ringleader. Yeah, and you lose two of your big win cons. Ouch, that really hurts.
Truly. Yeah, it's pretty standard gameplay from both of these decks so far. Unfortunately, still no Fractal of Rain for Matthew. Neoniclex does have the Cheshire Inner Sword combo, so it's looking up for him. It's what's even worse is that Matthew played the backup charger last turn. So he doesn't even get the value, or like, any mill he does here, he will not get the value off of the Gambu. So no quest counters for a bit. It's, you hate to see it. Oh, and then there is a Topsy falling cleanse onto top in Topsy in response. Oof. There's discarding the Seaside Ringleader. That's definitely going to be gone, as well as, yep, Spalling Cleanse and Seaside Ringleader gone. So even the value is completely lost.
What are we looking? Still boots, no other changes to that material deck, I think I saw there.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boots did not come in handy last game, even though it would have been what saves the day for Matthew. At least there is a Fracture Ice in the mill from Gamble, so we take the tiny wins as as tiny and sad as they feel. Bovine gone, board gone, no quest counters. Looking like a very tough game for Matthew. What do you think could turn this around? Like, that's one quest counter on Goja. Yeah, I just blended in with her dress. One quest counter. What do you think Matthew's looking for here?
Honestly, at this point, anything to help just accelerate this board state here. We have one floating memory in that fracturize. Again, a start with no fractals. We don't see any like Frostworn Paladins, Seaside Ringleaders. It two floating now with the Bovine hiding under there. But yeah, and just floating memory getting eaten away, back down to that one. And this is where Merlin sort of thrives, is when your opponent's not able to accelerate that graveyard with floating memory, and they could sort of just consistently put a wrench in your plan by eating your float, making you play kind of suboptimally, because you don't want to keep giving them levels. But Dungeon Guide met with an Aqueous Rejection. And Clan, what did we talk about? What's the answer when someone plays Aqueous Rejection?
You get the card negated.
Correct. You never let them draw the two.
I'm learning, but yeah, it's you gotta let it get negated, sure. Because next turn, Neonic Clax is still gonna go up to 3, still gonna draw a card. And Matthew is not going to be able to go up to level 2 here for free because -1 floating memory. Oh, awful mill from Matthew. Another few gone, so that Gambu is, even if it flips, is gonna be just a massive taunter. Not gonna put in too much damage here. It's not looking good, but I sometimes you just gotta take it. You gotta take it with a smile rather. You have you mill all your win conditions, and then you praying for a Genbu beatdown before they have fireball, Cheshire Cat attack with the inert sword, and then Merlin attack with the inert sword.
Yeah, it is, one of those things where you're just, okay, it's this is happening, these are my mills, what can I do to plan around this and play it? It is something that you have to always be considerate of and just know your deck to a point where you're like, this is a possibility and I can plan around it.
It's tough, and it's hard to plan around nothing, right? It's hard to plan when you have nothing and when your opponent has everything, because that's what's been happening so far.
Yeah, it went from a very competitive game 1 to a kind of Merlin favored game 2, and then this game 3 is just feeling like a slugfest here. Guojia fighting an uphill battle as Merlin taunting, looking down, saying, "What are you gonna do? I'm eating one of your flow every turn. You don't have an answer. This Cheshire Cat's attacking in for 3 on each of my turns now, and I'm just gonna chill here, generating value. I'm fine being on level 2, because it's preventing you from actually doing anything, taking advantage of your float, of these Frostsworns."
Yeah, it actually hurt Matthew so much more to negate that to negate that dungeon guy from the Onyclax, because now he has no float, he has less cards in hand, and he doesn't have a board still, and this is just a very painful way of dying for him. Hopefully it is going to pay off, right? Because the whole point here is to stay alive as long as possible, but man, is it awful to see. All right, a fractal of polar depths coming out for Matthew. At least that is some board presence. Going the fractals plan again. Oh, oh, wait, it reserving it. I was like,
Yeah,
banish,
yeah.
sacrifice already? What?
No, that's wild. We're just reserving it, letting you use it for resources here.
Yeah,
But opting not into that actually now, reconsidering
no.
that.
Keeping up answers for Neoniclax's fireballs. Yep, there's the Merlin level 3 now that Matthew has no floating in the graveyard anymore. Neoniclax can comfortably go up to level 3, even though he'll be on an odd amount of level counters here. The Cheshire Cat is still attacking for 3 every turn.
And this is where
Putting
it's
in the work
just
needed.
scary, Clem, because now getting hit by this Cheshire, you're just susceptible to double fireball, right? That's gonna
Yeah.
be 7 damage per fireball, and that's more than enough to win the game. So it's just now you have to never put down your complete hand as Matthew. Always have an answer to a fireball.
Yeah, it's even less things for Matthew to do. It's not like he's drawing a lot of cards every turn, right? It's not like he's playing an Influencerium where even though he's not doing much, he's still at least building influence. He's not. He's drawing one card every turn, which is alright. Drawing a card, milling a card, but with how his mills have been this game, it's not the ideal position to be in. Oh yeah, and there is sorry about that. There is enough damage counters on Matthew where one fireball right now would be enough. So he really needs to keep up an answer, and then he has to level up next turn. So it's a his hands are forced.
It is. Yonclick's in the think tank right now, really considering what they want to do for their turn. And almost like looking at it, if Matthew wasn't moving, I think Yonclick's was frozen, right? Just the stoic positioning, holding the cards, staring at them. But yeah, definitely really considering this turn because it is important here. You are very close to winning this 2-1 and moving on and securing, I believe, your top 16. 5 wins is the mark you want to be at.
See,
So it is very important here.
yeah, it is definitely important, but I have so much respect for the people that just know these kinds of things because I've been playing card games for almost 10 years now, and I still do not know how the math works. It's hard, but yeah. There was a turn pass, but someone Matthew did not hear it, so he had to be like, "Oh, turn's been passed." Oh, yeah, there's a
There we
fireball
are.
gonna be coming out. Yep, there it is. It is game over. Unless Matthew has something, but I don't believe. Oh, oh. Okay, safeguard. -4. 15 damage only. There's a chance. All right, it's gonna resolve. Conniving
Oh
plan.
my
Oh,
gosh.
that game was never gonna. It's fine because in this matchup, the game would never flip because Nimue just takes care of it, right? So the Fuchs being on is actually just really good for you, right? Waiting for it to see them to go. Like, even if there's nothing, Nimue does not have fast activation. So if you flip and immediately attack and have the Fugue, that Gambu is still very painful.
Yeah, I wouldn't say never, right? Because there's always a
Yeah.
possibility, like with that fractal of polar depths, if you have a fugue in hand and you had enough counters to flip Gembu, you flip Gembu, activate fugue, activate polar depths, or polar depths in response to your Genbu. Genbu's swinging in for like 15, 20 damage, which, if you get that right number, Genbu can just one shot with that flip. So it's
Yeah.
like, yes, you don't want to flip it and just have him as a taunter, but it's he flips another fugue off.
All right. Well, all 4 fugues are gone. Yeah. So yeah, that
Oh,
was that is a really good point. I do agree with you that it's still a really really good card, even if you're not gonna have it up as a taunter. It can still easily deal damage because Nimue is just gonna hang out. And yeah, all 4 fugues gone. Conniving plans unfortunately milled a fugue earlier and then a fugue this turn from Gembu. So it's tough, but really, unfortunately, what can you do? The Beastbond boots come out for Goja, for Matthew here, but he doesn't have a Gembu or anything to be able to use it with. Oh, there, never mind. Frog comes out.
help. Yep. The frog assistance. And that's the other way the Genbu flips, right? Is you need to be able to use Beast Spawn Boots one way or another. So you have to play this frog out just to have access to Beast Spawn Boots this turn as your Genbu's still ramping up. You do have the emergency button next turn with the Fractal Polar Depths to get that 8th counter. But yeah, this is a really tough position to be in. It feels like Matthew is just trying to stay alive rather than find a way to win the game.
Yeah, 100%. Because right now it's really that. And with all the fugues gone, he cannot depend on a big combo turn other than Fractal of Polar Depths. If he has, if I believe if he has two more, he can mill himself out and then target Neoniclax and mill him out, and then pass turn and not win. Unless Neoniclax has another fireball in hand and then pre-recollection before a draw kills Matthew. So even the mill strategy is not a 100% guaranteed win here.
A Cerulean Decree into the Merlin, going to be -3 and draw a card, I assume, on the modes here. And it's very smart Matthew is having to do this, because with the Merlin on an even turn and the Cheshire, it could remove that Bullfrog and force like a Gambit, right? Matthew would have to use Beast Bomb Boots if they want Spell Shroud this turn, but Neon Clicks can just respond with a fireball to those boots, creating sort of a stalemate. So very smart, keeping the frog around. And Ghost of Pendragon, I didn't see what it put back. It put back something.
There
Looking
was
Glass
still a
here.
Looking Glass on the field, yep. It's now gone. Yeah, there's the Beast One Boots banished just to protect Matthew from the fireball.
Do we have it?
And so it's it's looking pretty comfortable for him for the time being. Comfortable for surviving, not comfortable for winning. Like we said, he's playing to survive here. Yep, Incarnate Majesty. So now Neoniclax also has Spell Shroud, making things a little bit harder for Matthew. And then obviously Incarnate Majesty. Wait, Incarnate Majesty is attacking for 3 or 4?
Or
So 4,
that's
yeah.
just enough to get
That is
in.
exact lethal here for Neoniclax. Yeah, I always with all the Gambus as well, it's so hard to remember these massive allies' power and life stats because they're all like 3, 4 attack and then 6 to 12 life, and I'm like, which one is it now? What, remembering all of them is a bit difficult, but that was a very admirable 3 games from both of these players. It was incredibly unfortunate seeing what happened to Matthew there, but that's the gamble of self mill. Like that's why it's a pretty inconsistent deck. Even with Gambu, it's you're putting all your eggs into not milling anything that you want in your hand. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Uh, it was good 3 games. It felt like one was the most competitive game where it just popped out of nowhere with the win with the stratagem, and then game 2 and 3 just felt it was rough for Genbu, right? Not
Yeah.
finding what you need, not getting sort of like your answers, just actually not even answers, your setup. There was no setup for Genbu. You were stuck on very minimal quest counters both those games to where you really couldn't even flip Genbu. And in that game 3, hitting fugues every time you milled was just like, what
What
do you
the heck?
do?
Yeah, you really cannot do anything about it because it's the gamble. The 4 fugues being on was truly tragic, and I feel like that's where that first mill with the bovine was where the downfall of Matthew began.
hmm Oh, definitely on that. But on bright news or good news, on the bright side, Neonclix has now gotten 5 wins, which is that benchmark for the top 16. So if they want to, they can ID their next 2 rounds to secure themselves that nice victory that's chilling in there, or maybe play the 2 out. I do believe there is additional prizing as you get higher in placements. Not only are you playing for the invite card, you do get, I believe, more packs for placing higher. So there's always that viability of, playing for first, while some people are more than happy to just get that invite card and call it good.
Yeah, I quickly pulled up the pricing for this tournament. Um everybody that enters and plays at least 2 rounds will receive 1 PTM Sapphire pack, 1 PTM booster pack, and 2 PTM event packs. Top 16 all get the finalist playmat, the North American invite card, and 6 Sapphire packs. Top 8 get the finalist playmat, obviously, 6 Sapphire, the same as top 16. So finalist playmat, North American invite, 6 Sapphire packs, but they also get 23 booster packs.
Ooh.
DTR booster packs. So it's the older season, but booster packs are booster packs. Everybody loves them. And then the winner, on top of all of that, will receive a regional champion playmat as well. So basically, if you top 8, you get a box of DTR and a lot of goodies. And then if you win, you get the cool playmat, which is more like I've seen Barrett Creative make the cool wooden frames for it.
Mhm.
And there's other people as well. Like I visited Rex from Trescop's house over December, and he has the playmats and playmat top loaders on the wall, which makes it look really nice as well. And I think that is what they're little trophies that you can display on the wall as wall art. If your walls look as boring as mine, they're really nice to put up.
Yeah, the Grand Archive has really amazing playmats to display art-wise. They're very beautiful, does a great job, and I'm a big fan of a lot of them. And then, as you said, it's a trophy. You could flex that you are a finalist or first place champion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, Clem, this already done with 5 rounds. 2 more rounds to go here. Who do you think, or what deck do you think's gonna take it all home?
I hope Neoniclax wins the whole event. It's a fun deck. It's nice to see it back and being very strong again. Also I don't want to see because I think we're gonna see a lot of Water Diana at Ascent Los Angeles, so I don't want to see a lot of them. I'm glad we got to avoid it for the most part because most people I talk to and most people I see are planning on playing Water Diana. So yeah, I'm glad we had some really cool matchups so far, and none of them involve Water Diana.
Yeah, so if you're going to LA, bring a deck that beats Water Diana.
Yeah.
That is the strategy. Here, when I was in Akihabara for the Ascent there, I played 2 rounds against Water Diana, and I was on Wind Merlin, and it was a pretty good time. Had fun matchups. And the deck's good. Water Diana's not a bad deck. It's consistent, and that's what a lot of like top players look for is consistency. They want to minimize the amount of lopsided matchups they may have, and that's exactly what this Diana deck does. It's aggressive, but it can also go sort of the mid game, and then even if your opponent completely locks you out of attacking, Carpsan Coda is there to back you up.
Yeah, 100%. And it's really fun to see which route ends up being the viable one. But it's also just a deck that's everywhere, and I'm curious to see what good counters we have and what will take Ascent LA and this event home, because I don't think it's set. Even if I want Neoniclax to win and he's doing really well, it's not a guarantee.
You are correct there. Well, I think everyone just has to stay tuned for the next 2 rounds to actually see who ends up winning the event. We do want to give out a couple of reminders as well. If you are enjoying this event or any of the events in the past on True Champion Gaming's channel, make sure you go ahead and subscribe here on YouTube. You can like the video and go ahead and click the bell for notifications for when every time this channel is live with another regional. Additionally, a big shout out to production. They're doing an amazing job on the back end. It is being ran by Stream Balance Production, so super great to have them here on board. And without further ado, Clem, I think we're going to go ahead and take it to break. And everyone, stay tuned for round 6, where we'll be back with more Grand Archive action. Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back, Herman. You are with us for round 6 of the
Yeah.
True Champion Gaming Regional number 2 for DTR, hosted by Serene Balance Productions. Whoo, what a big mouthful. How you doing?
Uh, PTM,
What did I say?
DTR. It's okay. I get that mixed up all the time too. I actually
You're right,
generally don't
yes.
know which is which. I always say it's like, oh, I just need to open more DTR and get more top seed decrees or something. And I'm like, I know which is the correct set if I see it. I have no idea which is the correct set when I look at like the the actual set codes.
I honestly like the sets blend together for me, right?
Because
DTR
it's
and
like an
PTM.
expansion set, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it
Yeah.
really felt like the cards belong just together in one set,
Mhm.
and like my mind just goes, oh, it's all DTR because that's like the Looking Glass set. Anything
Mhm.
that operates with that just works together. I feel like there's more of a difference with like HVN and AMB in my mind than there are of like DTR and PTM.
Yeah, but I think back like back then, like you go like the first two like DOA, FTC, and to ALC, MRC. The difference was, it didn't feel like just like so like one half of it is just strictly unplayable, and the other half just makes everything usable again. And then here in DTR, it was like, well, we had DTR actually have give us like multiple halves of a deck, but they're still fully playable halves. And then it was
Mhm.
genuinely a supplementary set after that, right? Versus like the power level between ALC and MRC is so staggeringly different. Like there's I think 2 or 3 playable cards in ALC, other than SR pluses at a time. The rest of the set is actual like chuff. It's actual garbage. And then MRC is like I think still one of the best sets of all time. So we always know that it's everything is like playable. And you go to DTR and PTM and like wait, everything's playable. Everything's good.
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. It's weird how the game's evolved, right? With the sets coming out and sort of you see the design philosophy of each set, and as we get closer and closer. So by that though, that means RDO is going to be a banger, right?
Yeah, oh dude, it already looks like such a banger. I really love so many of those cards. I'm so excited for like Bolt of Diamonds and actually I'm really just excited to generate a lot of bolts and then just say you cannot recollect 5 cards this turn. And just watch my opponent be like, pass. And then next turn I'll play another one and say you cannot recollect another 2 more cards. Because it's not unique, by the way. Did you not know that?
Yep, yep.
I'm really excited to do this to people. I just say, hey, it's 50 minutes. I'm about to win game one. Would you like to play game two, or would you like to take a 3 minute? Would you like to concede?
Oh, yeah. An ultimatum that Herman loves giving people. Would you like to not play the game, or would you like
I'm just like, would you like a 15-minute break, or would you like me to just stall you? Like, it's. I'm okay either way. I think it's fun. I just have to go to the washroom at the start of every single round.
to?
It's really bad.
Oh my. But looks like we're getting ready for pairings. We're just seeing if people, as pairings get posted, if people are going to ID, stuff like that. But Herman, I have a. Let me make sure it's not double sided. It is double sided. Whoopsie. I have a card here in my hand.
Is
I
it
will give
spoiler?
you. I will give you 3 questions, maybe 5, depending on how bad you do, to ask to determine what this card is.
So what you're going to tell me is to not just guess names of 3 cards, and instead to actually answer the
Correct.
question. Okay. Main deck.
Yes.
Okay, that made it way harder. I was really hoping you would say material deck. Um, is it Norm?
Yes.
I have 3 questions. It's Unmake Duality.
No, I'll give you 2 more. I realize
Damn,
this is very, very difficult. So
dude,
yeah,
there's so many Norm cards. Is it
yeah,
an action?
power of deduction. No, it's not an action.
It's an okay. So that didn't help because there's allies, domains, items. What? Dude, this is impossible. Um, I should have asked if it was an object, I guess. Thinking. It's a fluffy. No. I gotta think of this. Does it have stats
Yes.
in a corner? It does have stats in the corner.
Yes.
Okay, so what one of the 300 cards that it could be, you're asking me to guess this. It's going to be Valk's favorite card in the game, favorite norm card in the game. and it is production's gonna tell me what Valk's favorite card is in the game. It's a norm card with stats that goes into the main deck. Um, all right, chat.
And
If you're watching this, you're playing along. You're trying to figure out how the heck I'm
production
gonna get
can
this.
get questions. Yeah, chat, play along with it. I'll also give everyone a hint.
All right. So,
Yes, it is.
so yeah. Production wants to ask the question of: Is the card regularly played as a four of? And the answer is yes.
Yes.
Is the card fast?
No, it is not
It has
fast.
stats, buddy. Why would you guess that? It lowers it to like 2 cards in the game or something. It's not an action. It's not an action, bud. Okay, I have no idea. It's not an action. It has stats. It's generally played as a four of. It's norm. It's a four of, so it can't be Fluffy Shopkeeper, and I can't think of any other norm allies for anything. Does this card have an
No.
effect outside of the field? Ew. The answer is no. Answer is no. It's Dungeon Guide. Final answer.
Da-da-da-da! It is Dungeon Guide.
Oh, the good copy, the good what do you call art of Dungeon Guide. I'm proud of you.
Not only it's the Kickstarter Dungeon
The
Guide.
best version of Dungeon Guide, followed by P22, followed by non-Kickstarter, followed by Dungeon Guy, and I'll die on the hill for that one.
Well, good job to production and Herman, though. I feel like, narrowing it down. I was thinking, like, you got to go broad questions. You like, was it printed in the first 4 sets? Or was this card ever has this card ever had like multiple printings?
You know
And
that's
that
like
can really
800 cards, right? I said if it's
Yeah,
the
but
first 4 sets, I was like, that's 800 cards. And then if
okay,
I
okay, is it a main deck card?
no, dude, if you said yes or no, like if you said no, that game's so much easier, you know?
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
said
That's fair.
yeah, you said yes. I was like, if I asked if it had multiple printings, I have like a 90% chance of having useless. If you say no, I'm like, wait, that's 90% of the cards. So, but if I
So
said
that
main deck versus material, that's like a 60-40 maybe. Actually, no, it's like 70-30.
True, true. That game is one of my favorite games I've played at an Ascent. It was what was
Akinator,
the world premiere for MRC? That was Ascent.
10 worlds.
Was that Ascent Worlds where
Oh,
everyone got to play the recollection decks?
oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, 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 yeah. That's that's the event that made me super salty because we drove around and went crazy like locally to get every single regionals, every single store champs, everything kind of thing. Before Worlds, I think I was like 70th or something in the world, and like my buddy was like 60th in the world. After Worlds, after all these side events, like our friends that went to Worlds that we didn't and scrubbed out and then only played side events, hit top 100 and we were both out.
Oh wow.
That was really fun. I really really liked it.
But back to that Ascent. The Ascent Worlds is Sildar had a little host thing where he would have a card and you would ask him questions to figure out the card. And I still think it's one of like my favorite games I've played at an Ascent event. I think it was Scry the Skies was the card, and I was that Chicago.
That's so mean, making it just like one of those like a norm, a generic norm card is like the most norm main deck card is the most mean choice you can make because it's so hard to narrow down. The only thing you could have done worse is if you made like for example, I have a Memorite Shardwing next to me. If I did that as my card, I don't think anyone could ever figure that one out. A norm, all Memorite Obelisk will be yours. You animal, dude.
The game
That's
is a lot
actually
easier with less cards in the like printed, right, in Grand
well,
Archive.
yeah. Yeah, because
So
you said norm. I'm like, great. Which of these 800 cards is it? With stats too. Oh, right. I think we're still all right. For if anyone's still waiting for some GA to come out, I think we're still figuring out who's willing to play, who's IDing, because we want to make sure there's like a game with stakes. A game with stakes and is fun to watch. I don't think anyone wants to watch either way and just say dice roll who won.
mhm. We're just we
And
are
I believe
fi- finding the
Ooh.
matchup. Looks like we've avoided Aetherwing, and we're looking at
It's my boy Tulky.
um
I'm not biased, I swear.
Herman, very bad at hiding bias during cast, but we have Tolkien on Firecrux Knight Lorraine against Rhea on Serene Water Luxum. Interesting. It's been quite a while since I've seen Water Luxum be in the forefront. This used to be a menace back in the days, right? DOA FTC era. And
It was
then
I remember they also it was a menace when Arisana was really popular because they would actually unironically play Dustlight Communion, level you down, and just say have fun.
oh yeah, yeah.
Uh, it's really fun.
And this list is super interesting just because there's 3 Uthers in that list. I love to see that card being played. A very unique effect and ally type, which on enter you can banish a non-champion object for as long as Uther's on the field. So it's a really cool like pseudo removal for Luxum, and I think he's pretty well statted as well.
2/4
A
if I remember correctly.
is it a 2/4 or a 4/4?
Oh, it's a four
Yeah,
four. Oh, that's
4/4.
really good. 4/4 intercept vigor. I know. I remember. He's a thick guy. I remember. Oh, okay. So he's cursed for Chinese people. That's what I have to remember. He's a 4 cost 4/4. So we don't like him. That's why I'm not allowed to look at this. 4 is unlucky for us. But damn,
Alrighty.
that's interesting. I remember we actually looked at this list and talked about it before the event. So I'm very excited that it was doing well enough that now we're going to try to feature it on stream. We were just trying to figure out what's the Uther for? What do you target with the Uthers?
It's because it's non-champion object, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, Shenju's is I
Mhm.
think the best option. You remove dragons, you remove Genbus. Um, yeah, it removes ominous shadows, honestly too. If
Mhm.
you don't want to deal with that against Tristan. Um, honestly, that it hits a lot of like key things that a lot of top decks want to sort of like have a one of or hang on to.
Yeah, I think it'd be really really funny, um, with that what do you call it, when it hits Shenju's because people like a lot of people think of it's like yeah you're just gonna banish a Shenju, just kill the Uther and it'll come back. And it comes back as a Fate Stone.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
like hmm. What's interesting because I believe we're running if we're running this matchup, we're going into a Crux Knight Lorraine. So our classic Crux deck where we don't have to worry about an Incarnate Majesty. So that Uther kind of just sits there and be like, it's either 4/4, or what are you
Yeah.
gonna do? Banish the sword for Lorraine so that they can just get another +1. Excuse me. Like it's a ban. Oh, it answers Clarent really well actually. You can't stop the Clarent can't stop itself from being banished by Uther.
Oh, because it gives Spell Shroud. Yeah.
Yeah. So you just target Clarent and then just say, I'm gonna kill you next turn with 2 Lightweavers unless you kill this Uther. But you're also Lorraine, so you can kind of just kill the Uther. Hmm. I think this is going to be interesting. I think this is a very very interesting matchup because, dude, this is going back to the old DOA times. I don't know how much Lorraine versus Luxem Xander you played back in the day.
Oh, that's all I played. I was a Lorraine player back in the days.
Um,
I ran this matchup multiple times against a original testing partner I had. Yeah, this is a DOA grudge match flashback that we're having. I am kind of disappointed that Fire Crux Knight decks aren't adopting the new Crux ally that came out in PTM, the 2 cost that lets you activate an attack that's been banished. I feel like a lot of these times when you like
yes,
Rending Flame, Devastating Blows, Flame Sweeps, and that ally just is a huge momentum swing coming back. No one's adopting it yet, but there is potential. And hopefully, maybe there'll be a situation where I could point out to Tolkien that, like, hey, maybe if you played this ally, you could have dev blowed for game.
well, the problem with I believe that card's called Recursive Confidant. Problem is you still need to like you need to have attack cards in your deck. You have to have a lot of attack cards in your deck to make it consistent. And then you still have to be able to pay for the recursive, which I believe is a non-enter. And then you have to be able to pay for the attack card. You can't just when you go for it, you have to go all in. So a lot of people don't like to go all in like that, especially in this kind of meta where you just people are just trying to blow you up before level 3, right? You're not supposed to get to level 3 as Crux. Or like that's everyone else's plan to just say if you get to level 3, you only have 2 influence, so we're gonna kill you as fast as possible. And if you only have 2 influence, you can't play the ally and an attack card at the same turn.
That is true, but these decks are known to sort of be at level 3 multiple
Like as
influence.
ASAP, right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I think
Uh,
what the thing I really wanted to do with that ally was if we get back into a meta where you can play like Savage Slash again, that's a big one because you can actually banish the Savage Slash as floating, and then play the recursive to play the Savage Slash again, and then get it back into your graveyard as floating again.
oh, I like that a lot. Yeah, sort of,
Yeah.
and then use that floating for like a drawn blade on your next turn.
Yeah, exactly. If we had less graveyard hate like prevalence right now and more need to, because like right now all these fire decks, like I think the same thing for Merlin right now is you have to play a lot of defensive allies. You have to make sure you don't just get like run over, right? So you don't really have space. If we get back to a meta where it's a lot of 2-3 allies on board, I can see this the recursive coming back, Savage Slash coming back, but that's kind of why we had to build around that. You need the library witches and the stalwart shield mates and like the fluffy shop.
Oh, Herman, I'm gonna
Ooh,
stop you real quick.
ooh,
We just seen one of the legendary moments, a Rictus Tiding hitting 8 total cost off the flip. It was a Uther and Enchanted
Fett
uh
inside of Fett. Yeah,
Thank you. Yes,
yeah,
and the fact that it's draw 2 from that point on, that is exciting. It is one of those cards people put in their decks to hopefully high roll, and I'm happy I've actually gotten to see it now, the
dude. I can
actual
I can
value.
hear Tolkien laughing about it now. He's just like, oh yeah, okay, okay, yeah, you got it. It's just if you blind hit the Rictus, you blind the Rictus. You know what can you say?
It is. I don't think it was completely blind. I think Rhea knew one card because of the Xander glimpse.
Oh, true, true.
So it is a 50%er, right? And
Oh,
oh,
look,
getting word from production. Actually, both were sent to the bottom, so it was blind. You are right, Herman.
and there's another Fett from hand just saying like, yeah, I'm gonna hear stall. We're gonna play the game. And interesting, interesting. I don't know if you caught that interesting line from Toki. Did not level up. Just said inert sword manually. I just swing with the Cheshire, trying to get damage out, trying not to go -1. Probably had something they had to protect in their memory, I guess. Or also no fast, no. Yeah, actually, I don't know because you just played the Cheshire or back up into nothing.
Yeah, I think
Maybe
it's running like putting the pressure as fast as possible, perhaps.
hmm, I was just trying to think. It's like I guess you just had no way to put cards into your memory to level up. Damn. And then Xander's just trying to draw many cards. So this is gonna be fun because so like the classic like even though like yeah these are DOA decks honestly but going through all this time I think do you think that they're very similar to how they were back then?
I feel like the core concept, the shell of the decks are still there. It's just the tools and resources you now have are unrecognizable
Hmm.
opposed to like back in the days. Like if you took DOA me and showed me this Lorraine deck, I'd be like, I understand the concept of this deck, but why are some of these cards just so good?
Yeah. And yet we still have so many DOA cards in these decks because they were just good like this cremation that just got like that got banished like these are just really good DOA cards. But yeah, we're looking for the core here. Like the core of Luxem Xander, for example, is to get to level 3 with 2 Light Weavers in hand and 10 influence, and just let it rip for 16 over there after getting a couple pings down. So we're definitely on the way with all that plus oneing. That Rictus +1 into the turbocharge +1.
And we also unmake duality, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. So 3+1 so far, so we're very healthy. We're gonna go Xander stuff. What assassin cards can they pick up right now?
I
I did not
don't
pay attention.
see what we had sort of grabbed in. And just a correction, there no unmake duality. We are running Lost Providence
Providence,
in the
right?
deck.
Okay,
Yeah, I think I mistook the turbocharge for the unmake.
fair.
I just saw a draw two, and I was blinded. I was like, that's value.
It's like, oh, it was the exploit. Yeah, there was an exploit in graveyard, so then you just pick that up and draw another card if you want to.
What are your
Punch back.
thoughts on Xander decks just like using exploit over juggle knives? Because you don't get the class bonus, you or don't have to worry about a class bonus. It's still the same effect of drawing cards, and I feel like it's a neat little adaptation the deck has sort of made.
Well, it's just because Shenjus are such more prevalent. It's just pick your poison, right? Between Shenjus and what you would care about is if you cared about like a spell shield or something that you had to break with the juggle knives. Because realistically, that one damage ping does not matter. There's a lot of casual recover in decks right now, like the like Genbu for example goes to level 3 and just your level 3 will always recover you. So that like casual ping of 1/1/1 doesn't really matter. Go into like these crux decks and like what are the odds that you're going to have a crystallized destiny that's going to matter versus a a Shenju that's a Seiryu in front of you that's going to matter, and it's always
Mhm.
like the series on. I think we played Juggle Knives a lot more back then before the existence of. Oh, okay, that's pretty funny. Juggle Knives was before the existence of the Merc Blade, but now that we have Merc Blade for an easy, on-demand way to what do you call it, to have a weapon for an assassin unit to attack with exploit, it's so much better. What did he banish, by the way? I didn't see.
No banish. We went in for damage because part of the unenter fact is you must rest Uther to banish something,
Mm,
and it looks like Rhea just decides she wanted violence and attacked for 4 into the Lorraine with the Uther, and then his Vigor trigger will wake him up. And the fact that he has intercept as well makes it to where this Cheshire Cat is not going to be trading favorably.
yeah. This is pretty solid just to keep maintaining pressure. The only downside is, yeah, the Lorraine did not go to level 2 yet because Lorraine can just say, I'll kill this, draw a card. You'll take 4 more damage, so Uther ends up being 8 damage when you do this because it is standing from intercept. But hey, clear the ally, get your cards back. But I think the big part about Uther is like, okay,
Flame sweep.
sweep for 6. Are we declaring a weapon? It looks like a sweep for 6. We're using one of the weapons. Yep. Draw 2 cards. So that's a downside of the Uther, right? It is still an ally. You don't really want to throw allies in front of a Lorraine before they goes to level 2, like the very classic DOA thing, where it just
Mhm.
says level 2 flame sweep answer. No.
This first flip is going to be very important for Rhea here. What do you think's going to be in there? I'm thinking one Luxem Sight, one Gleaming Cut.
3 gleaming cuts.
3 Gleaming Cuts?
Dude, I know how Luxem works. Watch this Providence and then 3 down for the Prism Spire, and it's 3 gleaming cuts right now. Oh, okay, never mind. Because otherwise, you just don't want to show. You don't want to Prism Spire first to show what other 3 cards you have in hand, and then your opponent knows everything you're able to do.
But think of the value if those were.
Honestly, man, if it was 5 Luxem, I'm down. I could show you that my entire hand is Luxem. We lost a
Yeah.
Luxem card because Uther's a Luxem card that you could have shown as well.
Lightweavers, Sight,
Luxem site. Okay.
Uncover, Incap, and Topsy.
Yeah. All right, that's pretty good.
2 puts
Really
Lorraine
good,
to
I would say.
11. You recover 3. I think honestly on your turn you put a Luxem Sight down and something else to uncover and just recover another 3. Sort
Well,
of
I'm
stay out
just
of the range
okay.
of
Yeah, I was just trying to see if the Prism Spire comes down here because I believe you draw to 10 now. So if you draw a second Lightweavers, you just let it rip. Because
Oh, yeah.
yeah, yeah, there's so many +1s here that you actually have 10 influence right now. So 4 for Lightweavers, 4 for Lightweavers works, or you just go uncover and just like slowly go up. Yeah, you already have the 2 extra Luxem to enable that. And then prep counters, and then prep counters.
Oh, we took out the Cheshire Cat with that second reveal of the Lightweaver's Assault.
Oh, oh, I see. The prep counters just are really hard to see because it's the die on the end of Alice's hair. But yeah, just staying neutral on the Luxem side, forcing the Clarence to come out because you will just die to double Lightweavers at any point, right?
Yeah, it's now that 11 influence threshold that you're talking about. We've now approached that, so it's okay. Got to be a little bit more defensive here. We do see this dungeon guide though. That little life buffer is going to be super beneficial as well.
Well, I think a big thing too is that clearance is the defensive option, but also just enables your offense by going to Dungeon Guide. 2 more swords and banish just says 2 more damage on swing. And you just lost your Cheshire Cat, so you just say, hey, this inert sword is probably useless to me. Why don't I just swing for, I think, 3 swords and banish right now? Shadows, Clarent, and Drawnblade, I think.
Shadows, Clarent, Drawn, yes. So 3, so this attack's going to be for 5 then, if you're using the inert sword opposed to
Yep.
the Clarent. Yep, exactly. And classic Lorraine, you're just going to get even stronger as you banish more swords.
Yeah, but we did see a Luxem site, so we are under a little pressure to do some damage as soon as you can. I don't know what that is. That's a CSR. That's too expensive for me. Oh, it's a Ghost of Pendragon. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty good. Downside of Win Luxem, you don't have stifling traps. You don't really have answers to stop this. Your answer is that you're going to reveal 3 Luxem to make your opponent go from 4 to 2 cards in hand, and then you're going to try to kill them, but not in front of a Clarent.
Yeah.
Oh, it's 5 cards.
See a insignia of the Korhazi, I think maybe the materialization for turn.
Just to be able to use an effect to put cards down. Oh no, Luxeris map, because we already know the 2 Luxem cards have already been put into memory from Uncover the Plot. You don't really need to put any more down if you didn't draw any.
We're just
Okay,
gonna
maybe the true more.
activate something here.
That.
Oh,
Yeah.
Enchanted effect. We're gonna recover, draw into memory. That's important. That does get that additional card in as well. Hopefully, maybe we've hit some gleaming cuts. I think that'd be super nice. Or another Luxem site. That's really going to put the pressure on Tolkien to answer. Healing is never fun to have to go against.
There's always a Serene as well. So realistically, we're seeing 9 to 11 right now. So it's despite Xander being really high on damage right now, the downside about Lorraine, no fast speed damage. So that Serene is almost always going to get through. Oh, interesting. Preemptively using the Clarent now to not take any damage from the Lightweaver's assaults.
Woo!
Yeah, 2 Lightweavers would have killed you right there. No gleaming cuts. 2 incaps, is that it? 2 incaps, a thieving cut, or Luxem. Yeah, because of the so the Clarence is to protect the Pendragon, and then the Protect face. Although technically you just wait for the reveal, right? You put your cards down, you see how many Lightweavers are being revealed, and then just use them in response to the Lightweaver trigger. Yeah, we saw 2 Lightweavers though, right?
Yes, 2 Lightweavers, a Luxem site, and an Uncover.
2 Lightweavers does 16 damage. 16 plus 9 is 25. Okay, so Tolkien's not in lethal range yet until after this thieving cut, which I
The
assume.
saving cut will be for 4.
Yeah. Will that leave 10 cards left in Rhea's hand?
1, 2, so 5, 6,
So they had
7.
10 last turn.
8. I think you'll be at 9 cards.
Okay, if she's at 9 cards, she doesn't present the threat of lethal with the double Lightweavers yet. Or at least not right now. She'll have to do it next turn. So Tolkien does get one more practically uninterrupted turn to try to kill, or force one of those Lightweavers to be played just to reveal the Luxem site to stay alive. Like if that's your plan right now. If you're a Tolkien, do so much damage that we can't do a comboed Lightweaver assault, but we have to split it up.
Yeah, I just think that's the move or the strategy is just try and force it. You are staring lethal on her next turn, so you just need to try and like be the aggressor and make them react to you.
Well, ghost to ghost. This guy always finds his ghosts. That's why he pulled he pulled the woe ghosts, if I remember correctly. So I can't, unfortunately, on webcam you can't tell if one of those woe ghosts was someone that died. Hope it didn't.
And for those of you who've never seen invite cards or these fancy ones here, in the bottom right corner, as you can see on the card view right now, is there's that diamond or the
Yes.
hexagon with WWW in it, and there's a unique 3-line code for each of these invite cards. And I believe the woe one was W0H.
Yes, W0H, because I pulled the Woe Mnemonic Charm. This is pretty good. Oh, even better from Tolkien. So we have the Fracturize on the Clarence, because again, we are trying to do the line, like the double Lightweavers line, which loses to a Clarence on board. You can't kill through that. So we try to fracturize using up forcing like a thing, right? Either you let it get fracturized and you lose the sword anyway, or you use the last durability and you lose the sword. And in response, that should have been that's an ascension to put it back. It's not putting another one back out. Maybe it got incapped. I can't tell if that's underneath the incap is underneath the
Yes, there was
fracturized.
an end cap. Yeah.
But yeah. Okay, so it did get in cap. So yeah, that's why the sword didn't come back out. But what's important is that Ria will not be what do you call it? Recollecting to 10. And if you're not
Uh,
recollecting to 10, you still can't do the double Lightweavers.
I have unfortunate news, Herman. 3 cards
Yes.
in hand, 4 were put down, 2 for fracturized, 2 for in cap, and there was already 2
Never
down
mind. You're
for
recollecting to 10.
yep. So that
Um
is gonna be just enough, I believe. Exactly 10 cards at that recollection for that double Lightweavers.
yeah. And it'll do 16, it'll put him to 29, and then we'll go to game 2. Unless she's afraid of something.
With 1 card in hand left for Tolkien, there's really nothing that
Yeah.
you could worry about. But this Luxera's map's just gonna get another Lightweaver's Assault, right? Increase your
Yeah.
damage by an additional 2 or 4.
Yes. In case you're worried about something, yeah, just increase, and then if this somehow whiffs for some sort of reason, at least you have 1 Lightweavers later. But yeah. So now we're just seeing what we're doing here, but it should just be Lightweavers. Go to game 2. But it's still up to Ria to acknowledge that it is a safe line to go for right now.
Mm-hmm.
Rip it.
And that's also one of those things. Not that it's a common thing, but make sure your opponent's not on a serene spirit. Make sure you're doing your math right.
Serene Crux Knight, so you cannot what do you call it? You cannot cremation ritual on turn 1. That sounds like a plan. It's a pass line. There's no way there's a pass line, right? Unless you just let it rip.
Yeah. One card. I think she was just really thinking through her lines, making sure she has exactly
Like, yeah,
lethal.
enough damage. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to jump the gun and then realize like, oh no, I'm actually too short.
Yeah. Yep, there you go. Are those white levers? Those look like incaps to me. That she just
Uh,
put on.
I believe one's a shrouded mist and one's an in cap. She's just sort of like,
Oh, okay. That works too.
oh, so we're going the striking illuminance line. A
Which, yeah,
resolute
I was like,
stand.
with 1 card in hand, that is the only thing you can do about it.
Yeah.
I no longer know if this is enough damage. I'm sure it is. I just don't want to do striking illuminance math because it's always a lot. Um, yeah, striking illuminance math is really hard because it really depends on how many Luxem you're going to show. I can never do double Lightweavers would have done 16 because you'll put 4 cards down for Lightweavers, you have 4 cards down for another Lightweavers, and resolve them after they're both all 8 are in your memory. So you do 8 and 8, and then after Luxera's map, it would have done 9 and 9.
All right. So in response to the resolute, we are going to Lightweaver's Assault. So we get our first reveal here. 2 Lightweavers. Yep, we talked about it there. So we're gonna deal 4 off the reveal, recovers 3, then deal 7 from the Lightweaver's Assault, putting you at 20.
24.
And then striking illuminance will reveal. You'll recover another 3, deal another 4, and then attack in for 7, reduced by 3, so 4, so 8. Are you 1 damage short, or is that just enough?
No, that's enough. That's enough.
That's enough. Okay.
That's enough. All right, we'll go to game two. Sounds like death.
Yeah, and that's one of those things we talked about it. You're like, you could just windmill slam double Lightweaver's Assault, but then there's also with the introduction of Striking Illuminance, you can have another alternative route, and it is slightly safer. As production mentioned, is you could recover more if you went sort of this route, recover down, try and deal damage, and not really worry about dying immediately on your next turn. But it looks like now we know Rhea is more of a cautious kind of player, wants to play a little bit more defensively, make sure she has all of her lines set through. We saw the calculation after grabbing the card from the Luxera's map, just making sure like I have enough for this, have enough for that, keep cards in hand.
I just hope they have enough for this game two because we enter game two and the first thing that comes in from the sideboard is 100% Regal Inquisitions and Heavily Guides, just to really punish that hyper turbo line that Rio was able to establish. Because yeah, that Rictus went off, got 2 cards.
100% there. And then, is there any possibility you bring in Pure Beyonds knowing you're against Water Xander specifically?
See, it makes me mad because I was hiding my Water Xander for locals. Like I was intentionally not bringing it to any locals so that I could play it for the last store champs. And because I know no one locally has any experience whatsoever into Water Xander, and Tulki is local and will be going to some of the store champs I'm going to. So I'm mad because yes, you absolutely bring your peer beyond, and then you don't get blanked by Shroud and Mist anymore.
Shroud and Mist is such a card that like when it came out and people were playing it, like, how do I beat this? It's 3 cost, gain stealth. This is insane.
Well, at very least for Araya, Tulki does not play sort of seeking, so you have to put effort into hitting. You can't just say I'm just going to hit you through it, and you can't do much about it. Rhea, I'm hoping. I don't think there's much you can like adapt for this matchup except for add like Song of Frost, right?
Yeah, Song of Frost is probably your best bet. Um, I'm looking at Deadly Opportunist, a very interesting card to put in. I think that's more for like ally focused
Mhm.
matchups, so not really going to be beneficial there. Maybe you're one of Regal Inquisition coming in.
Probably as long as you have cards you want to take out, like that's always the real thing. Like, are there cards you need to take out of your main deck, and then you worry about what you're going to put back in. Like, you probably take out the Topsies, so you have 3 spots that you can put anything into there. And if you have 3 spots to put in, I would put in probably the Song of Frost and the Blinding Lapse. Blinding Lapse, a new card, A and B Alter. A lot of people don't pay attention to it, don't look, but that's a very good card against all these influence maxers.
Which one's Blinding Lapse? Let me.
9 or more influence, put everything down, and then banish 3.
Oh, that is the altar card. Yes.
Yeah. So like a big reason why I know a lot of people don't play that card is they don't own any because you require a shop or a person or something to have opened A and B altar. I know a lot of people didn't because they have too much A and B already, and a lot of the main set is not very playable, admittedly. Like
Mhm.
it's all like self-sufficient, right? It only works on its own deck. Like all the uniques, for example, for the Oath of Sakura, but then I would never play that deck right now anymore because Wind Wake Up is just a superior version of it. So if you have Blinding Lapses, you play Blinding Lapses. They're a fun little Luxem guard. Just hard punishes your opponents that play these influence maxing games. Also gives you a free turn, right? Because you play Blinding Lapse, they have to put all of their cards down on that turn alone. It's not even just the banish 3 cards at random from memory. It's the fact that they are hands down for this turn. You do whatever you want. Hopefully, it's lethal.
Yeah, it's almost like a main deck enfeebling orb, right?
Mhm,
It's not a matter of them banishing cards from memory. What matters is they just lose their chance to respond to anything you do on their turn.
mhm. You know these like high influence like if you have 9 or more influence like that, you are definitely going to have a lot of things to do. Ooh, Telki starting off being able to play the game properly this time though, instead of having say backup charger pass and then go into Cheshire Cat off an inert without going to level 1. Starts off with Fluffy ripping 2 distorted weapons, showing that they probably don't have a Cheshire in hand or plan to play Cheshire. into a pass from Xander. Is that just a straight pass?
A straight pass, and this is a backup charger for Tolki.
Yeah. You get to go first now, so free turn, free influence. Why not?
Big fan of drawing card as turbocharge, and that is the reason you go backup charger first. Why not draw 2 more additional cards from your main deck into your total influence here for
Because this is
Tolki?
4 down for Incap, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
4 down for Incap, 4 down. Yep, because you're level 0.
2, 3,
Yeah,
4.
trade an
Yep.
trade an Incap for a turbo is reasonable in my opinion. It just it's unfortunate for you because then you can't like play something else. You only have 2 cards left in hand. So if you were going to play something else, like let's say like exploit vulnerability, like then that was like your way to level up. Now you just went a strict -1 and no cycling. Really, really big though is that all of these incaps, like there's like a lot of people say it's like, yeah, the Regal doesn't affect Xander that much because they're just going to incap it. But you only have access to 4 incapacitates, and if one gets used here, and there's 3 Regals, you know, you're just trying to count Regals at that point, or trying to count incaps. Ooh, lost a Luxem card too. But at least here, Xander was still level 0, so you can always go to level 2 to pick up that incap. He kind of wanted any assassin card in the graveyard in the first place. You would prefer it to be a way to +1, but you know, picking up an incap is not as bad. If you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah, you still go neutral with your level 2, right? You get an influence back at the cost of just prep counters you were getting anyways. But it's not that absolute plus you're looking at. The hitting of the Luxem site does feel really bad.
Damn. You know, it feels really bad just saying I hate both of your cycle and draw spells. Let's incap them both.
Oh, I think the big play about that as well is Tolkien might have had a floating memory to be discarding with that creative shock. So now you have to think of, do I just use a card from my influence, my memory, to go into that Lorraine level 1? Or do I have to play another off turn and stay on spirit here?
The big thing about this is that if you go to Lorraine level 1, because he banished Pavlor and sort of shadows from the Fluffy, if you go to level 1, you actually have to just say pass on the level 1 on enter, because you will not be able to pay for the inert sword anymore. You don't have 2 cards in hand.
That is also very true. Yeah, that's the problem with inert sword is it's a really good weapon, and a lot of times the pay to on enter doesn't really matter, except in moments where, you know, you, it you have one card and you're
This is a
being stopped withdrawing.
this is a terrible situation right now because you kind of need to level 1 because if you don't level 1, you actually don't have another materialize you can do to like skip a turn. And you lose a dungeon guide too. Ooh.
That really hurts.
But yeah, you don't get a sword because you can't pay for it. You needed that creative shock to go off. Like I think it was probably like a floating memory, so you can, you know, and then keep 2 cards in hand and then pay for the
Mhm.
inert.
Yeah, definitely a fire classic there. The end of turn creator shocks, but the fact that you're running please another end cap.
Well, I would just say honestly, that's kind of a misplay from Tulki's part because once you see the Xander level up, you can just respond before they finish the level up, or like even in prereq after the level up, they only had 2 cards in hand. I think you're just a creative shock there. A lot of fire
Mhm.
players like to like, wait until end phase so your opponent doesn't do things. But legitimately, for like decks like this where they don't do things, like Xander just went to level 1 and said pass, and then he went creative shock. If you did it in prereq and you have no cards in hand, but you already got your creative shock on, what was Xander going to do anyway, right? They're
Mhm.
they were just going to pass anyway, or they're going to thieving cut um they're going to thieving cut your shopkeep. But even if you had cards in hand, they were going to thieving cut your shopkeep anyway. So you should just creative shocked because it was a really really big deal to have your creative shock incapped here because it definitely set Telki back like a full turn to not have a sword like this, right? He had to materialize the sword here. You lost the materialization of the sword. You lost the floating that you're trying to unlock. You had a Cheshire, so you really wanted this last turn.
Yeah, you're completely right. It is you're set a complete turn behind. You're in a position like a turn of materialization and playing cards. Because a lot of times you say like, "Oh, I'm a turn behind" because you had to take like an off turn to draw. But the extra materialization of having to actually grab your sword opposed to Lorraine bringing it out makes a big difference for this deck.
Because like this turn could have been the Clarent, right? You just pull 2 more swords out, you go Clarent, and then you. The other big one is you also probably wouldn't have lost that dungeon guide on that level up because I'm. It's hard to say, but like I'm just gonna assume Toki only had one and lost a dungeon guide on the level up instead of whatever float he was trying to discard. And then the Rictus, if it hits 2, it does not. It hits a 4 and a 2. I'm pretty sure you take the Lightweavers here and not the exploit vulnerability.
Yep, which Araya did grab here. Would have been really cool to see Rictus hit another 2 off of that.
Interesting timing though, because now you don't want to level up. Because if you level up, you're now risking the possibility of just losing that Lightweavers you just put there. Because ideally, you wanted to put cards down to level up, and then in response to your level up, then you play your Rictus. So instead, you have to just keep, farming influence, stay low. If
Doesn't feel as bad though, since Lorraine is also slowed down though,
yeah,
right?
I was like, if Tulki didn't lose a turn off of this, this would be really, really dangerous. Because you could just randomly get Rending Flamed or something and then appear beyond, and you can't do anything about it because you already used 2 incaps. Or even if you use a pure like a Rending Flame, or like an incap against a Pure Beyond, and it just hits the graveyard after getting negated, just pay 1 more and just play Pure Beyond again.
Yeah, get the ephemerate
Yeah.
effect from it here, which I think Ray is going to have to rely on maybe a defensive option here, staring down a total of 5 damage on this turn, and 1 attack could really look to seal the deal.
Telki definitely doesn't want to break that inert until like there's actually any sort of pressure on the Cheshire whatsoever. So until
Yep.
then, like we're not hitting 3 here, right? We're just sitting. It's also a very fun thing that might be happening is the Heavenly Guide stalemate, because Telki had 2 in sideboard, Rhea had 1 in sideboard. They might just both be waiting. Oh, okay.
So yeah, I was gonna say, if there's a potential for a rending flame as well. There's 3 fire in the graveyard, and so Lorraine swinging in with the sword with a rending flame would be 10, which would be more than enough to
Well,
beat
lineage
Xander
release.
level 1.
Lineage release.
Oh, that's right, lineage release.
Yeah.
Yep, yep.
But like that's why you have to be able to pay for Pure Beyond as well, right? Because you might just get shrouded misted if you do that rending. But yeah, there's just no pressure. You can just sit here and just you Cheshire loop just so you have cards down to be able to level 2 if necessary. And if not necessary, you kind of just like hang out. Why not? You're just hitting them for 3 every turn. It's up to Xander to do something. And Xander's do something is fracturize the power cell so they can go up, so they can finally start leveling up.
Not risking your Lightweaver's Assault anymore. You do have that extra card. And we're just going to be grabbing our choice of incap with this Deft Executioner. There goes an Exploit Vulnerability as well to that Banishment Zone. So we do know 1 incap for sure now in the hand for Rhea. And it's a game of chicken, right? Do you Dungeon Guide and hope and maybe make your opponent's Heavenly Guide active, or do you just play a slow turn and hard level into 3 on your next turn?
It's a dungeon guide right here. I don't think Rhea has a choice to stay at level 2. Like their game is so slow right now that you kind of have to start doing something. So if Toki just happens to have the Heavenly Guide, well, what can you do, right?
Yeah, it's sometimes your opponent just has them, and
Yeah.
that's what we'll have to see here.
And
If we see Tolkien go for like an immediate level 2, I'm pretty sure that's a sign that there's a Heavenly Guide in
I
hand.
think Telki always goes level 2 here, just because there's a dungeon guide on board that you can just swing at with the level 2 effect. So like you never just sit on 1 here. Yeah. It's a Fluffy and a Library Witch. Yeah, you definitely don't need either of these in this matchup. You only needed the first Fluffy. But now you just need to kill that dungeon guide. I would Flame Sweep without a weapon if I had it. I would also Heavenly Guide, or just
Yep.
hit for 3 to face with that first, and then you can break the weapon and kill the dungeon guide. That also works too.
Draw that
Depending on
card,
these.
see what we have on the top
Yeah,
of the deck.
like the Cheshire gave you so much pressure already, right? Those 2 Cheshires alone already put you to like 16. Okay, or swing with the Clarent. That was the other thing. I just didn't know if he would be comfortable swinging and losing a durability like that. But we did see that he plays Ascensions, so you can always just cycle it and get more. And there's the Heavenly.
There is the Heavenly Guide. You're correct.
Excuse me.
That is a free level up here for Crux Knight Lorraine, since your opponent did not actually pay for materialization. Since the opponent didn't actually materialize,
As long as
they
the
dungeon
top
guided.
card of the lineage is a card that was not materialized. I think it's what it says, right? As long as
Yes.
it's not a materialized card.
And
Good.
since you dungeon guide, it was played, therefore not materialized, and you get a free level up.
Yeah. And instantly go into, and then it was gone into a ghost of Pendragon immediately. So he's just running it down. This is very scary. Rhea has nowhere close to the influence from last game. I believe the influence is probably like what, 6? You'll go to 7 with the, oh no, it's 5 right now. You go to 6 from draw, 7 with the what do we call it, Lost Providence. Oh no, it is 6. So you go to 8 after this turn with a, what do we call it, fractal. So you're showing 9. Damn.
Whoa. Double Lightweaver's Luxem Sight. If there was a Gleaming Cup, there was potential to go above that 10.
Yeah. Well, the awkward thing is, even though you're showing quote unquote 9 influence, one of it's a fractal, and it is relevant that it's a fractal and not a real card, because that's -2 damage for your Lightweavers, right? You still have to do 28 damage, and you've already done 1. Means for Rhea, probably no lethal line possible for at least 2 more cycles, because we've also used all of our draw 1 regalias already before getting to level 3. You just have to slowly accumulate influence by just playing the game normally. And then you probably have to play the chip game and just keep showing Lightweaver results over and over again until you can do enough damage that maybe one of them rips and you can kill.
Where did the damage for the Lightweaver's Assault that were revealed go into?
Cheshire.
Cheshire, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. No, shot and missed. We kind of trade 1 for 1 here. You go from 8 influence down to 7 influence, and you draw back to 8. The only problem is that because it doesn't cycle itself, it doesn't stay neutral, you're not actively increasing your pressure as Lux. Like in this situation, you do that and you bring out a regalia that gives you a +1. So you can +1 on this turn. You've already used all your +1s. Like, what are you bringing out here now? It's what do you have left in there? Oh, a map is your last +1. So
Map, yeah.
yeah. After that, it's like what, you're gonna do Tabula?
Tabula's not going to be too helpful here.
Yeah. Well, Tabula's for after the Regal, right? You don't want to expose the Tabula, get it reduced to ashed, and then get Regaled.
Mhm.
Let's see. Oh, Pure Beyond, so to make sure the hit still goes through. Yeah, I like that. Why not? 3 damage is 3 damage.
It
And then you
guarantees
use
2 hits too.
Yeah, just use it on your Lorraine right after. The Lorraine will swing for, there's 4, so the inert sword will make it swing for 6. The Cheshire is dead, so you say, yeah, I'm just gonna swing for 6. Force it's literally 1 for 1 with the lineage release. Well, that's an
Is that
attacker.
a devastating blow, I believe?
I'm gonna assume it's devastating blow.
The
7,
new
11, 12, 13.
gold rewards for Omnidex. Yes, gonna force a lineage release. And goes down to 11, and then back up to
24.
24.
Yeah. 13 puts, yeah, because you would, if you think about it the other way, it's also you just go to 30 and then -6, 24. So just 1 damage short. That 1 Luxem Sight definitely saved her. I assume the inert is broken because I only counted that because the inert would do +2 damage.
Yes. And there
There
it
you go.
is, being removed off the field. That's 5 swords total in banishment now.
Yeah. Oh, this is an ascension for game if we have it. Oh no, wait, no, there's no prismatic edges. I forgot they don't play that card anymore. Remember that good old times where you say you used to say Sword of Avarice, Sword of Avarice, Sword of Avarice, prismatic edge?
Yep. Actually, they do run Prismatic Edge in this list.
They do?
They
Oh, it just
do.
got banished. Oh, they got banished? Oh. So they do. All right, Tulki. If cards get put down, cards get put down. That's dangerous. The cards
Looks
have been put
like
down. You say Ascension in response, and you win the game.
Is there a
As long as you
response?
no.
No.
2 Luxem sites, though.
And uncover the plot. That is gonna be a lot of recovery coming in on this next turn for Rhea.
Yeah.
What's our total influence at? We're at 3, 4, 5,
8,
6,
we'll draw up to 8
7.
with 1 fractal, so still 9.
So take a recovery turn then. Put those two Luxem sites down. Play a
Uncover.
uncover, recover another 6, and then you
Yes.
have that Ducal Seal just as an added layer of protection.
Yes, because otherwise you would just die to Ducal like, even through Ducal Seal, you just say swing Lorraine for 6 to put you to 24, and then Heavenly Guide for 1. Like, you would either die or be forced to play interaction, so you have to play the Uncover here just to stay alive. Yeah, just heal 6.
And it'd be devastating if we see another uncover the plot. So, put 2 Light Weaver's Assaults down on this one. But you know what's curious? Both these games, not a single Gleaming Cut has been shown from Rhea.
That's what I was thinking. I was like, damn, you see a lot. I mean, I guess that's the trade-off of managing to land a Rictus. You can only get one, not the other.
Only one of these cards lets you draw 2. It's your choice.
Well, just counting Fire and Grave, just saying, yeah, I'm going to Rending you, and let's see what you can do, because you can't Shroud and Mist anymore. You're not water.
What can you do against a
You play your Lightweaver's Assault to reveal your two Luxem sites, so you don't die.
you could also Topsy some fire cards out of
Fires.
the
Yeah,
grave if there's like only 4.
but I'm pretty sure it's just play Lightweavers.
Play Light Weavers. Yeah,
It's
that would
just
make
play Lightweavers.
sense.
If you
Yep.
get Rending Tier, you just have to play Lightweavers. You have no choice.
How much would the rending be for 8? So that's 9, 18. Oh yeah, that is plenty of lethal.
18 through Ducal Seal. It's just a matter of let's see what's about to happen, because I know it's very hard to say if he what was sideboarded in and out too, right? So we don't even know if all
Mhm.
the answers are still available. We just know that the answer that is available is the Light Result. There's only one. There should only be 2 cards that we didn't know about in Ria's hand. No, 3. Sorry, because the Uncover the Plot also drew a new card and replaced itself.
Yes,
Because
cycled.
they only kept 1 card after the reveals. Then they drew 1 card, and then they uncovered drew 1 card. So otherwise, we know the entire influence, and we know that there's very little answers. I think Tolkien's just kind of deciding if it's worth it to just play it out, and just saying no, it's not worth it. We'll just wait until next turn, because you can't die anyway, right?
Yeah, and there's really not like, oh, have them put cards down and then I can respond, because they've recovered a lot now, and they're
Yeah.
no longer in that range of the Prismatic Edge. Topsy
Ooh,
Decree imbued in the mode of
discard
discard
for
and
sure.
spell shroud.
Yeah, so Rhea does not want to rip anything from their memory, because I'm pretty sure all that's Luxem. So you're going to have to rip from hand, which is a pretty big deal. And then probably banish, because then you can't pick it up from Tabula either.
The Fracture Eye is being discarded. And then you're right, we are banishing that Fracture Eyes, and then taking a
Incap.
look at what we have. Incap, DG, Uncover, Shroud, and Enchanted, and the Incap is going.
Yeah. It's just a Spell Shroud doesn't do much against Luxem, right? Because it just says choose instead of target. And these are skills as well instead of spells, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
Yeah.
So another Recover 6 and deal 4 off this reveal. 4 cards down for Tolkien. Also, that Topsy Decree does keep Rhea again away from that 10 card mark. It's just another
Yeah.
pure discard. So not running into that double Light Brutal Assault turn, but there is a possibility of a striking a luminance as well.
Yeah, but did not because they had to use the uncover. Was not able to pull all the cards away from Tulki, so there's also another chance of a Resolute. The problem with this is that Ria needs to keep revealing Lightweavers to do chip damage now, because even
Mhm.
when they get to 10, like for example, next turn they'll get to quote unquote 10 influence, but it's really 9 because one of it's a fractal, so you're only doing 14 with a double Lightweavers, which is nowhere close to putting Tulki to 28. So you're just going to keep rinsing and repeating. You're just going to kind of Tulki's here, just trying to do a little bit damage at a time. Ideally, more than 6 a turn if possible to offset the sights.
And
How is how is how, how is Ria at 7 now? I thought I thought Ria was at 8 and would have gone to 9. Yeah, I don't know. I can't do math, dude. Honestly, it's too late for anything. I was trying to think
Her
of. Oh no, yeah, yeah. So 7 that technically makes it so you could rending for 18 and just pray it connects and kills.
Yeah. Oh, we're showing the tabula here. Is that something that you save for when your opponent starts to play Regal Inquisitions, or do you just bring it out here at this point?
I was like, there's no reason to ever bring it out early, right? And like Jed, you just hold on to it. There's no other materialize that I'm like that's fighting for this spot that like needs to be out, and then or like when you get regaled, it's not like I have to bring out this regalia and this regalia. You only have to bring out tabula. I think the only thing you're doing with tabula right now is to say like I'm gonna rip one of my Luxums now. Like I'm gonna rip a Luxera, like a Luxum site, not Luxum site, Lightweaver Assault right now. So then I'm gonna tabula and then map because Rhea wants a map right now.
Hmm.
But yeah, another Topsy just keeps her away from being able to win the game again. It's just another turn of just ping four, ping
Recover
four, heal
6,
six.
though. That's the important part.
Yeah,
It's that lead that you had. You had your opponent at 24 lineage release spirit, and now they're back down to 1 total damage counter. The mental fatigue this deck takes, like, that deals to your opponent is so large. You are 1 damage away from winning, and now your opponent just has 1 damage.
like mental fatigue for sure. Because I'm pretty sure what you were supposed to do that previous turn, instead of wait to do Topsy and do this defensive play, you were supposed to just say Rending Flames. And you just say Rending Flames, they will put you to exactly 25 because that previous Rending Flames would have done 18.
Hmm.
Um, and to be like, you got to answer this. If you can't answer this, I'm just going to win the game. And they answer, and it's the same as top seeing them, right? Because their answer is a -1 to them again.
Yeah.
But then we're going to see because we're still just going to keep pinging and just waiting because we're still trying to do more damage. The other thing about Tulki is that not using the Clarent charges at all just means that you still can't push.
Yeah, I just, at this point, I think Rhea can afford to go get a Gleaming Cut, right? Get that plus an influence. You're recovering down to 0 next turn. There's nothing Lorraine can do to one-shot you at this point. You're completely out of that sort of range, and the tempo is back in your favor. It was so close. You were constantly on the back foot but from just staying alive, you've been able to make it. And this is why Luxem Zender was such a menace back in the days, is because it has that stabilization, that turning point, where it's, no matter what you do from that point on, you just cannot outmatch the healing that Luxem Zender is doing.
Well, there is a line that is doable to win because an ascension on that Clarence to to bring out the prismatic edge will do 3 damage from the prismatic edge on enter, and then a rending flames with that will do 22.
You just recover from the reveal trigger of the prismatic edge, though.
That's true. You just heal the 3. It
Yeah.
just feels really bad because you're gonna have to only heal 3 and you're gonna still take 22. But yeah, that's 3 Lightweave results, and with no Clarent being used in response, I think that's enough to just overwhelm the damage prevention from the Clarent now. I think it's 9 cards in hand and a Fractal. So we
But
only need to do 13 damage, 12 damage with the
13,
Mercblade.
yeah. But just passing here, we know Ray's a calculated player, so just gonna pass turn, get the guaranteed lethal on next turn. Cremation Ritual on this Heavenly Guide. Drawing into answers potentially. And have we seen a Ghost of Pendragon actually from Tolkien this
Yes.
game?
We saw one ghost and it got killed.
Just one ghost. Okay.
Yeah, just one ghost. Like I think Toki's line is definitely just right now has to find a ascension into rending into ascension to ghost into rending or something like that, right? Oh, did they concede? Oh, it looks like Toki conceded. Yeah, because now you know, like next turn, there's not much you can do, right? We see 3 Lightweavers. We use 1 Lightweavers to force the clearance charges, and then you still have enough influence after that because that was the 10 turn. You'd be drawing to 11 Ezreal next turn. So on the 10 turn, you say 4 down. Lightweavers try to go for a lethal, force the clearance out, and then it fails, and you say, well, I still have 10. I go Lightweavers again, and you still lose. So that is
Yeah.
that is Xander taking it.
So maybe you should play Lux and Waters into the Hacker Store Championship. So it looks like the one person who knows the matchup needs some practice against it.
No, no, they're gonna all my guys, once they get traumatized by something, they'll never have it. Like I traumatized them with holding them hostage with Kongming last week, and I guarantee them they're going to main deck all their regals, so I can't do that again. And if they main deck regals into my Lexum Xander, I'm gonna be really sad.
But
Ah,
what a matchup. It's the
mhm.
classic DOA Lorraine versus Xander, and it ends the same. When Xander starts revealing two Luxem sites for multiple turns in a row, the hope fades out of your eyes as you watch that damage you've dealt to them slowly go down and down.
Yo, that Gleaming Cut's not a real card. You don't need
Yeah.
you don't need Gleaming Cut to draw 2 and dig for your cards when you just said, "All right, have them in my hand." That
I
was
feel like this is the first time I've seen Luxem Xander have like naturally Luxem sites and Lightweaver's Assault like right off the bat. As usually they're like, I can't find them. I need to like
yeah.
dig for them.
Dude, every time I play Luxem Xander, like I remember being told last NA Nats when when I decided to play Luxem Xander for fun for day 2 for the regionals, and like win Luxem Xander too. And I remember talking to like the SoCal guys and just being like, if you lose as win Luxem Xander against allies, you're just a bad player, or you just didn't draw any Luxem sites. And I'm like, yeah, I'm at 22. I'm gonna veiling for 1, and I have no Luxem sites. So I lost, and I'm, I guess I'm a bad player. Dude, it's so hard to find. It's just so hard to find both sides of the Luxem cards. What can I say?
They are elusive. It's like it's the same thing. I've seen Merlin players go like 30, 40 cards deep in their deck and not see a single fireball. I'm like, you literally how? Like what's happening?
I've seen a Win Diana player at Ascent London go 28 cards in without finding their first dungeon guide. So I know what
Oh
happens.
jeez, yeah.
Yeah, felt really good, and then I lost my top 8 chances out of it. Oh, someone lost their top 8 chances out of it,
Oh
not me.
yeah, cough cough. It's a single tear sheds from your eye as you reminisce about this person you met.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh my gosh, what yeah. Sometimes the game's like that. That's what TCG is, right?
Yeah, it's all part of the game. It's one of those things where the randomized part of your deck is you try and we talked about it too. Optimize consistency. You want your deck to be as consistent as possible, but just the inherent nature of TCGs, you know, sometimes you just don't see it, and other
Yeah,
times people see it all the time.
yeah. Sometimes there's always 2 ringleaders on turn 3, and other times you're just like, okay, what else? Like you're just behind a Merlin that just eats your only float for 2 turns in a row, and you're like, okay, I guess I lose. Just, but I like that. Like it's not like going to be permanently like if you are a better player and you know the things better, you will always win. At least it gives chances. Like, it gives variety. It's not just solved from like minute 0.
Hmm. No, yeah, I'm with you on that one. Well, Herman, we've just finished round 6.
Mhm.
We have one more round, round 7, and I think it's going to be an interesting one because a lot of people are going to be IDing to secure their top 16. So it's going to be sort of a like, I wonder what kind of matchup we're going to get, who's going to be playing out. Maybe there's like slot 16, slot 15 that someone's going to have to like fight for, so we get to watch like that interesting matchup coming in. But we do want to mention a couple of things. One, and importantly, make sure you go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming if you're enjoying these regionals and you want to see more of it here. You can hit that button, like the video, and go ahead and hit the bell icon for notifications so you're alerted every time the channel is live. And then a big shout out to production, Serene Balance Productions, going on behind the scenes, taking care of the card viewer, the life totals, making sure everything looks good that you are seeing. So big shout out to them, and subscribe to their channel as well. And I have been reminded to let you guys know that there is going to be a spoiler for Serene Balance Production on March 17th. Keep your eyes out for that. I heard it is going to be a great video. So stay tuned. March 17th. That is 3 days away. So without further ado, we are going to go ahead and go to break as we get ready for our 7th and final round. You will be joined back here again by Herman and myself. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then.
Yay. What are the odds that we get another frog? What are the odds that I am still alive?
And just like that, everyone, we are back to our round 7, the final round of the True Champion Gaming Online PTM Regional number 2. I'm Valkyrie, and I am joined with still Herman is your man. Wow,
Herman is your vermin.
is your Vermin. Yes,
Yes.
the new nickname that was provided to you here today. And we are at the end of our day. The last round. I know players are feeling that fatigue, casters feeling that fatigue, talking about GA. But what are your like reflective thoughts on the last 6 rounds so far?
It's weird because we didn't see any of the actual meta. We didn't see a single Aetherwing. We didn't see a single like fractals. I'm happy because we didn't have to see any of those. We'll probably have to see one of them for the last round because we've been avoiding it, but it is indicative of the actual meta. But it is nice to see that there's all these like other decks that I can play. And like how was it? They're moderately balanced games, except for our round one. Everything really felt like it could go either way. Even like unfavored matchups, like I believe we did a Nico and Gembu, or Nico is
Mhm.
definitely unfavored there, but like not to an extreme extent. So you can play the game. I really like that people were able to play the game today. Unless you're playing Alice chess into Arizona, then you were never allowed to play the game. I'm sorry.
There are some matchups in Grand Archive where no matter what you do, it is just it's a Sisyphus, right? You're just pushing that boulder up the hill for it to just come back down. But it happens. But good to see a huge variety, and we want to say a big shout out to not only production but our TO for making sure we get some nice matchups on stream. It is They are the reason why we've been seeing such a nice variety of decks and a nice variety of players. Because if you guys really wanted to, I bet you we could have done 7 rounds of like Water Aetherwing. We could have just followed the
It's just
decks
a table
around,
one
but
every each time. Yeah.
yeah, but it's about showing different parts of the game, different decks, different regionals, and hopefully for this last match we actually bring you one where 2 players are competing to get into that last spot for the invite, something that really matters. And who knows, maybe we can finally see a Water Aetherwing deck be in that position and see how they actually fare and how they do.
I don't know. I'm just hoping that we don't have to see for our last round a crazy high roll where someone just says, "I'm going to hit you for 4. I'm going to Crystal and hit you for 4. And I'm going to say double Coda for a game." 'Cause I've seen I've seen it happen way too much. It's unreal.
Yeah, it's when my team was doing some testing and we got to a point where like 3-4 games in a row of testing, someone's like, "Yeah, I high rolled you this turn 1, turn 2," and they're like, "Okay, this is just like, what's the point of testing if I'm just dying instantly to this deck?"
Yeah. I remember when I was testing against I was playing against Matt G and for his Aether Wing, and he was like pulled a really really garbage hand, like completely objectively unplayable, and we're just like in the reverse, we're just like, there's no point testing. We're here to have fun, right? Just shuffle your hand, just get a new one,
Yeah,
play the game.
yeah,
And then we opened his hand. I was like, it's 7 distant makers and nothing else. And it's like, do it again, please. We're not playing this. And then he opens the next hand and he was like, oh, charge a soul, hit you for 4, hit you for 2 more, and then Crystalline Coda. I'm like, well, okay, now it's the other way.
You're like, wait, get a hand back, go get the hand. Hold on.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, it is like I think GA is definitely way more fun when you get to interact back and forth. It is actually like a lot of thinking and just deciding like, am I trying to go aggressive or am I trying to holding cards up or cards down? It's really cool. I love the memory system and everything.
Yeah, it's really cool to see. Uh, we're waiting for pairings right now. We're just getting this together. In the meantime, Herman, have you ever tried to do a virtual like fist bump? Let's see. I'm gonna turn this way.
Wrong way.
Oh,
Break
yeah,
the
over
other.
here. Meet me over here. Yeah, there we go.
Can I make my thing bigger? Okay. This is
Make your hand scale it. Here, I could
yeah.
move
The problem is
back.
I am definitely mirrored.
Oh,
I'm
gotcha,
mirrored in the
gotcha.
other way often, and I was like, I can't do it. Have you ever heard of aphantasia?
I believe that's the one where like you can't picture something in your mind, right?
I can't really like picture. So that's why it's a struggle. Is like I can't make that picture show up in my mind. It's like mild where I'm almost like I can't make it if I've never
Mhm.
seen it before, but I can pull up photographs. That's about it. If you photograph me holding my wrong way again. If you photograph me holding my arm like that, I can like remember, but
You could,
I can't
okay.
picture it. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. You heard it here, folks. Herman, the only thing they can picture is them winning a game of Grand Archive. Nothing else. You can't
Oh, I
ask
can't
them
picture that because that's not a
to.
photograph. I have to like imagine that. Like I can't imagine myself like what it would look like to win a tournament because I was like, yeah, it never happens.
You know, that's fair. That's very real. And it's now turned sad. And on that topic, Genbu, we might be looking at a Genbu deck coming up.
I think it's the same Genbu deck, so we're trying not to hit them again. We're trying to see if we could get like like part of this is not just to show off unique decks, but to also show off the players, right? I think a
Mhm.
really fun part about this is to just have storylines or like memorable players. We're thankfully in that stage of GA where we know a lot of these names. We can recognize a lot. We can go up to them at a sense and just say hi and whatever, right? So it is nice to try to feature different people whenever we can. Maybe that's the start of someone like some new person's legacy.
3 years of GA, and we're hearing some rumbling in our headsets that there is a mirror match. I'm banking on Dao-chan.
Wait, a fractals mirror match.
Or Fire Dao-chan.
Oh, please give me fractals instead. Please. I I got scared by production, making it sound like it was definitely going to be a Fire Tail mirror. I listen, man. Like, nothing against the deck, but I don't want to watch a game of how do I count to 15 and then how do I count to 19, and your opponent also just says how do I count to 15 and then how do I count to 19, and there's like kind of nothing else you're doing.
Yeah,
Ah,
sounds like a great time. We love mathematics in this
yeah.
stream.
I was like, if I wanted to play math, I would I'll go into that room back. Wait, where's I'll go into that room behind me right there and go into all of my math board games, which I actually own and everything. But I'm here to play GA. I'm here to see someone remind me of how good Sort of Avarice was and make me wish I had it.
You know, I miss Sword of Avarice. I think everyone does.
I miss Erupting Rhapsody. I think it's balanced. I think we should bring it back. Would it be that bad?
Erupting Rhapsody? Oh yes, they would be horrible now.
It'd be terrible. Yeah,
With
you're right.
okay, just think about it. We have increasing danger, Sparklight, or not Sparklight, what
Spark Link.
Sparklink, and so you can literally just go turn one, play like 6 cards, go even on influence, turn two,
Oh,
just
they're all plus ones actually. Oh no, no. Increasing's a plus one. Sparklink is even because you only
neutral,
plus one
yeah.
when you use the float.
But it's still fire cards, right? You want
Yeah,
to go, so yeah.
it's
That's
fine. It's fine. You can flame Sorcel and everything, and you just discard more. It's fine.
they are good here. Alrighty, here we are getting ready to go into our next round. Deck lists are being shared, players are shuffling. The town is, or the people are excited for this matchup, and I am
Water
as
Aetherwing, let's
well.
go.
We have Water Aetherwing, and I heard Herman, we wanted it. So what do we get? We
Two
get
Water
another
Aetherwings.
Water Aetherwing.
Let's go.
Both these players sitting at 4-2, which means exactly what we were talking about. It is win and in here for these players. Only one may get an invite. The other must go, or they're already at home. The other must stay home and be sad that they did not win the invite.
All right, this is gonna be fun. They are playing the same version of the deck as each other, which is just Cheshire Go Nuts. One guy decides to play more interaction, the other one just says, "Let's just run it down."
But yeah, you are correct on that one. They otherwise everything else is very similar. I'm just going back and forth trying to get key differences. Just to
Cerulean, Drown in Aether.
see. Yeah. I do feel like a sideboard is more advantageous for Dr. Zom post game one. But yeah, the First game is literally going to come down to who sees the big attack with boots first, or even who opens Cheshire.
Well, I mean, honestly, this mirror just boils down to, did you draw tactical? No, I win. Uh, because you know what's really fun if you're going so pretty much first thing that happens is we have to see who wins dice roll or coin flip in this situation, wherever it is. And then based off who wins, like if you went first, you're probably winning, unless your opponent has a tactical retreat. Then you're probably losing because you say tactical retreat to go to level 1 as distant instead of using something else.
Yes,
But
and big shout out here, real quick, to just production, the visual, the little graphic of Diana on the screen, super cute to look at. And then, Herman, we don't want to be biased on cast, but I'm kind of hoping Felix takes the game just for the Chikawa map.
I was gonna say I like the sleeves, so I want that one to win. I like that matte deck sleeves. I think I have the same series of sleeves as them, but I always cover them up with black over sleeves when I have to play Grand Archive events because of the new sleeve policy. But hey guys, no one snitched, no one saw anything.
Felix opening with that Cheshire Cat though. Or I'm sorry, yeah, opening with Cheshire Cat. Felix
Yeah.
did go second, while Dr. Zom did just pass turn going first. So I assume it's going to be a distant enabler into level 1 Diana, getting that Aqua Mirage, and then see what kind of Aether Charge we load up.
Ooh, reposition, so it's not a strict back. You know, you won't get your card back immediately. You'll have to get a Crystalline or something. My prediction right now is that they're going to go. Okay, which Aether charge? No, 1 out of 3. Which Aether charge? Which Aether charge you think it is? I'm going with Charge of Soul.
I was going to say Charge of the Soul too.
Yeah,
I
we could
will
both be right.
go
We could both be
with
right. It's
Prudent
okay.
Knock. No, I'm Prudent Knock.
Prudent knocking. Oh, he
Yeah, I'm
put 2
Prudent
cards
Knock.
down, so I already lost. Prudent knock it is.
Hey! And that's why I'm the Diana player. Let's go. Prudent Knock's super good. 2 cost, fast, 1 damage, draw a card into memory. Simple, easy, load it up. And there's a potential we do see a Charge of Soul as well. No Charge of Soul, so they're just gonna recollect, draw, and this next attack and the glimpse is probably gonna be one of the most important things here.
All right, odds that we see a Crystalline Archer after this. What do you think?
Odds? It's guaranteed. I'm saying it right now.
Guaranteed. All right,
Guaranteed.
I'm gonna say no Crystalline because that's gonna be kind of like messed up if they get the whole line. You know, I think that's just unfair. And
And they're also milling a Toad here as well.
yeah. That sounds about right. Because they're gonna Crystalline that reposition.
Come on, let's go. Are we correct? All 4 on top
Militoad,
is gonna be crazy.
Militoad, Crystalline, draw in Dakota.
Oh, reposition. All right, we're half wrong.
We have to play fair.
Yeah, unfortunately.
It looks like there's still an Archer coming down.
Yeah, there's no way there wasn't an Archer with that reposition play. Value here, and 4 cards in hand. A tactical retreat would be kind of cool.
Yeah, but don't you think you would have tactical retreated the Aether Ring swing instead? Just so you don't get that glimpse. Like, yes, it's less damage that you're protecting from yourself technically, but the attack retreat does make your opponent unable to set up, which I think is a very big deal, right? You'd rather trade 1 damage to tell your opponent to say they can't look at the top 4 cards of their deck.
That is actually very true. Yeah, you're right. The knowledge, the information is way more important than the damage.
Are we leveling? We're not leveling. Ooh, I
We
like
don't
this.
even have a distance enabling either.
Well, it's not just that. It's actually unless it's repositioned to level up or to become distant, it can very easily get negated because your opponent is water and holding cards. So if that gets negated, then you really don't want to level up. And even after you level up, you'd still only have 2 cards in hand, so you'd play like Charge of Soul to load in prereq at best. When you just say this inert sword, kill the Crystalline because the Crystalline always has to die. You cannot leave the Crystalline. Hit for 3.
If it stays on the field for more than 1 turn, it pluses way too hard.
If it stays on the field for more than 1 turn, honestly, just say the next go to next game. Like instantly. Just don't bother to play the game. Like 8 damage from that ally and drawing 2 cards is just too much. That is not okay. Ooh, went down to 1 card in hand and still got the weaving off. Pretty sick. Oh, I was gonna check which one's the okay. So Felix. So the difference between the two lists, right? Felix is the one playing more negates and more like control spells, and Doctor Zom is the one that just says, "I'm gonna run you down."
Yes.
So I was very surprised to see that Felix did not have the negate for that very risky water. What I call either wing, or what is called weaving mana stream. I think we're doing something right now.
I think we're contemplating on a turn because we did have the materialization of Ranger Strides. We drew a card. Is there a potential lethal line here?
There is always a potential lethal line.
Because I see like Cat attack for 1, Cat Diana, Strides Diana attack for 8, 9, 10,
Well,
18, 1
Diana was,
short.
oh yeah, because Diana with strides already does 7 damage, right? So you just needed to find 1 more to threaten a spirit.
Yep, and here's Cat. We called it.
Here's cat for 1.
Cat, kitty cat.
And the messed up part is that you sacrifice cat and not your ranger strides to threaten the 7 for lethal. So that, you win if there's no tactical retreat. If there is a tactical retreat, then you're like, well, I still have a strides. I'll try again next turn.
And you are correct. We are
And then
not
just,
attacking.
wow, really respecting the fact that Felix just kept all, I think, 8 cards up in his hand and just said, no, I'm not going to do it. I don't know about that because I feel like you would definitely just say, I'm going to throw 7 at you. You have to do something about this. And you also really want to go distant this turn too. So I'm going to try to see if I can force 2 cards away from you.
Oh yeah, 100%. You just rip it.
Yeah.
You attack in because what your opponent's gonna fracturize your ranger strides, and now if you're not set up to do that on your next turn, you're forced into doing it and playing into a negate or a like tactical retreat rather than
Exactly.
making your opponent be reactive.
Yeah. So now Dr. Zom kind of just even though he's playing the more like run it down lists, he decided let his opponent have a chance. Maybe it's just a mercy. We never know. Just play with your food a little and then just kill him next turn. But now it's Felix to do Diana things, and honestly, you can one shot in the reverse. I think that's also the other reason why Dr. Zom didn't want to put down cards.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also why I'm a little confused because if you went for just sacrifice to Cheshire here, you don't have to put down additional cards, and you can still threaten lethal.
Yeah, you have the defensive option and you force something out of your opponent. Aetheric Calibration.
Brudenok. Refreshing.
Refreshing charge. We were both wrong.
Honestly, man, if you went for lethal last turn and the only answer was refreshing charge, you also still win the game because even though Felix would live with 3 health, you can't load that refreshing charge and you probably lose off of that.
Yeah, that is, and it's class bonus floating memory as well, so you couldn't take advantage of that on the spirit. Cat swinging in for 3.
All right, how big is this attack going for? It's just for 3? If it's only for 3, then a Coda is not lethal yet. But a Crystalline and Coda could be lethal.
Is 6 total influence in hand here for Felix?
Yeah. Both players are just saying, if you have a negate, you have a negate. They've both been playing into the negates, so they've both Frostbind checked each other already, and they just said nothing's happening, so we're just gonna go for it.
Yeah. Alrighty, another 3 here, and we get to glimpse 4. We'll be milling a Weaving Banner Stream off the top.
We'll be hitting a Charger Soul off the top. And then we're going to see 2 Crystallines eat 2 floating and then be 1 card short, 1 damage short. So we're going to see 1 Crystalline actually, because that'd be crazy to tap out for no reason.
Yeah. No. You don't
Actually, we're
want
going
to
to see
go.
no Crystallines because he only has 6 influence is what we said, right? Oh, Weaving.
Hey!
Yeah, he's not playing a card this turn. There's no way. You hold all 6 so you can say tack or treat and then pay for a Frostbind. There's no way you play a card. Unless you don't respect the Frostbind because you Frostbind checked your opponent twice already.
And you just say, I know you don't have it, and just go for it.
and just say Crystalline, draw back up to 4, and then just say like, yeah, you don't have it, so I'm gonna attack retreat you.
You could honestly go Crystal and charge the soul for the game.
And then just lose to attack retreat.
They don't have it. It's fine. They only have 3 cards in hand. They
Look,
had
they just keep frostbite checking each other, just like I'm just gonna go for it.
Oh. Alrighty, it's Dr. Zom's turn, and he has the boots and cats combo, and I am a big fan of the boots and
The
cats.
beatbox combo.
The beatbox combo. Yep. It's really cool because you can use your cat as boots, or you can use your boots and not have a cat. And it is the very important thing to keep in mind of this here. And a lot of damage. Range 4 is nothing to scoff at. Ranged 8 can just close out the game. We are distant, so ranged is a factor. And what's the consideration? Is it Bauble Scarcity? Because we have a Toad in hand. And this is that double-pronged threat attack, Herman. If there's a Toad discarded from Scarcity, not only will this attack be lethal, but also Coda's as well. So it's really hard to combat both of these sort of damage types.
But it'd be really funny if you somehow survive this and then his scarcity set up like Felix's Toad, and you just say double Coda game.
And this is like, I know we just talked about Aphantasia, but picture me this, Herman. You're in a Southwest showdown. It's 2 Diana players. Tumbleweed rolls by. It's like,
okay.
As all these players are both these players just waiting for the other one to make the first move, right? Aether Wings are loaded.
I think both of them are just trying to play as expecting a tactical retreat, and no one wants to go for it. They're just gonna be like, I'm just gonna slowly hit and pray. Which, if we do that, I think it's in favor of Felix, as Felix is just going to swing the inert sword instead of using the Aether Wing, so they can hold more influence.
Mm-hmm. Also, their cat's bigger, right?
Yeah.
Wow, committing fully, not like waiting for answers or anything. It's just I'm using boots and cats.
Well, the thing about the scarcity now is that by discarding 1 card after the tactical retreat, they can't pay for a frostbind anymore after attack. So exactly 6 influence. You'll play attack retreat, have 2 cards left in hand. You'll scarcity lose 1, and then you can't pay for frostbind.
There's the tactical retreat, Herman. You called it here. That do we scarcity into a frostbind? Scarcity? Going in. We both players, let's go ahead and discard. You have 2, that's fine. Go down to 1.
He has another Cheshire in his hand too. That could be crazy. Yeah, we do that, discard, and then charge a soul instead, which makes sense because here you can't do anything with 1 card anyway.
Yeah, rather than discard, play a card at least.
Yeah, and then in response to the attack retreat still there, you just say, discard a language total, because you have to do things in order. And then you just say 2 down, frostbind, and you win.
And that's it.
That is it. We'll go game 2.
Dr. Zom takes game 1 in this Diana mirror match. Why are we counting?
Oh wait,
8,
is he not
9,
dead yet?
10,
No, he's definitely
11.
dead, right?
No, he's not dead.
No, I know, but like, are we
18,
bothering?
He's 1 damage shy. Please glimpse 12 for me, please and thank you.
I'm just sitting there and just being like, can I just show you that I have a Crystalline in hand or a Coda in hand so I don't have to do this? But if he's actually, oh my gosh, he's putting in the effort to do this, that means he doesn't have lethal and he's going to lose on the clapback.
Toad. Coda.
Why would you bother? Why would you bother? What? Why would you? I would just say glimpse 12. Okay, whatever. I'll just mill the top card and then just play Coda for game.
Oh, I just say before damage is dealt, I'll Coda you for 6. Take 11 and I win the game.
Yeah, I'm like, why do you glimpse 12 there? Just win.
Sometimes it's about sending a message. And the message was, I'm glimpsing 12.
No, I mean, like, the glimpse 12 was like, sure, I'm looking at it. Like, that's fine. But once you start rearranging the cards, you're just like, oh, okay, so he actually has to play future turns. And you just rearrange the cards, put them back on the top of your deck, and you just like Coda for game. I'm like, what? Just
It could also just be we're 7 rounds deep. the mental fatigue, you're
Yeah.
tired. You may just be going through the motions because you're like, "Yep, I hit. I got a glimpse 12. I gotta arrange them. I look at my hand. Oh yeah, I have a coda. I'll play a coda."
No, no, what you're doing is you're mentally fatiguing your opponent by giving them like, making them think they have a chance. Because like, if I'm sitting across from that and I'm watching you do that, I'm like, "If you're not trying to slow play me on purpose, that means you actually can't kill me, so I'm gonna start planning my next line for my next turn." And you coda me after that, I'm like, "I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. I hate you so much." That's literally my my line of thinking right now, like 100%. That's a tilter, that's for sure.
Alrighty, sideboards we go. Felix, we have Aetheric Reforging, Disenchant, Overlapping Visages, Seeker's Aetherwing, Staggering Strike, Unbroken Mustang, and Diana. We know them. We love them. We're bringing in Max Limit Break, Unbroken Mustang into the main board.
Yeah. Mustang, in my opinion, you put staggerings because if you get Mustang, you need to attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it, right? That's all you really care about. Like, you don't need Etheric Reforging because you don't need to shoot 3 times. I'm pretty sure the game's gonna be over by then.
Yeah, we only got like 3, 4 turns anyways here, so
Yeah,
I, and
and
then
then
over
Doctor
on the
Zom. Oh,
yes,
it's the
Dr.
same thing.
Zom.
You think the Disenchants are coming in, or the overlapping Visages are coming in? No. You think the Staggering Strike and Unbroken Mustangs are coming in? Yeah. And then the
Yeah.
2 Snow Whites, though.
I'm curious about the Snow Whites. The problem is though, like your opponents, you're probably gonna level up faster than you can level up and play Snow White yourself. So, is it really worth going for that risk, or just taking the safe route with the Unbrokens and Staggerings?
Well, I think you definitely put the Unbrokens and Staggerings. Just for the Snow Whites, the question is, do you want to just lock your opponents and be unable to attack for a turn? Right? It's not just to stop them from leveling, but they're rested as a Diana; they can't attack. So it does buy you turns that way. Only thing is, I don't see enough cards you can take out because that would be 7 cards you need to side out. I don't even see 3. I'll be real. I don't know what you would side out in this matchup.
Side out from the main deck?
Yeah,
Um,
you have to side
yeah.
in the 2 Mustangs for sure.
Like if I was Felix, I'd take out like Cerulean Decrees.
Felix has so many cards he can take out. He can take out Cerulean, he can take out Drowned, he can take out okay, never mind, maybe not that much. That's it. But for dismissals too.
Yeah, and then on Dr. Zom, like go down to 2 Frostbinds, 3 Undercurrent Advantages, and uh, maybe like down on a Aetheric Calibrations.
I think Zom would like staggering strikes. I just don't see what it's better than, you know? I would he probably I wasn't paying attention how many he sided, but if he sided 5 cards, then the staggering strikes are in. Otherwise, I can see them only siding in 2. You just kill your ratios on some cards just to put 2 Mustangs in. That's about it. And because it's a Mustang versus Mustang kind of thing, I believe Felix technically has the advantage on that by having 2 Aether Wings because they have a Seekers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it just feels so bad. The deck's already so like well built, and that's the struggle with Diana, is you have to balance like distant enablers with Aether charges with other cards, especially with the Coda package. There's very limited room to actually put like unique cards or like different cards. So trying to fit Mustangs in for like this sort of matchup makes one of your ratios awkward that may cause like potential problems.
Here we're just seeing. Oh yeah, okay. There, start off with attack retreat. Makes you distant, so it's a clean way to level up, right? Instantly
Mhm.
ends the setup. So this really is what the matchup boils down to: is do you have it? Uh, you can still follow up though, because there's what 6, 7 cards in Felix's hand.
Um,
I think it's
I
7.
believe so. Yes, yeah. It should be 6 because we went first, materialized first, and went down. So 6. Oh no, 7. You're right.
Yeah. I'll just go over here. I'm just wait. Oh, there's another attack retreat in Doctor Zom's hand. So I guess we're gonna. This is a be a little bit longer game.
It's a possibility, but It's just it all depends on the top of the deck here, right? If Dr. Zom's attack goes in and he gets a nice glimpse and he has Codas or something, it can just get out of hand very fast. This deck is deceptively like strong when it
Oh,
is
flash
able to
a
land a couple of like hits in.
well, he flashed a Cheshire as well when he was doing that hand shuffle. So right now, from just the cards I've been able to see, those two cards alone, I'm pretty sure Dr. Som's on. Okay, never mind. Now we're even again. Unless Felix does not have another tack retreat, it really is this game is just who has more tack retreats and then who's willing to like go nuts about it. I think here as Dr. Zombie is like, I got tack retreated, I'm just gonna hold on my cards so I can tack retreat you your next hit and pay for a frostbind. Nope, they're frostbind checking each other. This frostbind we're drawing back up to 4 so he can tack retreat in response to Felix's next attack. With only 4 cards in hand. So it really is just okay, never mind. Just stand up the Frostborn so you also can't shoot face.
Yeah, I think it's also meant for like Crystalline archers. It will get in the way of those and trade into it. Trying to because you really don't want to take any damage at all from your opponent. You really want to stay at the healthiest life possible. Felix going to 7 total influence this turn,
Yeah, it's
or eight
8.
total influence. Yeah,
Yeah. So that's a load in either charge. Maybe it doesn't have an either charge to load. Maybe it's time to Crystal and run it at the Paladin trade.
we haven't gotten to play our fun little glimpse game with the Aquamarge Whispers because it's just been tactical retreat into tactical retreat.
And then we know Dr. Zom's just going to say Tackle Tree a third time. Ooh, is it Paladin? Is it Paladin? Very cool.
We are mirroring each other. If Felix just passes, this has literally been a 1-for-1, like each player doing the same exact thing.
Did you draw a card for Paladin?
3, 7. I don't.
I don't think he drew a card back for
1,
Paladin.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, they did not.
Yeah, they just put the buff counter and then just said, I don't want to draw. I'm looking at the, I have the stream open the other screen. I'm pretty sure he didn't draw an extra card.
Yep, and we just drew that here, so we did get
Yeah.
the draw off the Paladin.
Ooh, he swung.
Sort of, I guess, like saying, do you want to intercept and maybe,
And then lose it to a Charger Soul?
Yeah, which exactly is what happened here.
That's just an awkward like stalemate kind of thing, or like a standoff, because like you kind of know that's coming when your opponent makes that play, and you're just kind of just wondering like I should probably retaliate anyway. Like in my opinion, I would probably retaliate anyway because what are they gonna do? Not kill my Frostborn just because I retaliated,
Yeah.
and then at least I can open up the fact that I can charge a soul their Frostborn after, because they were always going to shoot me in the face. They were always going to finish the Frostborn.
Yeah, there's no route where that Frostworm wasn't being removed off the field that turn.
Unless it's a straight like baller bluff, but I was like, I don't think you play for that. You watch your opponent. I think you watch your opponent think and made that play intentionally. But no tack retreat possible this turn.
A reposition on the Diana. Do we get Ranger Strides here? That is the question. The Interceptor is down. No tack retreat. 2 down for a Etheric Reforging.
Say banish the float. Had to show your opponent. I
Yeah,
guess, yeah.
banish the float here. Prevent the boots from being grabbed.
Well, it wouldn't prevent it because you also just put exactly 1 card into memory. Well, actually, on top of the Frostborn, so you're risking
On
3,
top
4
of,
cards.
yeah.
Like, you think you still do it? I kind of probably still do it. You're tapped out, man. Like I saw there's a Cheshire there.
8, 9. Yeah, it's one of those moments too. If you have Coda and an Aether Charge pre-recollection, all you need to do is hit a Toad after the attack and you get the victory there.
Yeah, because you're gonna hit for what, 10? Oh, there's one of the toads. But you're gonna hit for at
Uh,
least 10
e-
from the
e-
double strides, the distant, the Aether Charge. Oh no, 11. Yeah, you're gonna hit for at least
11.
11.
Yeah.
There's
Plus the
12.
one from Cheshire attacking, which is 12, and then now the Charge of Souls is going to be 13.
Yeah. So it's exactly 13, which means you do just say Cheshire Coda and you win the game.
Exactly, yes. That is what we may be looking for here. And you do get to glimpse
12.
14 cards.
12
Or
times. Oh.
12,
Yeah,
13
because
cards. 13. You
no,
deal
your Diana only does 11. It's just that we
9,
had
10,
Charger Soul
11.
and the Cheshire to do the 12 and 13th.
Correct, yeah. So you glimpse 12, and, pretty good odds of finding a toad in the top 12 cards of your deck.
But what if he doesn't have a Coda? I think if you don't have a
Mm,
Coda, you go for it anyway. You just say, I'm just gonna like this is the only turn where you're gonna be able to do this.
yeah.
Unless you're really afraid of Felix doing the clapback turn, which is also possible.
Yeah, and they have a Frostborn Paladin on the board as well for the swing in. And
Because
with a Weaving Mana Stream as well, the clapback might be a little dangerous.
and we know Dr. Zom. Okay, yeah, he's not going to try to go for it. That means he doesn't have a Coda. But we know Dr. Zom's holding a what do you call it? A tactical retreat. So I'm pretty sure he feels very safe here.
Yeah, with not having to invest into the Cheshire and go all in. You have that safety net.
Do you think Felix is going to play safe here next turn? Oh, there's another Weaving Mana Stream. I don't think Felix plays safe here next turn. I think he is. I'm trying to think if it's a flash grenade or if it's something else that doesn't materialize. Or like
I
it's
think
flash grenade or
you
strides, right?
Yeah, you grab strides. I like there's no world where you don't grab strides.
Well, I think he only grabs strides if you're trying to win because you're not distant as Diana. So if you grab strides and it gets fracturized, you can't even use the strides to get the value out of it right now.
But if you have like Crystalline Archer in your hand, strides becomes like a viable target.
That's fair. Yeah, it's flash
We
grenade.
are
Okay,
going
he's fine.
flash
It's
grenade.
defensive. Yeah, which I think is fair. I think both players are just said they don't want to lose to a random attack retreat, so might as well just play the safe route. They're just gonna beat
Yeah.
each other up around the Aether Wings, not with the Aether Wings. Sounds about that's what it looks like.
Where the Aetherwing deck has sort of turned into like maybe an allies matchup because you're not wanting to get attacked by it here. I feel like if Felix attacks in with this Diana, it's going to get tactical retreated, right?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this one has to be. It's four. It's 3 damage because it's not distant. Yeah,
Oh,
I think
taking it, letting the Glimpse 4 go through?
yeah, trying to save it for a more threatening attack, probably. Now it's gonna play level 2, right? So I don't think it's that
Correct,
relevant.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, not super scary to go into level 2 or we got to go into another round of turns for both players. But this is just like a knife's edge matchup, I think. And when you're playing the mirror, you really don't know who's going to die at what time. What are you looking for here? We see 4. We
Hit the
discard a
toad.
troll. Yeah. Time to kill.
Do we have double coda, triple coda?
Quadruple coda. Let's go.
Triple coda is just a nasty way to win the game. I've seen it before. Someone like swings with an Aetherwing, hits the toad, and they're like, "Oh, I'll just coda, coda, coda." You're like, "Wow, yeah, okay."
Yeah, high skill gameplay. You did it.
Weaving Mana Stream being used for a flash grenade. So just continuing that defensive play, getting
Getting
that
that
out.
copy back and forth,
Yeah. I'm surprised, there wasn't like a smoke bomb to push in more damage to this Frostborn Paladin. Because the glimpsing will be very beneficial for you as well, right? Be able to find what you need, set up the deck. So I feel like you should value that,
I'm just
attack in a little bit more.
I'm surprised neither player has found a fracturize
Yeah.
like in both games because there's just been a Ranger strides that's all constantly being like of just out there exposed. Like you definitely fracturize it on your turn as Felix, right? If you have one.
In my experience of playing Water Diana, I feel like Fracturizes are one of those cards that you barely see. Like it feels so weird. Fracturizes always is like at the bottom of your deck.
Or I'll see three at the same time in the same glimpse, and I'm like,
Mhm.
hey, it'll three at the same time in the same glimpse and no other floating. So I'll be like, I guess I'll just mill this.
Yeah, both players sort of hit that stalemate. We have defensive options, afraid of those tactical retreats. This might be a slow burner here for us.
Yeah, it looks like both players are like the type to they just want to secure a very like guaranteed game. They don't want to take any risk here.
Mhm.
But with Felix not swinging that paladin sideways, I think both players just waiting until they find their second ally. Very surprised like the Cheshire is not coming down either for this too.
Yeah, no Cheshire. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Crystalline Archers.
That
And keep in mind, this is game 2, so there's Mustangs in both these players' decks as well.
oh, Stride's finally coming out. Now the Mustang's not even that relevant against Felix because the Aether Wing's probably going to be destroyed by then.
Mhm.
It'll be relevant if we end up switching into the Cheshire Pavlor or sorry Cheshire Inert line because you're going to need to be able to attack eventually.
Yes, you still have to be able to deal damage. Diana really relies on having a weapon to use.
Oh well, another big thing about it though is that Felix does have the Seeker's rifle from not Seeker's rifle, Seeker's Aetherwing from sideboard. So it's technically like it's Felix's game to win right now because they're in the driver's seat this whole time. They have the weapon, they have the intercept. Trying to see if they can do anything through all these cards in hand. I think it's only 5 cards from Dr. Zom, so it's a attack retreat into getting. Ooh, okay, going distant as well. The attack retreat can get frostbinded.
Back retreat. Yeah, yeah. I'm just trying to think how these players can break through this sort of stalemate we're at, right? It seems like whoever does take that initiative either has to have every answer possible or force their opponent to like make a poor choice on their turn to not having a response to going like all out, right?
Is is Cheshire and Frostbind enough to win through the flash grenade? So we go 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So through a flash grenade, it would do 9, putting into 15, and then you just have to coda. But then you can't. You'd have to be able to play coda and Cheshire and what do you call it? And Frostbind. So maybe one more turn. Unless he turns it sideways, he might turn this sideways to try to bait the flash grenade. Or I know the safe way to do this play is to just turn sideways and hold 9 pass.
I'm doing a little bit of calculation here. Counting that up. Attacking in with Diana. This is only a swing for 3. We're not distant.
4, 4. No. He played reposition.
Oh, we are distant. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
4
What
could
happened to
be
our
8.
distant marker?
If it's 8, it goes down to 5. So if 8 hits, then one coda is lethal. Not through a flash grenade, but one coda could be lethal. Okay, so he might be going for it. If this is lethal if everything connects. I think that's 5 cards left in his hand.
Um,
If it's 6,
one,
it's relevant because
two,
5 cards means you can 6 cards means you can frostbind and play coda. 5
one,
means you
two,
can't do both.
three, four. I think I count 6.
But we're trying to hit for 8 right now. Hit for 8 puts him to 14. Okay.
Boots.
Hit for 12. full all in, so yeah, Dr. Zom has to do this. I saw Dr. Zom flash a Frostbind really quick, so yeah, if we go around, if this doesn't end the game, then I think Dr. Zom will win this because you just have to Frostbind whatever one interaction Felix has.
Oh no, we only have 5 in hand, so
Yeah.
Frostbind. How much is this coming in for? 6, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Puts you
The
to
Cheshire and Stride, so that's 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
and then Frostborn Paladin
Yeah, because
takes it. Yeah.
you couldn't become distant for the flash grenade. Well, that was the that's game 2. We'll try to shoot again. It's all math.
Yeah. Crazy, but Felix taking us to our game 3 in this Diana Water Aetherwing mirror match. Whew, what a crazy board state. It was both players tactical retreated at the start and then sort of just sent up defensive barriers and forced the other player to try and like break through it. And Felix found the answer, found that momentum that they needed, and went ahead and secured that game 2 in a very clean fashion, right? Force your opponent to play a tactical retreat to stay alive. You have the Frostbind to answer. They can't pay for it, and then you just clean up the game from there.
What did Dr. Zom play that made him unable to pay for tactical retreat and frostbind? Because they played something on their turn, and that's pretty much what sealed the deal for them.
I believe they committed a Cheshire Cat to the board for that turn to set up their own Boots and Cats combo.
Mm, yeah, I think it was just a Aether charge. Like the main phase Aether charge just kind of killed him because he wasn't able to play. But then if you don't play the Aether charge, you also can't do anything because you're just sitting behind your opponent's Frostworn. But I guess that's okay as well. I think that's really it. Like, there really was no rush, in my opinion, to attack again, even though your opponent was hitting hard, because we both know for this matchup, it's not about like it's chipped to a certain point, and after that certain point, it does not matter if you chip more. You can leave your opponent at like 3 out of 19. It's completely fine because you can actually solo the entire clear the rest in one turn. So just using the like either Aetheric right there,
Mm-hmm.
losing the cards and just losing the game off of it. I'm just thinking, yeah, you probably could have just not done that. Just take a little bit extra damage and just try again next turn.
Yeah, a big turning point, pivotal moment was that Aetheric Reforging, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um,
It's a good.
that targeted the I'm trying to remember the floating memory, the a distant
Reposition.
enabler,
Yeah, the reposition.
reposition. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would have been the Boots turn initially. I think was one of the big turning points there because it really like put you one card behind effectively.
Yo, I really love this open though. Do you see this? It's like, yeah, Dr. Zom lost, so he goes first. Of course, Diana, normal things, says, I'm going to do nothing on turn 1, and then I'm just going to go distant. But Felix's turn 1 just said, I'm going to play this troll. It's hindered, sure, so I can't stop this attack in particular. I can't attack or treat it either. But once this thing wakes up next turn, good luck hitting me.
Yeah. 0-6 is very difficult to get over unless you commit a lot of resources for it, and then you're just giving your opponent fuel for a Carpson Coda.
Yeah, like it feels really good. The only thing that would what can you even do? You just smoke bomb it and try to go for lethal, right? That's the only like reasonable or like play that doesn't feel bad. Every other play
Mhm.
feels bad because you have to just like shoot the toad for like 6 or something.
You have to, yep, go on. So this is going to be one of the few attacks Dr. Zom's going to be able to get in here. Going to be going ahead and glimpsing for that 4. Rearrange it. 3 on top, or 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom, and a Weaving Mana Stream. You love to see that right off the top.
Run them down. The other way you can kill a languid troll is to just simply have 2 Crystalline Archers, but you also don't want your mana stream to be the Crystalline Archer fodder.
Mm-hmm.
Because it looks like he
Yeah.
banished one to level, or is that his graveyard? No, yeah, he banished one normal.
It's banished one,
Yeah.
yeah. Cheshire Cat. We've developed the cat to the board, which sort of screams to me that like with cat on the board now, you either go sword on your next materialization or you grab boots, right?
Mhm.
Um, and cat with sword, you swing 3, then you play another cat perhaps to remove the toad, and only takes that one additional card, but is double cat.
Mhm.
I think that is a possible route Dr. Zom can be looking at to remove this toad.
Yeah, I think you would if you're going to do that line, you want to be a little bit more patient about it because I would rather have the strides ready first or the inert and then strides and then do that play so that when you instead of sacrificing Cheshire to the unique rule, I can sacrifice Cheshire to strides.
Give yourself strides, play another Cheshire, swing in, kill Toad, and then use that Cheshire strides again, so you effectively get
Oh,
plus 8
you
from
don't
your
technically
cats.
need to use both Cheshires, but you at least get the effect of one. So now you definitely force some sort of interaction out of your opponent because your opponent's trying to hide behind the troll toad anyway. Especially now that Felix did not level up and instead brought the sword out instead.
hmm
So you do get that extra turn where you can just sit back and just say, "I'll pull out an inert now, and then I'll pull out the strides next turn, and I'm going to force interaction every single turn from then on." But you also have a weaving mana stream, so you might just want to say strides now to yeah, just
Yep.
mm. So you do the weaving and the strides effects. Yeah,
Load that up since it was used as floating memory to pay for a memory cost. Draw off of your strides. And then we'll just go ahead and recollect and draw for turn. And now we're sort of sitting in that same position we were in game 2, where both players are going to be, hanging out with influence and playing the do you have weaving or not weaving mana stream,
tactical.
frostbind and tactical retreat. Yeah.
I mean, if I'm Dr. Zom here, I'm pretty sure I just say pass, unless you have like a really good play to make. Because if you just say pass, you bring out the inert sword next turn, and if you have a double Cheshire, that's probably the idea. I think he flashed at the end of his hand there, but I think that's my ideal play that I can see as well.
Well, do you attack in with your Diana just to get that weaving mana stream back into the
Absolutely not.
grave?
Not when my next materializes inert, right? I don't really need it as a float, and I don't want to. My opponent has shown me etheric reforging. I don't want to put it back there.
Mm-hmm.
That's another reason why you want to put your strides out now, just to pull it out. Right? You're exposed to a fracturize, but you're not exposed to a etheric reforging. So I don't know about this. It's just that Diana apparently never draws fracturize.
Never draw fracture. As I told you, they just hang out at the bottom of the deck. There's also potential of horse as well.
Mhm. Yeah, horse to break the sword also could happen, but horse to break the Aether Wing is actually, I'm pretty sure, way more relevant. These guys just both refuse to draw horse, and they refuse to draw. Why is he glimpsing three? Did he play Etheric?
Undercurrent
Oh,
Vantage.
undercurrent. Yeah, yeah, okay, I
Yeah.
see. Yeah. Oh, he just played undercurrent, like became distant, and then forgot to glimpse at all. I see. So
Uh,
just resolving it. We got the glimpse three. We put the thing. All right. Odds that we see an attack connect this turn.
um, -2.
-2. So you say no. I also say no. I'm pretty sure the attack's not connecting this turn.
Yeah, I'm like a full grip of cards for Dr. Zom. There's no way an attack's gonna actually connect.
But if an attack connects, oh, you know the game is over next turn.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, if an attack connects to this turn, I think it's written in the water. Felix will take the game.
But no Aether charge either. You'd have to main phase an Aether charge. Oh, you just swing with the sword. Yeah, that works.
Uh-oh. We've eaten our words here.
I was not expecting that to be the attack to connect. I'll be real. But
Yeah, I was
I don't think that tells you anything about the game state, except that Felix definitely does not have an Aether charge.
Oh, it reads to me Felix doesn't have cats.
That's also fair too. Yeah, he has no Aether charge. He has no cats. He's just chilling with I think 7 in hand.
7 in hand, marked by the dice. We know it. And like, why not feel comfortable? You're sitting behind a 0-6 taunter.
Yeah. Why not to feel comfortable is what if you just get it smoke bombed? But yeah, this
Oh.
is honestly this is just Dr. Zom's, like I'm not taking enough damage for it to be relevant. Why don't you just set up every single regalia? This is a really funny one though, because Cheshire could also be sacrificed for the enfeebling.
Isn't feeling a distorted
I'm wrong because I keep forgetting that that only
Okay, okay.
happens because um the Nico player at my locals does that a lot because he plays Excalibur and he copies the enfeebling.
Oh, that may yep, yep.
So every time I see an enfeebling, I'm like, yep, I'm gonna put 6 down.
They're in your head.
They're in my head all the time.
So we just passed turn. We materialized
Almost.
enfeebling, passed turn. End of the turn, Felix is gonna weaving mana stream, and I assume you're gonna use this mana stream to grab your own boots, right?
I'm gonna assume it's a flash grenade because the way these two play, I'm pretty sure Felix does not want to just gun it down against a full grip, and it doesn't want to expose the strides. Dude, Doctor Zom is just insane. I'm just like, I just can't picture this as a Water Diana player. Like, I just can't. Yeah, like this is the reasonable play. You make the flash grenade, and you kind of sit behind it, and you're fine, right? You make the strides, and it just sits there for 3 turns, and just like at any point in time, if you get fracturized, you kind of just lose the game.
I don't know. I'm on Dr. Zom's court. I literally materialize my boots and just have them sit there if I don't need them. So it's just like, look what I got. I
Yeah,
got I
but
got a nice.
what do you do in this mirror if I just say on my turn I'm going to fracturize your boots?
You're not gonna have a fracturized, so it doesn't matter. I was like-
I mean, apparently you're right because he doesn't have a fracturized. Because right, refracturize this, you give yourself range 4 for until the end of the turn. I'm like, congratulations, you have no range 4 for the rest of the game. You can't burst me anymore. I win automatically. The solution is just they don't have it. I'm like, well,
Yeah. It's the bell curve, right? It's like the low end of the bell curve is like don't play your boots, or it's just like don't play around fracturize, just try and get damage in. The middle where you're at right now is just like, oh, I gotta play around fracturize, I gotta save my boots. And then the tail end is me chilling over here being like, nah, they don't have fracturize, I'll just play boots.
but why couldn't that just be a flash grenade right there? Because my thing is like I'm looking at this. There's like Dr. Zom is like both of these players are playing as defensive as possible. No one wants to just lose randomly to attack retreat. So everyone's playing like full grip back and forth, just saying you have attack retreat and a negate in hand. Like both players are just saying
Yeah.
attack retreat and negate. And both players are just saying you have attack retreat and a negate, but no fracturize. Like I think that's insane. This
Oh
freaking
my.
Dr. Zom made a play around like that strides is on board to play around etheric reforging, which is a 2
Yeah.
of from sideboard, and chose to play around that instead of the 4 of fracturize in main deck.
Yeah, that mathematically that checks out. It makes sense. It is the optimal play.
What am I looking at? Uh,
Let's another weaving mana stream at the end of the turn. How does that sound? And then this one will be used for a flash grenade because now it's the time to bring out flash grenade.
where's, where's the where's the freaking inert sword, dude?
We don't need that right now. It's fine.
Oh my gosh, this is insane. What am I watching? Where's
All
the
right.
etheric reforging,
1,
please?
2.
Reforging, just get rid of that thing. You've given him like 3 turns to dig for it.
Okay, Aetheric Reforging, Herman. And now this is why we play boots first. Because if we had flash grenade and not boots, we would now not have a floating memory for our boots.
Just pay for the boots. You have 2 cards in
No,
memory.
that means I'm going down in value. I'll
Oh
never go
my
down in
gosh.
value.
You still went down in value. You lost a card.
No, I got a card out of their hand.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Oh, this is
it's
so
net
funny.
even. I lost a floating, but they lost a card in hand and had to put 2 cards down from hand into memory, which means they can no longer tactical retreat pay for Frostbind.
Yeah, and I mean, there was also an enfeebling orb there, so even he already was 7 influence, so it already didn't matter. Attack retreat costs you 4. The gate costs 2, and then the enfeebling orb has been on board for the longest time.
Alrighty,
Well,
we're
there's
gonna
the
go
Pavlor.
Paddler Sword.
Yeah, who needs the inert when you say Pavlor instead? And look, he lost his value.
No, that's. Do you see how many cards got banished on Felix's side? You like plus the million there. That was insane value.
Yeah, but he paid from memory.
Yeah, but you made your opponent lose so much more float. So,
Sure.
that's a win-win.
Oh my gosh. And it's still
Uh,
stuck behind a frog.
I think Dr. Zom is winning this turn. I'm calling it right now because we're gonna see a Aetheric Calibration. We're gonna glimpse. We're gonna get Cheshire off the top here, and then we are going to remove the frog and just win the game with double Cheshire and boots.
Cheshire 12, 13, 14, 15, yeah, 16. Okay, yeah, as long as all three, as long as both Cheshires and the strides are used as strides, you do win the game.
Charge of
I
Soul
guess
just
it's,
adding more damage to this.
yeah, he's just going for it.
Is
I
this
don't
where
think
you
that
just become distant flash grenade in response?
I think so too, because I don't think the Charge of Soul is relevant at all, and I don't think he should have played it.
Yeah, but
Because
this
this is
is
the time to just say Flash Grenade. I no longer can die this turn. If you don't Flash Grenade, you do just die to Cheshire and Frostbind here.
he allows it.
Okay. Well, maybe he doesn't. You can honestly just do it in response to the first Cheshire as well. Because I mean, I think this play is instead, if you're hitting the frog with that Charge of Soul, you're saying Cheshire for 3 at the frog, Pavlor for 2 at the frog, and you're gonna try to kill next turn and hold a whole grip.
Or Crystallian Archer
Yeah, but
with
that is
Cheshire and boots.
but Cheshire does 3. Why are you
No, no.
playing, well, no, but I'm just like, why are you shooting 1 at the frog as if it's relevant?
It's relevant if you attack with the inert sword.
Or the Pavlor, right? Yeah. Okay.
Oh yeah, Pavlor sword.
Yeah, so this is the correct play. I was just like, all you have to do is just go distant. It's in response to the enfeebling, so now you can't say enfeebling and enfeebling negate.
Yeah, Frostbite.
Oh, just use everything up.
Ooh,
Just
yeah,
completely get yourself out of range. Yeah.
very
You know that
smart.
frostbind can't be like that frostbind has to be held for the attack retreat next turn, so you still can't attack retreat that, even though it would feel good.
Hmm.
And the lethal's gone. Yeah, it's 3 at frog, 3 at frog, 2 at frog. There's no way.
No,
Oh,
we're using our Aqua Mirage Whisper for this.
Aw. Okay, maybe it's double coda, triple coda.
Yeah, it is a possibility. We're digging for a frog. Show me the toad.
Problem is you can't triple coda because you wasted influence by putting that charger soul out.
Also, there's a flash grenade as well, so triple coat is not going to be lethal.
Yeah, because at least one of the well, no, you can just wait until the next turn, right? You just wait until it goes. Oh no, because yeah,
Yeah.
you're still distant the whole way around. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Well, at least he found a weaving mana stream, and now this Cheshire hits face for 3.
Yeah, I might as well attack with the Cheshire, just force either have your opponent take 3, which they will, and or use that flash grenade. I honestly slam down an archer, right? If you have a Crystalline
Yeah,
Archer in hand.
yeah, Archer, and just try to force a flash grenade through the Archer. Oop, that's a Paladin, and you stand up the Paladin and say pass.
Yeah, okay.
I like
I
it. You're
like
back to
I like this,
4.
yeah.
You're back to 4, so you could theoretically lose to a Frostbind still, but like, yeah, you never know. Okay, you go strides. You say 4, 5, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Strides hits you for 8. Coda hits you for 6. All right, I think Felix. I'm gonna make the real call. I think Felix actually wins on this turn. because you'll go to 7 influence if you bring out a strides here.
There's
Oh,
there's
you
a
don't need
frost
strides.
one.
Right, there's the frost one. I forgot about it.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
okay. I think he still wins this turn because you just put one more Aether charge into that gun or into that melee.
Yeah.
You hit for 5 and you say Coda, and then
Oh yeah,
you
Toad
Frostbind.
is
Does he have
gone.
enough? Does he have enough cards to be able to do that?
2-1. No, you do not. Unless it is a Charge the
Charge
Soul
of Soul.
specifically. Yeah.
Yeah.
You would be 1 card short
Well,
otherwise.
hmm.
It looks like we're going for it. Smoke Bomb's the Paladin.
Fires for 4, or he's just going to make it bigger? Smoke Bomb's a Paladin. Fire for 5, and then Coda is a.
It could just be a double Coda angle as well.
Could just say Coda for 12. But you have to fit a Frostbind in there somewhere, probably. Or honestly, you just attack first. If it gets attack retreated and you don't Frostbind, you just don't Frostbind it and you say double Coda.
Yeah. You play on top of the attack here. I think that's the smart play. You attack in, force your opponent to take this damage, or yep. And then now it's just 1 Coda play an ally, right?
Mm-hmm. It's either that or you can just step back again still, because you can just say full grip and I'll kill you next turn because the flash grenade wasn't forced. I can hold my whole hand and I still can't die. Probably just I don't think there's enough damage.
Oh boy, can't wait to go this whole best of 3 without a single fracturize, because
This is insane. this boots has been there for so long. Like if this boots was fracturized, like you actually just scoop as Dr. Zom. You can't kill him faster.
Yeah, but it is what it is, they say. Dr. Zom getting Dr. Zom getting a new lease on a turn here, going to be able to recollect with a grip of cards. Felix, I think, is doing that play you mentioned, just going to pass the turn with your hand as well. You're not in any danger of dying with that smoke bomb, or not smoke bomb, the flash grenade.
Yeah. The only problem is now that the you don't have the smoke bombs for the next Frostborn, so you can't rely on shooting them again with the Astros Ranger Strides. But if you just say Coda, or if you just have there's so many ways to win this, right? There's because you could just be like a Crystalline. Yeah, you just load a Weaving Mana Stream. You say Crystalline to kill the Paladin, and you say Coda for face.
Yeah, the problem with the level 1 decks is the life total doesn't go up. It is 19, and will always stay at 19. So it's just a race to that magic number.
What did he materialize just now?
Grenade.
Oh, grenade. Okay. Well, now we're waiting 2 more turns because can't kill through a grenade.
Yeah, I think you just, at this point, either take the 3 from Cheshire and force the attack with the Diana, or you use the grenade immediately. Because we do know Dr. Zom does not have a Toad in that graveyard, so the Codas are not online for them, but Codas are online for Felix.
Yeah, like you don't have to be afraid until after Dr. Zom just decides to go for the Coda. You can actually just wait and just respond to their Codas all the time.
It's also a game of chicken with the
And
Codas.
and then they're just gonna pass. They're both playing as safe as possible. They're just gonna say pass. Which I was like, it's completely fine. I'm just so like I'm flabbergasted because they're playing the safest possible game on both sides, except for the whole Dr. Zom showing the Ranger strides for 3 games in a row, and you just correctly just saying they won't draw a fracturize. This is
Yeah.
insane.
Keep in mind, these are win and ins for both these players, so a lot is on the line. They want to make sure they don't throw the game. They want to secure their invite card because it means a lot. It is a big deal to get the invite here, especially if it's your first time topping an event. But yes, a draw here is negative for both these players. A draw means neither of them get in. So you are gonna have to find an answer in the next 5 minutes.
He doesn't have an Aether Charge? Oh my gosh. Like, it's not he's this is oh no. So nothing's loaded. There's no Aether Charge in the gun. Because what you're supposed to do there, if you have an Aether Charge, you have to play the Aether Charge first and then back up so that it can't get negated. So
Mhm.
there was also no more materializes that they could do that would cost one to put the Weaving Mana Stream into the like weapon itself. Except for Pavlor. They have Pavlor and Strides, so never mind. They just didn't want to load. They're just going to say full grip and say pass. Um,
Uh,
here, I gotta say, just playing safe. I think you guys are. I wouldn't say it's playing too safe, but I think at some point it's just awkward because both of these players are very, very safe type players. It looks like.
yeah.
So like you really need an aggro on one side of the table at least to
Yeah.
kind of push this. But now we're
At one point, you got to force your opponent to have an answer.
mhm.
You need to, because you're playing around cards that may or may not exist in their hand. For example, Herman plays around Fracturize, bad choice. But both these players are playing around, Tactical Retreat,
Oh
Frostbind.
my
And at
gosh,
some point, you could be like, you got to have both in order to stay alive. Let's see if you actually have them here. I think that's what Dr. Zom is going to be doing on this turn.
he's going to reposition now. Go distant and then flash grenade. Yeah, no more chip damage. We're done with that.
And we are now officially in overtime. This is turn 0 for Dr. Zom. And
Turn one, turn one. It was
turn 1
Felix's
for
turn in
Dr.
zero. Yeah.
Zom. So that means here that these players need to figure out who is winning in some way, shape, or form, or a draw is going to be the end of both of their regional run. At Lots
Oh,
Online, we see a coda being activated on top of this flash grenade. Is this a double coda sort of answer here? It's going to put Dr. Zom to 18.
there are one, two, three, four, I think 5 cards only left in Felix's hand, but there's this bauble of scarcity on board to be able to break it down. The refreshing charge just to keep him out of range of a double. It doesn't even keep him in range of a double coda. It keeps him in range of single coda and something weird.
Yes, it's. Do we see that second coda? Felix, do you have it in you?
Because I think the play was to try to say coda plus charge a soul, and then you can pay for a fracture, pay for a frostbind. So I can see why he
Yeah.
was waiting, but now this refreshing charge just ruined that gameplay.
Can you
Trying to
call
banish
the
it.
cart?
No.
Let us hear the sound. Wait, are we just passing turn?
Yep, because the frostborn can't turn sideways because you're going to die.
Oh, that is true. Yeah. Oh yeah, and we have flash grenade as well. So
Mhm.
turn 2 for Felix. 2 minutes.
That means
This
this is
is
Felix's last turn to be able to find lethal. That means you just have to go for it. You do not just not go for it here.
Enfeebling Orb used. Put Dr. Zom 2 cards down. This is Felix's last hope at the invite card for regionals. Are they going to claim a victory here, or is it going to end in a
Coda
draw? We see the coda. 6, 5, 4 in hand for Drum. You need an
has to
answer
be
to this
repositioned,
immediately.
or it gets frostbinded and you lose. I see a tactical retreat. Did you see a reposition? I don't see a reposition.
I just see the tactical. Dr. Zom thinking about it.
Do you know what I also see? I see a disenchant that was sided in for some reason. I don't know why. Because no one sees Fracturize.
Tactical retreat into a frostbind, and that coda is going to be it on top. That 6 damage, no cards, and there we have it. Felix with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the overtime clock takes
That
down
was crazy.
Dr. Zom in the Water 8th Wing Diana mirror match. Holy moly. It was an adventure. It was a roller coaster. My hair is a mess actually watching that game. I went crazy. I went wild. Wow.
Okay, so yeah, I'm much more happy about that than them just saying I'm gonna roll you in 3 turns. We're just saying like, Archer Coda. They actually just tried to play respect. Went all the way to time we weren't expecting that. Holy
We were not.
uh
We've learned a lot of valuable things. Herman has learned a lot of stuff as well in this mirror match, and
yeah, they don't
it's
draw fact
crazy
strike
to
apparently.
see this sort of that in the end that turn one toad ended up being the difference maker, right? That there was no other toads in the graveyard. Couldn't find that. The graveyard ended up getting banished by the Pavlov sword as well. So that one toad on turn one was the answer, thanks to those double carp song you drew later on. Whew.
That was actually so nuts. They're just both playing for the guarantee, I guess, of just saying like, at some point I will have way too many cards, and you can't negate through everything until the other guy just said, I've drawn more cards now, and now I can also negate that one too, and I've set up like a flash graded and an enfeebling, and then all of a sudden you're like, I have to draw 2 more cards now, and then I have to draw 2 more again. I'm like, yo, someone do something.
One way to for Dr. Zom to get around that is when your opponent goes enfeebling orb and uses it, you have to tactical retreat.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
that was probably the correct play. I didn't know he didn't have any other ways to go distant. But if you did that, then we're oh man, goes to Dr. Zom's turn. We're waiting again. Coda puts into 18, and then he says, "I'm going to try to go for it." Oh, actually, he wouldn't even try to go Coda there. He would just say, hold my 5 cards and pass."
Yeah,
Yeah,
hold 5 and run into it. Wow, what a game, what a matchup, and that concludes our regionals here. That was all 7 rounds. Be on the lookout actually for who managed to get top 16 and who ended up taking the event. Let's see if production. How close are we to knowing finalized standings? It sounds like still a bunch of matches still being finalized, but
mhm.
I think due to just time extension, stuff like that. So be on the lookout to who ended up taking down this regionals. I think it would be really interesting to see. It does sound like we're getting information in the headsets, a little like, hello, yep, yep. Clax did end up winning the event. So it looks like Clem was right, finished with the total record of 601 on that Fire
Merlin,
Merlin. So really, really cool to
Kingslayer.
see.
Yeah, it's very nice to see that Kingslayer can never be counted out, right? Like it's
Yeah.
still so strong. If you're damn, and to think that all that happened because Invective Instruction was played at the wrong time on stream. Well, I mean, that would just been one game. We don't know if he would have lost
Yeah.
both games, but like, damn, pretty crazy.
The butterfly effect.
Yeah. But
Well,
hey, at least
we
that guy can say that his mistake led to a regional. He lost to a regional winner.
true, true.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, we appreciate everyone sticking on with us. We know it sort of was a longer day with 7 rounds, but that means a lot of people were playing. So super happy to see. A few reminders for everyone still with us. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe to True Champion Gaming's YouTube channel that we're on right now. Hit the button, like the stream, and go ahead and turn on notifications by clicking the bell so you're alerted every time they are live with another regional event. And also a big shout out to Serene Balance Productions for helping run the back end of the event. Make sure you go ahead and subscribe to their channel as well, as they take care of the weeklies that you see every Thursday. Speaking of Serene Balance Production, Herman, they have a spoiler video coming out on March 17th. So everyone mark your calendars and set a timer for that. You don't want to miss it. It is going to be great, I hear.
I bet there's frogs in it, as always. I don't actually know, but I hope it.
There's always frogs. Whoever, no. Also,
The Serene
everyone, keep
Balanced
in mind
Aquarium.
we do have locals again on 319 and 322 Thursday.
And
That
Sunday.
happens at, I believe, was it 7 p.m. EST is the start time for that.
Or
8:30 EST
daylight
actually is
savings
the
time.
start.
Daylight
Yes,
savings.
daylight savings has
Pushed
thwarted
it.
me.
Yep.
8:30 EST, 19th and 27th or 22nd. Those will all be streamed on Stream Balance Productions channel. So make sure you subscribe to them to check it out. And finally, We'll see you all at Ascent LA. I will be there. Production will be there. Herman, will you be there?
LA, no, LA's too expensive. But I'll
We'll
be
be
there at
Hermanless
Vegas.
in LA. Yes,
Yeah,
Vegas
yeah.
Nationals, important.
Yeah, verminless in LA, so it's good for you too. Eh?
Yes, yes, I'm appreciative of it. But without further ado, I'm Valkyrie. I am joined for the last time in round 7 with Herman is a Vermin, and we appreciate you all for sticking with us and hope you have a wonderful rest of your night, evening, and take care.
Bye.